Hey, how's it going? My friends, welcome in. Eating pretzels, playing video games, watching YouTube. Let's do it together. Yay! Alright, where's my phone?
Breaking news, they're back. This is Miracle Valhalla, and you're a makeup minimalist like me. You don't want
a denim ad, a cheeky pun, and now accusations of eugenics-coded messaging. Sydney Sweeney's new American Eagle campaign is either a harmless play on jeans and jeans or a tone-deaf nod to racial purity. The internet is split. Political figures and celebrities are weighing in. American Eagle deleted one version of the ad, but it was already too late. Then Duncan and Abercrombie chimed in with their own spin-off ads, adding to the viral controversy. And a decades-old Calvin Klein commercial resurfaces in connection. So what's really going on?
You guys are complaining about that Sydney Sweeney jeans ad, so I went and saw it.
That's propaganda. Wow.
I thought it was gonna be like kind of. That's gonna be in history book.
Hey, you wanna go to American Eagle?
Oh, I can't go in there because I'm black.
Here we go again, setting back woman 20 to 40 years. What is going on with you, Sydney Sweeney?
Because it's one thing to talk about good genes with a J in advertising, but it's a whole other thing to say someone has great genes with a G.
I personally don't see why it's causing all this controversy. To me, it's just an ad for jeans.
I'm sorry, but if you genuinely think that Sydney Sweeney's commercial is somehow pointing to eugenics or white supremacy, you're delusional.
The drama is surrounding a recent American Eagle ad for jeans that features Sydney Sweeney, an actress best known for her breakout roles in Euphoria and The White Lotus, who's also sparked headlines for everything from selling bathwater soap to speaking out about being over-sexualized in the industry. The ad came with a few different versions. The first focused solely on the jeans, highlighting a pink butterfly design and the fact that proceeds would support a charity against DV. Another version leaned into wordplay, flashing the phrase "Sydney Sweeney has great genes" on screen before swapping in jeans as a cheeky pun. But the version that set the internet on fire, that's this one.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes.
The camera lingers on her face, her blonde hair, blue eyes, before delivering the final punchline. Sydney Sweeney has great genes. That voiceover, combined with the imagery, is what many critics zeroed in on, sparking a firestorm of commentary about whether the ad was just tone deaf or tapping into something more coded. Right off the bat, people had a lot of thoughts on the whole thing. I'm so tired of her. Sydney Sweeney has great genes, and it's the most unflattering pair of jeans I've ever seen in my life. Ew, this is disgusting. She's trying to be seductive, but sounds like she's on drugs. They are her so much, I don't even want to watch it, bruh. Remember when she complained about always being voice weird, words weird, gestures awkward, irrelevant person. Jeans don't look good. Some people just couldn't get over the fact that the product itself does not appear in the ad how it should.
I'm over here like, is it me or do these jeans look horrible?
I bet you want to try these jeans.
I actually don't, you know? She's trying her best, bless her, but these jeans are really not doing anything for her, I'm afraid. One thing I don't see a lot of people saying is, these jeans are completely ill-fitting. Like, every pair of jeans she has on, like, these don't look good.
Most people, though, they had a real problem with what they believe was the hidden message within the ad itself. It's not even the but the racism. So America is still racist, got it. And she was literally in The Handmaid's Tale, a show demonstrating the issues of only seeing women as catering to the male gaze. Conservative dystopia.
So that ad has a lot of people making comments like this. This user said something about an ad using a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes while commenting that she has great genes feels extremely conservative, especially in this political climate. Another person says Sydney Sweeney is doing fascist propaganda, and if you like her, you're a fascist too. It's quite possibly the stupidest, most likely to backfire liberal overreach social media pile-on in the history of the internet. And then I've seen videos of people calling it propaganda.
Critics are calling attention to the phrasing of great genes being delivered by and centered around a blonde, blue-eyed white woman. Some people think there is a sinister subliminal racial messaging here, essentially that they're trying to push an image of genetic purity, a narrative that a blonde white woman has superior genes.
Many thought it went way deeper than racism alone.
People are even calling it a eugenics campaign. Eugenics is the belief that people can improve their genetic traits by controlling who has children and who doesn't. The famously used eugenics as a way of pushing the narrative that the Aryan race is superior.
Yes.
Should
All right,
we
I
be
got to a
surprised
5.
that a company whose name is literally American Eagle is making fascist propaganda like this? Probably not, but it's still really shocking. Like, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman is talking about her good genes. Like, that is not propaganda.
Why is she broadcasting about her genes in a commercial for denim? Are we in 1930s Germany? This ad would have gone crazy in 1940s Germany. The superior race propaganda is wild. American Eagle's Great Genes campaign featuring Sydney Sweeney, a white, blonde, blue-eyed actress, is unlikely to be a coincidence. In a time when white birth rates in the US are steadily declining, using a play on genes and genes subtly reinforces ideals of white hegemony and inherited beauty. This kind of messaging functions as a cultural dog whistle, innocuous on the surface but resonant with deeper political and racial undertones. It's not just about selling denim. It's about signaling who is still seen as the standard. Cancel American Eagle for this blatant eugenics. If not eugenics, why eugenics shaped?
Also, she is promoting eugenics, so let's get her out of here.
The ad is getting a lot of flack for being eugenics propaganda because of how American Eagle utilizes great genes with the G and basically feeds into this idea of there being good genes and bad genes, which is a very eugenics premise.
Some even claim that the ad will keep them from purchasing anything from the brand in the future. Yeah, I'm never buying American Eagle again, or enjoying anything the actress may appear in. It just sucks because I really wanted to watch Euphoria Season 3 and Stranger Things 5, but with Sydney Sweeney and Noah Schnapp both being tied to white supremacy movements, I went from finding them actually attractive to suddenly finding them extremely hideous, and I cannot unsee or subject myself to it anymore. Even Doja Cat felt the need to weigh in on the subject.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
You know it's bad when even Doja makes fun of it. Doja Cat mocking Sydney Sweeney was not in my bingo card this year, but I ain't complaining. But not all people thought that the ad was negative. Am I the only one who doesn't see a problem with this? Her jeans are blue, as in she's wearing blue jeans. How is this racism? Honestly, America is such a hateful place. Jealous people. It's just an ad, and Sydney looks great. It's just a play on words that she's good looking. What's the problem? She's beautiful and has good genes. People need a lot of self-love so they don't feel offended by these kinds of ads.
Peaches.
People have too much time on
Grab
their
my peaches.
hands. She looks good. I hate when they act like white people can't love themselves. I had to work today. There are people dying. What are we even talking about? Buy the jeans or not? If you don't like it, no stretch. It said she has great genes. Didn't say superior genes. Didn't say the best genes. Simply said she has great genes, hoping you buy jeans and you love them and your own genes. It's a commercial about loving your own genes. Things they fail to mention. First of all, American Eagle has a Jewish CEO, so I cannot imagine having a agenda. Secondly, American Eagle has other current ads with lots of racial diversity and features models with literal disabilities, so eugenics seems like a wild claim.
I'm not woke enough, and I genuinely couldn't give a That's a jeans ad with a play on the jeans and jeans word as far as I'm concerned. Y'all be looking way too deep into Like, nowhere in that ad does it specifically say that blonde hair and blue eyes are superior genes.
We have transgenders on cover magazines for beauty products. We have boys that love playing with makeup displayed on those magazines as well. We have girls in all different shades of black, all different shapes, sizes, and proportions displayed on modeling covers.
I wasn't always here, but thanks to Purdue Global, I got my literal dream job.
I'm a gay man, and by no means am I skinny, but when I watched that commercial of Sydney Sweeney, it did not bother me. She is a gorgeous girl, and she did exactly what she got paid to do. Now, had it been anybody but a white chick doing that commercial, everybody would have been fine. But now, people don't want white people on magazine covers, and that's wrong. That is so wrong, because it is 2025. Enough is enough.
A couple American political
Goodness.
figures even voiced their
Quite the
opinions
things
on
to
the
be getting
viral
spicy
outrage
over.
towards the ad. Senator Ted Cruz shared a story on the ad's backlash to his X account, writing, "Wow, now the crazy left has come out against beautiful women. I'm sure that will poll well." And White House communications manager Stephen Chung shared an MSNBC cover on the story to his X account, adding, "Cancel culture run amok. This warped, moronic, and dense liberal thinking is a big reason why Americans voted the way they did in 2024. They're tired of this bullshit." But others couldn't quite figure the ad out at all. As a marketing major, what even is the target audience? As a woman, this is making me not want to buy American Eagle jeans. Is she trying to sell women's jeans to men? Though one TikToker had an idea that has to do with the fact that American Eagle stocks actually jumped after the ad's campaign release.
They are not trying to sell jeans to women. They are trying to sell stock to men. And it's working. Listen, I didn't get this either. I was like, what are they doing? This is not how you sell jeans to women. And then my boyfriend, who is into stocks, was like, oh, they know exactly what they're doing. They want to drive up the American Eagle stock. And who buys stock? Predominantly men. This right here is a screenshot from his phone, where you can clearly see that that is exactly what's happening. Like, it doesn't get any more straightforward than this. It is so sad that this is what it's come to. Companies that are supposed to be attracting women care more about attracting men so that they do better on the stock market. So next time you see a super seductive, sexualized ad of Sydney Sweeney, which I'm sure it's gonna happen again, look at what the company's stock is looking like. Because I guarantee it will be going up. Again, plus 18.93%. Do with this information what you will.
Many were quick to point out the similarities between this ad and another ad for jeans from a few decades ago. This uncomfortably reminded me of Brooke Shields' Calvin Klein ad. It reminds me of the Calvin Klein ad that Brooke Shields did in 1980, both talking about jeans whilst doing up their jeans. But that ad was talked about because at the time Brooke was 14, and the ad still stands as very inappropriate and insensitive. This is genuinely a crazy thing to remake, especially after Brooke Shields came forward about that experience in her documentary. To give context, in 1980, 15-year-old Brooke Shields starred in a series of ads for Calvin Klein where, in one of them, she famously said, "You want to know what comes between me and my Calvins? Nothing." A line that paired with her age and the sultry tone sparked national outrage and was banned from several networks. In another one of the ads, her script was very similar to that of Sydney Sweeney's new ad with American Eagle.
Richard Avedon was doing this campaign, and Calvin wanted me
To make jeans.
they had said, we're gonna do a series of cinematic commercials. It's gonna be a play on what a jean is.
In the ad, she could be heard saying, "The secret of life lies hidden in the genetic code. Genes are fundamental in determining the characteristics of an individual and passing on these characteristics to succeeding generations. Occasionally, certain conditions produce a structural change in the gene which will bring about the process of evolution. This may occur in one or more of the following ways. First, by selective mating, in which a single gene type proves superior in transmitting its genes to future generations. Secondly, by gene drift, in which certain genes may fade away while other genes persist. And finally, by natural selection, which filters out those genes better equipped than others to endure in the environment. This may result in the origin of an entirely new species, which brings us to Calvins and the survival of the fittest. Calvin Klein jeans. Brooke later admitted that she didn't fully understand the suggestive tone of the Calvin Klein ad at the time, saying in interviews and her memoir that she was naive and simply delivering the line as directed, without grasping how provocative it would be perceived. TikToker Barbie Brains, who was a history PhD student, wanted to point out a crucial difference between the two ads.
Now, when comparing the Calvin Klein and American Eagle ad, it's important and critical to know that even though genetics are explicitly talked about at length in the Calvin Klein ad, it's not done in the same way as the American Eagle ad, because whereas the American Eagle ad explicitly says Sydney Sweeney has great genes with a G, this ad talks about genetics, but it doesn't say that Brooke Shields has great genes. It doesn't imply anything about the audience having good or bad genes. It doesn't really make a comment or really apply a positive or negative tilt to the genes being discussed. It just is talking about different ways of genetic mutation. And then the final punchline is notably centered on Calvin Klein having the fittest genes with the J. At that point, we moved on from talking about genes with the G.
She also wanted to give a bit of history when it comes to ads that reference genetics.
The next ad that we're pulling from the archives is this Tommy Hilfiger and Aaliyah collab from the 90s. Now, similarly to the Brooke Shields ad, genetics are a topic in this advertisement, but it's notably different how it's done. Aaliyah starts off by basically talking about where she gets different traits from. And then the punchline of the ad is, and Tommy's not my dad, but I have Tommy's genes, because she literally has on Tommy Hilfiger jeans. So as we can see, this is, again, notably different from the American Eagle and Sydney Sweeney ad, because nowhere in this entire advertisement does anybody talk about good genes, bad genes. She didn't even say if Tommy's genes are good or bad. She just says she has on Tommy's genes. And the last ad I'm going to point out is this one from Old Navy featuring Precious Lee, in which the caption is, Precious Lee has good genes with a J. No mention is made to genes with a G here at all. And therein lies the difference between the American Eagle ad and all these other gene advertisements as they've been done historically. Whereas the other ads make it very explicit that their punchline is genes with a J, the American Eagle ad actually has a dual punchline, that being Sydney Sweeney has great genes with a G, and we have great genes with a J. That is where the eugenics controversy comes in.
Some people had ideas on how this most recent American Eagle ad could be made more inclusive. They had so much potential with the has great genes. They could have put multiple people of multiple nationalities all happy and together. They should keep the same campaign going. Zoe Kravitz, Io Adebri, Lalisa Manoble, Michael B. Jordan, etc. But since the original, most controversial genetics referencing ad was removed from the American Eagle website and their social media after the backlash, only time will tell if the company will take these commenters' advice. An old video has resurfaced where she tearfully addresses the camera over hate she was receiving at the time. Though the clip isn't new or about the current genes backlash, some people are posting it as if it is, adding Sydney Sweeney responds to American Eagle campaign to the video.
And I would never actually do this, like ever. But I think it's really important for people to see how words actually affect people. And I know everyone says like you can't read things and you shouldn't read things, but like I'm a fucking person. I'm just sitting here with my dog Tank watching HGTV, wearing my Stuggy, like I don't know. People need to be nicer on social media, because it's really...
And just a week later, Dunkin' Donuts puts out an ad that some saw as a nod to the controversy surrounding Sydney's jeans campaign.
Look, I didn't ask to be the king of summer. It just kind of happened. This tan? Genetics. I just got my color analysis back. Guess what? Golden summer.
Oh, good. I needed that.
I can't help it. Every time I drink a Dunkin' Golden Hour refresher, it's like the sun just finds me. So if sipping these refreshers makes me the king of summer, guilty as charged.
Ew. Dunkin'.
Many saw it as furthering the negative dialogue picked up in the American Eagle ad. Why are ads so obsessed with genetics all of a sudden? What in the Sydney Sweeney did I just watch? Genuinely, what does a drink have to do with genetics? But not everyone agreed with this Dunkin' upset.
The focus of this was literally the drink and summer being golden. Y'all gotta relax and give it up.
And now y'all want to cancel Dunkin' too? Like I promise you, if Dunkin' Donuts had a flamboyant twink with makeup on saying the same exact thing that boy said, everybody would have been fine. Y'all be for...
With Ride Check, we'll automatically check in if the unexpected happens
Come
on
on.
the ride.
Back.
And even Abercrombie decided to use this bad press surrounding the American Eagle jeans ad to create a little something of their own.
I'm here with Abercrombie today on set in New York City. I'm having the best time ever. Literally the best time ever.
Denim should feel like being comfortable in your own skin. Putting on a good pair of jeans and your butt looks good,
is the biggest confidence boost.
Denim should feel like a second skin. It should be comfortable, but also form-fitting to make you feel super confident.
Denim should feel like you. Am I having fun today? This is the best day of my life. Yes. It's been incredible.
And people were impressed, to say the least. Abercrombie deliberately choosing to emphasize the word denim and not jeans. Well played, Abercrombie. Now this is a jeans ad. Abercrombie quick with it, LOL. Haven't shopped at Abercrombie in years, but guess whose birthday is coming up? I love that you guys get it. Great job, great marketing campaign. Love, love, love.
I never thought that I would say this, but Abercrombie evolved and changed, and they made like their best at it. They were quick with. They made the anti-American Eagle. After American Eagle came out with their jeans, great jeans, basically a white pride ad, Abercrombie came out with this beautiful gem showing all of these gorgeous women and their butt, and now it kind of makes me want to get some Abercrombie jeans, which I've never said before in my life, but here we are.
Whether you see it as a harmless pun or a political dog whistle, the Sydney Sweeney jeans ad clearly struck a nerve. It touched on a long-running debate about beauty standards, marketing ethics, and the fine line between edgy and appropriate.
Shit!
In today's culture,
I lost my critter!
A pair of jeans can ignite a conversation much bigger than denim. Let us know where you stand in the comments. Was it overblown or overdue?
Walmart has taken its anti-theft measures to new extremes.
Yo, Walmart has got a security that's a robot. Whoa!
Nobody knows this, but when you go to Walmart today, you're going to be followed around the store the entire time by something called a floor walker. It's a highly trained, highly skilled agent who is employed sole purposely to follow you around the store the entire time.
But when that company's security inconveniences paying customers,
the sheriff's office says it issued misdemeanor warrants based on the video Walmart provided.
I told the arresting officers that I could produce a receipt, and I was on my driveway in handcuffs with a forearm in my spine.
And leads to allegations of stalking, profiling, and false accusations.
I am not a thief.
Being accused in front of, my kids, of stealing something that we didn't do, and just the fact that even although you're telling the truth, and it is the truth, you're still guilty of something that you didn't do.
2 weeks later, I had a warrant out for my arrest and I went to jail.
Has Walmart officially gone too far? It's been about a year since we investigated the intense security measures impacting Walmarts near you. And since then, things have only gotten worse. As we discussed in previous videos, stores have started locking certain goods behind glass. The same way jewelers or watch dealers protect their pricey merchandise. Except at Walmart, everything from breakfast cereals to baked beans and Spam are considered luxuries that customers need employee supervision to access.
An Walmart associate will be right with you.
I just need one can.
One can of Spam?
One can of Spam.
Alright. So, I'll take this to Michelle.
Recently added to Walmart's glass holding cell of products, socks.
Welcome to Walmart. You can't even get socks because it's locked. You have to call to get your socks. I'm not kidding. Look at this. This is so sad.
Naturally, a system that treats customers as guilty upon entrance hasn't won anyone over. Tinned meats under lockdown? We're locking down war rations now? This is rock bottom. It's bad enough it's locked up, but they bringing it to the front like it's a $4,000 laptop? Lol. Why don't they just lock the front door? Walmart's extreme security measures have even become an inconvenience for online shoppers. Take this TikTok with almost 2 million views, for example. Should a shopper really have to hammer through anti-theft casing to access razors? How about unleashing their inner thief to open up a video game?
I broke a sweat, but I used garden trimmer, 2 pairs of scissors. This and my fingers are smashed. But I got it. See? It's right there. I just need a third person. I just need a third hand. I didn't get it.
Or freeing a brand new phone from a cage.
We ordered a new phone, and it came with the anti-theft device. What happens if we cut it? What happens?
We'll find out.
Well, we'll find out.
Yes, whether it's baby formula or nicotine patches, Walmart has a way of making even paying customers feel like criminals. And the butcher's aisle isn't any more inviting. As one Reddit user put it, Walmart has recently been beefing up security by caging meat in anti-theft packaging.
Baby, this one you know is bad. When they put miniature gates so you don't steal, baby, they meats. Oh, girl, this got to be bad, Lord Jesus. Help our people, Lord.
It's true. Even raw meat has been targeted by thieves at Walmart and other grocery stores for its hefty price tag.
Caught on video, a woman throwing more than $2,000 worth of meat into the trunk of her car.
Police say that a Cleveland woman must have been planning a big barbecue. She now faces charges for stealing $4,000 worth of fresh meat.
40 to 25. We got a large brown bag with 5 large T-bone steaks or New York strips.
It's also true that retailers have come up with some seedy ways to stop thieves in their tracks. And it comes at the expense of shoppers' privacy. If you want to know what we're talking about, next time you enter your local major retail chain, just look up. While security cameras might not be anything new, certain stores have gone to lengths that customers have described as both excessive and mildly terrifying. Take this Walmart location, for example, where every foot of the ceiling panels are lined with cameras. One Reddit user joked that with this much footage, if a robbery did happen, the store would have 147 different angles and enough data to determine the suspect's name, age, occupation, marital status, ancestry, favorite flavor of ice cream, molecular makeup, high school GPA, and all known and unknown health conditions. The insane amount of cameras at certain target locations has also captured the internet's attention.
Look at all these cameras.
But were these increases in security the real deal, or an illusion? According to a comment from a former Target and Kohl's employee, not all of those security domes have functioning cameras underneath. Another Reddit user claimed, "The Safeway I work at boasts about having over 150 cameras. When you look at the computer they stream to, there's only 35 cameras to flip through. Over half of these are fake and just there as a deterrent." Walmart even sells suspiciously similar looking dummy security cameras, which hasn't escaped the notice and suspicion of shoppers.
This has got to be one of the fakest security cameras I have ever seen. It's actually kind of cute. They put this little antenna on top, this little rubberized antenna.
I just find it funny that Walmart thinks that we're that dumb.
Some customers have started taking the cameras down and dissecting them, seemingly proving there is no device inside the domes. And while internet users have speculated that this is because devices are wireless, according to a camera installation expert, this would defeat the purpose.
Yet they could be wireless and they could be battery operated. But they wouldn't be. The whole point is to catch you during the act, and you'd be changing that battery out twice a week, if that. And the blinking red light doesn't mean anything because cameras nowadays don't have blinking red lights. It's not required, nor do they want you to know that it's recording.
Of course, that doesn't mean retailers aren't watching. At Walmart, customers aren't treated like criminals from the moment they enter the store, but from the moment they pull into the parking lot. See, it seems the retailer has added new members to its anti-theft task force, security bots.
This is the first of its kind. He just sized that guy up. Just keeping Walmart safe. The streets of Walmart are rough.
And with 6 wheels that allow the bots to swivel direction on command, 360-degree cameras on their heads as well as other cameras along their bodies, and speakers that allow employees to talk back.
Cat got your tongue?
Same old phone? Nah. Upgrade to the new Galaxy Z Fold 7.
Hey.
How do you shape your strategy with confidence? We advised a consumer products giant on transforming into 2 thriving companies, ready for the future. Solutions that work in practice, not just on paper.
Oh, what'd you say?
What's your name?
We don't have a name yet.
The future isn't just high-tech, it's frightening. Of course, this isn't the first robot Walmart's employed. In the company's warehouse, they have robots moving stock and unpacking and packing items. Walmart has also been filling janitor positions with robots.
Here's something I haven't seen at our Walmarts in the United States yet.
This is a robotic floor washing thing. Let's see if it stops when it comes to me. I want to know if it will automatically stop. This goes right past me. It says, see ya, see ya.
According to CNN, this is because the company wants human workers to help out customers instead of mopping up floors and unloading boxes in back rooms. But is help out code for something else? Say, for example, surveil. Joining the likes of TJ Maxx, Marshalls, and Home Goods, Walmart recently started outfitting employees with body cameras. Yes, the same thing police officers wear while on duty. In fact, according to a deputy sheriff in Texas, Walmart employees are even using the same brand as his unit.
I wear a body camera, and they're wearing the same brand. Excellent. Walmart police. So, brother, look at him. He don't believe me. Look at this.
Yeah, they real life. Audio and video.
Yep, made by Exxon. Man, these are nice.
Photos of the cameras shared to social media also seem to confirm that employees are using Axon cameras. Walmart, however, has remained hush-hush when it comes to providing details on the devices. The decision to use body cams comes in response to an alleged increase in theft, as well as a rise in aggression and violence from shoplifters. When compared to 2019, that 91% of participants surveyed in the latest National Retail Federation report claimed to witness. So while customers might be on board,
That's fine, because people shouldn't be stealing anyway.
or believe Walmart has gone too far,
I think it's a little bizarre. I don't want someone to just follow me with a camera while I'm getting groceries.
according to the billion-dollar company, this latest security measure came down to protecting its most valuable asset, employees.
If there is an incident or a legal situation that arises in the store, like a dispute between an employee and a customer, the body camera can help capture what actually happened.
But was Walmart really looking out for its workers? Or was this just another reminder that the retailer was always watching? One Reddit user commented, there are cameras everywhere in the store except the bathroom. To which another user jokingly replied, give them time. For many, however, this was no laughing matter. If any retail job on the planet told me I had to strap on a camera because of the chance of violence, I'd quit on the spot. Imagine being forced to wear a body camera like police forces do, but for a min-wage paying job. But as it turned out, many employees were more than willing to record their shifts. As a former Walmart employee, I'd happily wear one. I got so many threats and was generally treated like by customers, and having an easy-to-activate recording may cause some people to de-escalate situations before they begin. There will be people who see the camera and go ballistic, but you then have video evidence of their actions.
Yes.
I worked retail all through my teens and 20s, and yes, I'd have happily worn a body camera. Customers are always pulling BS and claiming you said you didn't say. One of the worst times was at PetSmart when I got written up for insulting someone's dog. The manager didn't even listen to me at all, just went ahead with a write-up based on someone's word against mine. Ridiculous. Yes, whether it's a confrontation turned violent,
Walmart employee and two other people allegedly got into an argument. Officers say someone fired at least one shot at the employee outside of the building.
or a 10-year-old arsonist.
The Walmart in Franklin has a major cleanup on the party aisle after police say the person responsible for setting the place on fire is still in elementary school.
Recent incidents prove that Walmart isn't always a safe space for employees. Still, the internet wasn't certain whether the
Y'all a
company's
bunch of
higher-ups
friggin'
wanted
animals.
to protect employees or monitor them. Just remember, it is always recording, so do not talk about other people, rude customers, and be careful what you are texting or looking at on your phone. Big Brother is always watching. Another Redditor expanded on just how dystopian this tech could get. According to the user, the cameras would be met with initial acceptance because they protect the workers. However, hesitation would grow when management begins tracking workers and collecting their data along with a troubling audio. The final stage? The body camera will now electrocute employees for being late or talking back to managers. While that might be a stretch, like it or not, it seems body cams aren't just an
Shit, not
experiment.
enough time.
They're the future of customer service. As one Reddit user pointed out, I was in England for a bit last fall, and employees everywhere were wearing those. Grocery store clerks, hotel employees, taxi drivers. But theft prevention isn't always so in your face. Sometimes it's just a sense that you're being watched. Have you ever been walking through a Walmart when suddenly you feel eyes on you? Well, it turns out you might not be imagining things. Ever heard of a floor walker? These are supposedly undercover loss prevention associates who walk amongst you, pretending to be regular shoppers while really monitoring for any suspicious activity.
They know where all the weak spots are in the store. They know all the new tricks.
Of course, Walmart has never confirmed the existence of floor walkers. And while there was a lawsuit filed in 2016 by a shopper who alleged a floor walker falsely accused her of stealing, leading to a false arrest, and there are a number of anonymous posts from people who claim to work as floor walkers, due to alleged confidentiality reasons, no one has come forward, except for TikTok user Big Bag Spenny 616.
I used to be a floor walker at Walmart until they fired me.
Introducing the second generation Blink Video Doorbell, designed to give you complete peace of mind no matter.
And now, Spenny was sharing his alleged secrets with the internet.
The very first thing you want to look out for is that we're always stationed in our cars. When you pull in, that's when we get the go-ahead to follow you into the store. This gives the illusion that we arrived at the store the same time as you did.
He claimed that floor walkers often walk in front of their targets, giving them the false impression that they aren't being followed. However, earpieces allegedly allow floor walkers to have eyes everywhere and team up when necessary.
I'm just gonna whip out my phone and act like I'm taking a personal call and ask them, what did you want me to grab again? I'm in the aisle now.
According to the TikToker, floor walkers go after one prime target at a time.
So if I follow you into the store, you're my prime target until you check out. This means I have to stay with you from start to finish.
Meanwhile, other floor walkers are stalking their own targets, with 50 to 200 customers being followed per day.
When you check out, we have to check out with you and walk out to our car just like you're walking out to your car. If you're suspected of any kind of theft, we are mandated to film you to watch you put your groceries away. Just in case later on, we have to use this in court.
While this might sound over the top, even for Walmart, Spenny claimed that there's a practical reason why Walmart allegedly employs floor walkers.
Now, if a company owns millions of dollars worth of stuff in their store and it's not locked up, and they gotta get an insurance company to agree to cover them, don't you think they gotta have something a little more in place than we're just getting robbed? No insurance company would ever take their business unless they could say, hey, you know, not only are we locking things up, not only do we have cameras, we have a whole team of loss prevention people to attack that. So can you cover us now?
Some viewers remained unconvinced that Spenny's alleged former career even existed. As one user pointed out, imagine Walmart spending $150 per hour to stop someone from stealing $50. And another user commented, Walmart does not have floor walkers. They don't even have cashiers, LOL. Others, however, didn't put hiring professional stalkers past the company. Walmart is going to catch a crazy lawsuit soon. And some users even claimed they had first-hand experiences with these undercover loss prevention associates. I've also noticed if I'm dressed messy, I get watched. If I'm half decent, I get left alone. I make direct eye contact and stare because I know. I always ask them how the job's going, and they look shocked and leave me alone. Spenny has also recorded TikToks in Walmart where he claims to catch floor walkers in the act.
Well, look at this floor walker following me and my son in the store from the parking lot. Notice how she goes in right before us to try to trick us into thinking she got there before us? But look how long she took. She's still getting her cart. She just starts pushing it when we walk in the door. Watch her pick up the speed on me. She wants to cut in front of me to try to trick me again into thinking she's not following me. But pretty soon she's gonna pull a classic pivot move. This is where she makes a quick right or a left into one of the aisles. That way I can get in front of her again.
And just as he predicted,
this is where it gets weird. Then she's with us in every aisle when we turn around.
Spenny also caught suspicious behavior in Target, suggesting floor walkers aren't a Walmart exclusive. But it wasn't just that customers were allegedly being stalked that sparked concern. It was who floor walkers were allegedly targeting.
This is like next level racial profiling, in my opinion.
See, according to Spenny, stereotyping was a part of the gig.
Your age, how many people are in your party,
What up, Mac
and the
Mac?
big one is how you're dressed. This can be a big indicator whether you're going to be a shoplifter or not.
And he claimed he experienced both sides of this, as the hunter and then the prey.
And you guys might not notice this a lot, but I notice it every time I go in the store because they follow me around a lot because of the tattoos and stuff. Now, I go to this same store every week for the last 3 years, and I've never stolen anything. But every single time, they follow me around.
But if TikToks like this counted as proof,
I just wanted to show my boys the toy aisle. And instead, they're getting treated like they're a part of a high retail theft organization. I know what you guys are gonna say in the comments, though. This guy's not watching me. He's probably just on the phone with his wife. They're deciding what wrapping paper to get. But what makes it even worse, this guy stopped me at the door and made me show my receipt.
Spenny wasn't the only one who had seemingly caught a floor walker on video. TikTok user CallYourBoy216 appeared to be shopping with his son when he got the feeling he was being watched.
What's up, y'all? Sitting here at Walmart watching these floor walkers walk around here.
The father and son continued to shop in the electronics section. However, after they put an item in the cart, Collier noticed something that made him flip his camera around.
This dude right here. Got him. Got him. Oh, he's still there. Oh, damn, he's still there.
Who?
Right here.
Dude with the sunglasses?
Yeah, yeah. I see you, bro. I see you, bro.
In fact, the TikTok user implied there were multiple floor walkers stalking him.
Working today. Look, I got him working today. Hey, bro, what's up? Got him working today, boy. Boy, I got him walk. I got him working. I got him working, yo. Look at him. Look how bad. Look, I got him working today, boy. Look. Hey, my receipt in the bag, bro. My receipt in the bag, bro. Hey, my receipt in the bag, bro. You want to see it? No, all fairness. All fairness, bro. Go back to your car. I ain't stealing nothing. I got the receipt in the bag, homie.
As for why he was allegedly being followed, Collier came to one conclusion.
Wow. Only in America you can walk through Walmart for being black and get followed. Gotta love it.
Real or not, one thing's certain. Shoppers are being watched. And it doesn't take a floor walker to get the job done. Not when customers are policing each other.
I am not a thief. I was simply doing my job.
That's Bill Assel, an innocent man whose reputation was destroyed by a viral video.
This man is literally just stealing everything. He ain't skinning.
Unknown to the shopper filming him, Bill was a Walmart personal shopper who had already scanned his items through the Walmart app to save time. He wasn't stealing, but that didn't stop the internet from labeling him as a thief.
Bill, did you think, oh my gosh, this is going to cost me my job, my friends, everything?
Oh, absolutely. I'm being stopped by customers asking about the videos.
For Bill, the false accusation was a blow to his character.
Think twice before you just start recording people. You could be damaging someone's life and not even understanding what you're doing.
For others, the consequences can be even greater. Michael Cruz was with his 18 and 4-year-old sons at Walmart in Atlanta, picking out bags of sand for a sandbox he was building in their backyard, when security footage caught the family leaving the store without paying. However, according to Michael, that tape was misleading.
Welcome to Visible, the ultimate wireless hack. It's one line, powered with unlimited data on Verizon's 5G.
The security guard had started the tape and started looking while we were at the sand, or while we were looking for a cart to get the sand. She didn't bother to go back an extra 2 minutes to see that we were actually in line at the cash register.
This didn't stop Walmart employees from showing the footage to police, who then showed up at the family's home with a warrant for Michael and his teenage son's arrest. But surely this mix-up would all be sorted out when Michael presented law enforcement with the proof that he purchased the sand, right? Wrong. When Michael said he had a receipt, the arresting officer replied,
"Do you have it right now?" And I was on my driveway in handcuffs with a forearm in my spine, and I said, "I can go get it." And they just rolled their eyes and said, "You're coming with us."
The father and son were forced to spend the night in jail. And it wasn't until Michael reached out to Fox 5 with his story and the news team contacted the sheriff's office that the security footage was reviewed. After that, the father and son were freed. The charges were dropped, and the sheriff's office admitted fault. Walmart, on the other hand, refused to comment. But 2 other falsely accused shoppers are refusing to let the company off the hook. Raymond Brewster and his wife, Nakia Brewster, recently hit Walmart with a discrimination lawsuit after they were allegedly falsely accused of theft at a store in Jacksonville.
I go there all the time, shop there all the time. And what happened to us was unimaginable. I never expected that to happen.
They claimed they were waiting in line with their 3 young daughters at customer service to exchange baby clothes, which they had tied in the original Walmart bag, along with the receipt. That's when Nakia claims she was confronted by an employee who loudly accused her of theft in front of other customers and her children. "Ma'am, we saw you put something in your bag," the employee allegedly said. The Brewsters tried showing the employee the receipt, but the employee refused to look at it.
I was like, the receipt is right here. So he doubled down on it. He was like, so you telling me we don't have you on camera stealing?
That's exactly what Raymond was telling him. But the employee didn't believe them. So the parents and their 3 daughters were brought into a back room where they were joined by 2 loss prevention officers, as well as 2 police officers. But when the officers asked to see video evidence of Mrs. Brewster stealing, they couldn't provide law enforcement with anything. Mrs. Brewster showed the officers the receipt, the same one she had shown the employee, and the Brewsters were released. According to Raymond, the most painful part was that their children had to witness this.
Being accused in front of, my kids, of stealing something that we didn't do. And just the fact that even although you're telling the truth, and it is the truth, you're still guilty of something that you didn't do.
If you think that's terrible, it gets even worse. We have more videos about the dystopian redesign of Walmart and more crazy stories of...
We're already caught up. Thanks. All right, who else do we got to catch up on? Do we have a new Charlotte?
Am I the a-hole for ruining my stepson's wedding?
Wait, we have several new Charlottes. Oh, yes.
Wedding. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. For context, I have been married to my husband for just over 20 years. We started dating when my stepkids were 5 and 3. Our kids are Adam, 28, stepkid number 1.
Adam.
Ben, 26, stepkid number 2. Charles, 20, Dave, 17, and Ellie, 13. Adam is getting married at the end of the summer to his fiancée, Alice, 27 years old. We've all been very excited for them. All of the kids have roles for the wedding. Charles is the best man, the other 2 boys are groomsmen, and Ellie is a junior bridesmaid. Junior bridesmaid? Never heard of that before.
Just means she's little.
Last weekend, we had a dinner for my husband's birthday. All of the kids attended, along with Alice. The topic of the wedding came up again, and this is where it started to go downhill. Ellie brought up that she was so excited to go dress shopping and that we planned to go to a bigger city in a few weeks to get her a dress, and me, a stepmom of the groom dress. At that, Alice looked at Adam sideways. You mean like this? And responded that we only needed to worry about one dress, Ellie's.
Huh?
Ellie kind of laughed and said,
"What are you expecting Mom to wear? A suit?"
Alice responded with, OP isn't going. You know, we are keeping our guest list very limited to only family and a few close friends. Hang on a second. So your daughter is going and you're not? Make it make sense. Is she not family?
When you're here, you're family.
Adam and Alice have been to our house numerous times for holidays, dinners, just to say hi since they've been engaged. This has never been brought up. Pretty quickly, things escalated. The Cliff Notes version is that Charles asked them to clarify if they were choosing to uninvite me now or if I was never invited. Alice confirmed the latter. Oh, that's awkward. But then why does she want, your kids are in the wedding? I beg your finest pardon. Why? Adam said it's because I'm not his mom. But you're his stepmom. That does constitute as family. Charles, David, and Ellie argued with Adam and Alice that none of them were going to go if I wasn't invited. That it was cruel to leave me out, given I've been his parent for the majority of his life and loved him like my own. My husband and I admittedly sat there for a minute, just frickin' shocked. Yeah, I can understand the whole, like,
you're not my mom, you're my stepmom
argument if, like, you're like a new parent, right? Like, they grew up with their own mother, you know, like maybe you were an affair partner or whatever, or like they were being defiant because you told them not to do something. But this is like, nothing happened for them to be like,
no, you're not my mother, you're not my family member, you're not invited to my wedding.
Okay. Adam finally turned to my husband and said, well, my husband told him he wouldn't be going either. Period. Stand on business. Protect your lady. Adam then turned to me and asked if I was really going to let everyone ruin his wedding on my behalf. I mean, you didn't exactly like tell them to not go to the wedding. How is your reaction to their disrespect your fault? Here's where I might be the a-hole. I just laughed. I don't know what came over me, but the entire thing was so ridiculous that laughing was the only thing I could get out. It's kind of laughable, like, let's be honest. I told my husband I'd be waiting in the car and left, and then promptly bawled my eyes out. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so sorry. That is like so hurtful. I just like can't understand this mentality. Like, yes, I understand keeping the wedding small and like not wanting to invite, you know, like significant others and stuff like that. But like, this is not someone that you can leave out because you're keeping the wedding small. It would be one thing if like none of your kids were invited. No, it's not. It's like literally like, what is your problem? Like, what?
You're being awfully mean.
Clearly they have some like secret animosity toward you because what is going on? The amount of people that I've had to include in the wedding that like I literally don't even know just to be polite in my wedding. I can't even imagine. Anyways, Charles, David, and Ellie are not talking to Adam. Adam called my husband yesterday to try and smooth things over. He was still adamant I'm not invited to their wedding. Like, at this point, it's just silly.
I'm a silly goose.
What is it, like a couple $100 a head to pay for her to come to the wedding? She's probably gonna give you back a gift. At this point, you're just being rude for no reason, and you're causing issues in your family for like no reason. He also requested I apologize for laughing at him, but he's not apologizing for like not including you. My husband told him, tough titties. It's their wedding and they can invite whoever they want, but they can't control who will actually go. They said they owe me an apology, period, and that Adam should be ashamed of himself. I am getting texts now asking WTF I did and why I'm being a step monster and ruining the wedding. Am I the a-hole? So, obviously, like some commenters are saying that like there's context missing here. Like, were you mean to, you know, the stepson? Like, were you kind of an evil stepmother? Like, why did he not invite OP? First comment says, I feel like there's a lot missing here. You've been married to his dad since he was 8. That was years of elementary, middle school, high school, college, 20 years. Is his mother living? Did his fiance influence him? Just seems a bit odd to not invite his dad's wife of 20 years and call her not family. I don't think you're the a-hole, but I just want to know more about the past 20 years. So OOP has responded with additional context. I'm sorry, I had to cut out a lot for the character count to post. When Adam called, my husband did ask him if I had done anything. If it was related to bio mom, she has never gotten along with us, and if I had overstepped in any way. Adam says no, it's just that they want family only. Stepdad is invited as far as we know. I was a stay-at-home mom for most of my stepkid's childhood, and we had 50-50. My husband has always worked a lot, but has been as involved as possible. The house and child rearing mostly fell to me. So, like, why do they feel like you're not their mom? Like, it kind of sounds like you are.
What do you... That's just a little weird.
Weird behavior. I love our kids to pieces. I thought we had made it clear from the beginning that I am and was another parent that loves them, not a replacement mom. We never had any issues, and I thought up until now that we were close. Our communication has slowed since he met Alice, but he was calling me about once or twice a week prior to this. Alice and I have gone shopping on occasion, gotten lunch. I even went with her to the florist for the wedding because her mom wasn't available and Adam got called into work. There has to be something. Someone's causing an issue and my husband and I are baffled. Is his mom invited? Another commenter said. Yes, as far as we've heard, stepdad is also invited. Huh. Okay. My husband and I, have never gotten along with his mom, but play nice as we still have 50-50 of younger stepson, Ben. Adam and his mom had a falling out a few years ago. She was starting to treat him the way she's always treated husband and I. That is, poorly. I don't know how to nicely explain other than she is our favorite word, narcissist. Adam hasn't wanted to talk about it much, and we won't push it. I know they talk and visit, but still how close they are, I have no idea. I feel like maybe the mother has been kind of colluding. Not colluding, just like spitting poison in the ears. I just don't understand where this animosity is coming from. With regards to our wedding, we have been very inclusive, relatively very inclusive. Even, making sure our friends and family all had someone there that they knew, or making sure that we invite spouses of people. It's also a destination wedding, so you kind of have to make sure that people have someone to talk to. It's a lot to be at a wedding for a couple of days, a destination, you don't know anybody. This concept is so foreign to me, and I can understand maybe having restrictions on cost and wanting it to be small. I don't understand the double standard of inviting the mother and the stepfather but not inviting you, the stepmother. Okay, so some info about the actual number of people going to the wedding. It's probably relevant, but my husband's parents are long since deceased. My parents, dad, stepmom, and mom have all been very involved with all the kids since they were little. They're not going since if I'm not family, they aren't either. My brother and sister-in-law, their daughter, my cousin, they call him uncle, and several of my other family members that have been around since stepkids were little have also dropped. They're up to 20 people that have rescinded their yes RSVP for a wedding of maybe 60 people. Okay. I mean, that's embarrassing. That kind of gives you insight into how people feel about OP not being invited. They don't think it's fair, and they think it's kind of terrible, quite frankly, because if it really was a situation where it's OP was a bad stepmom, then maybe they would understand and still go, but it's clear that with this protest, it seems like OP is in the right. So we do have an update. Before I give an update, I just want to answer a few frequently asked questions. 1, I'm not an affair partner. My husband didn't cheat on his ex-wife with me. We met about a year after they divorced. She was already engaged, not to current stepdad, not that that really matters. 2, Ben was at the dinner, he's autistic. I went into it more in some of my comments, but he was very upset. He didn't understand what the argument was exactly about, but he was mostly upset at Adam for saying I'm not their parent and that all the siblings were fighting with each other. Anyways, the update. The short is, if you guessed it was related to BioMom, you were correct.
The field always be right.
I revel in it. I love being correct. I did not want this to be the case. Adam rescheduled with Charles for Monday, citing Easter weekend, fair enough. He also texted my husband to let him know that Alice would be doing Easter with her parents. We expected that. At some point on Sunday, Ellie texted Alice. I'm not sure what exactly was said, but it prompted Alice to spill everything that was going on with her parents. I have met them a few times, but they live a few hours away. They encouraged her and Adam to reach out to us to clear everything up. Monday, we dropped Ben off to BioMom's. He stayed an extra night for Easter fun.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
A few hours later, she began to blow up my husband's phone as Ben mentioned the fight. My husband answered one call in which she was screaming and promptly hung up. He texted her that the siblings argued, everything is fine, and that if Ben has any further questions, we will talk about it when he's back with us. From some things she texted, we knew it was the root of all of this. Monday, Adam also met up with Charles, and he did come clean. Charles texted us to see if it was okay if they came over, and we said yes. I'm not gonna lie, Adam looked a mess. He immediately began crying and apologizing. The short and sweet is that he's been trying to mend bridges with BioMom. There it is. Their wedding isn't 60 people, it's blown up to about double that, and they've been struggling to figure out how to pay for it. At one of their visits, Alice let it slip, and BioMom jumped to help pay for things. Okay, so now that she's helped pay for things, she kind of has her little fingers in the pie.
You're meddling in things that ought not to be meddled in.
When a family member contributes to your wedding, it's never zero strings attached.
You sound like you're speaking from experience.
I'm just saying. And that's fine, you know what I mean? But I can understand wanting to invite additional people because they're paying for the wedding, but not excluding people. It snowballed from there, from small requests to big requests. I'm not sure what the final nail in the coffin was, but it ended with Biomom requesting I not be there. Ooh, there she goes. Adam said it was easier to hurt me and risk World War III with his mom. I mean, you got World War III anyway, so. Alice's parents were less than pleased to find out how they've been with the wedding and budget, and even less so at Biomom's antics. They're trying to figure out how to start covering the payments Biomom has made. We've decided to help some with this. Adam also asked if we could meet again in a few days with Alice, and we've said yes. There is still a lot of ground to cover for this to be closed and mended. I am hurt, but mostly I'm angry on behalf of my oldest son. Okay. So this makes a lot of sense now.
Might have gotten away with it too. If it wasn't for these blasted kids and their dogs.
There's always an underbelly, you know? It's like there's someone meddling here. So we do have another update. This is the final update, which was posted 1.5 months later. To catch everyone up really quick, Adam came over to have a convo with us after talking to Charles. He's been reconnecting with his mother over the last year, and she's the real root of everything. It started with small requests as they got closer, then she's paying for things at the wedding, and escalated to me being uninvited. About a week after that, Adam and Alice came over for another convo. Husband and I read through all of your comments, and we have a game plan. We explained that while we love them to bits and forgive them, this is still a big frick up, and they need to hold themselves accountable for one, the mess with Biomom, and two, how they treated me. They wanted their wedding so bad that they were willing to mistreat someone that, like, literally raised Adam. Like, how must that feel for you to raise someone and spend 20 years having a relationship with someone and their dad to then be excluded, and like the gaslighting, and like, yeah, I understand that Biomom was kind of responsible, but at the end of the day, they're grown adults and they should have said no to Biomom. Just say like, okay, I'm sorry, is that a condition for accepting this money? Because if that's a condition, then
no,
we don't want your money. We'll find another way to pay for it. They let money and manipulation kind of take over. It's not fair to you at all, OP. It wasn't just about the dinner. It was also about the months they allowed ex-wife to crap talk me to them. We would not be bailing them out financially for this. I haven't pried into too many details, but Adam had a talk with his mom. She was calm and agreed to everything he said. Suspicious. Mostly that they will not exclude me from future events or tolerate any unkind words about me moving forward. Him and Alice canceled their wedding. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's another thing. And it's like, if it's getting out of hand, then you need to seriously think about whether or not you can afford a wedding. They got back a good portion of their money, mostly to pay back Biomom. And when he tried to drop off a check, she lost it. Adam hasn't wanted to talk much about the things that were said, but he has told us they are currently no contact. I won't say the exact date, but Adam and Alice asked us to meet for dinner. We got there and Alice's parents and siblings were there too. It wasn't just dinner. They eloped. We got to go to the courthouse with them and then celebrate with them after. They seemed so happy.
That's all that matters.
Love that. 3 days later, Hubs was at work and I was coming home from errands when I got a very panicked call from Ellie. Ex-wife was outside, pounding on our door, screaming her head off. I gave Ellie instructions and then called 911. I then called my husband. When I got there, ex-wife was already detained. Oh, not detained. Oh. She hadn't broken in, but had damaged the outside of our door and the siding surrounding it, and she was still screaming. The stuff she was saying was absolutely vile, and most of the reason I haven't wanted to update. It was everything from that she hates me, and it's my fault Adam won't talk to her, to stealing my kids from me won't replace the ones you've lost. Oh, hang on one second. Is she talking about a miscarriage? Oh, absolutely not. Is that what's happening here? What's that comment about? After that comment, I tuned out the rest until she was placed in the back of a cop car. I mean, I don't hate this ending. It's important context, but we've had several miscarriages. Okay. one of which I know ex-wife knew about. Wow. What I really think she was getting at is the baby we had between David and Ellie, who was full term and stillborn. Oh, what a horrible thing to say to you. I still don't understand how anyone could say something so awful and carry so much hate. Putting it out there is hard, and honestly, I don't have much of a comment on it other than I'm lucky to have the husband that I do. Yes, you are. You can't control the family you married into and the baggage that comes with it, but like, I'm very impressed with your husband for sticking by you throughout this whole ordeal. It really shows what kind of person you are, and also what kind of person he is. Some of the charges we declined to pursue. Some the police department will be pursuing regardless if we ask them to or not. She's already bailed out, but our restraining order has been granted pending a court date with the judge. From the bits and pieces we hear, ex-wife's family has put her on lockdown. Her brother works for the department that has arrested her, so this has been quite the talk of the town. We have not heard from her since, and her mother has told my husband we absolutely won't be hearing from her or having any other issues. We have been doing exchanges for Ben with stepdad. Oh my goodness, that is one hell of an update. I love it when the villain in the story like goes to jail, you know? That's just so fun. Anybody else find that fun? Just me. Top comment says, it is so sad that his bio mom couldn't love her son more than she hated her ex-wife. And I just I don't understand the hatred. She wasn't an affair partner. Bio mom was already engaged to someone else when they broke up. Why the hatred, you know? Having a relationship with your children does not mean that you need to make them hate the stepmom who raised them. Maybe there's some deep-rooted jealousy and hatred for someone who had a better relationship with her kids, but you can't really be blaming anyone but yourself for the choices that you've made and the failure of your marriage. You just can't. Especially not in this respect. OP wasn't cheating with her now ex-husband, so what is Biomom's reasoning? Biomom was remarried. What concerns me most is Adam was listening to his mother's crap about OP, took money from Biomom, and agreed. He knows so much better than that. Shame on Adam. I completely agree with that. Yes, he apologized eventually, but you had to do a lot of recon to find out what really happened. And what really happened is not a good enough reason, quite frankly. It's just not.
Oh yeah, we wanted, someone to pay for the wedding, and her condition was that I had to literally uninvite my, the woman who raised me.
Are you insane? Absolutely not. I really hope you guys work through this and stuff, but it's just genuinely not fair to you, OP, and stand on your business. Stand on that business. My guess is jealousy that the kids love OOP possibly even more than the bio mom. I mean, that'll do it. Let it be known that just because her biological kids love their stepmom, that does not mean that they love her any less. It's not a competition. There's room for everyone. Get over it. Jeez. So are you the a-hole for laughing at your stepson and ruining his wedding? No, I feel like laughing was the only possible response to what he did. And you didn't ruin his wedding. His own choices did. Subscribe!
I am subscribed, baby. Next video.
Packing up in order for Whitney in Oklahoma today.
No, the
She
fuck,
grabbed
I
the
don't
4-bottle
care what you
bundle
doing
through
for
that
Whitney in
exclusive
anywhere.
Am I the a-hole for not going to the wedding of my father and his affair partner? When I was 17, my mother was diagnosed with breast cancer. 2 years later, she passed away. I am so sorry to hear. That's awful. During these 2 years, my dad was not around much. He was always working and going on business trips. Oops. Business trips.
Wrong button.
My aunt and grandma took care of mom. About 5 months after my mother's passing, my dad introduced me to his new girlfriend. Oh, you know they were dating before that. I was pissed. I yelled at him for how quickly he moved on from mom when they decided to tell me they'd been in a relationship for 3 years.
Oh, no. We've been in a relationship since before your mother died. When I was still married to her. It's okay. It hasn't been that fast. We've actually been together this whole time.
I'm sorry, how is that better? So when your mother was sick and dying, he was on business trips. Got it. Good. You're done. You're not the a-hole. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. My dad had been cheating on my mom while she was dying. His business trips were to meet his affair partner. I was so angry, I packed all my stuff and left his house. I haven't spoken to him since that day. Currently, I'm 25. The only family I speak to is an aunt who helped me when I left my dad's house. A few days ago, my aunt called me and asked me how I was, then asked me if I had heard from my dad. I asked why would I hear from him again? My aunt said dad is getting married to his affair partner, and by going to his wedding it would help us mend our relationship. Hell no! I said, why would I do that? He's dead to me. There was a silence on the phone for a bit before my dad replied, asking if that was how I felt about him. Oh, so he was on the call the whole time. Oh, okay, so they ambushed you. Okay, got it. I immediately cut the call when I heard his voice. I realized he was with my aunt when she made the call. That was stupid. I texted my aunt telling her I asked her not to tell dad anything about me, and she agreed back then. She texted me back saying I was an a-hole for saying what I said, and my dad is crushed hearing that. And that I should move on by now. I did not want to argue with someone who helped me, so I blocked her. Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, I mean, like, quite frankly, I don't think I'd be able to look at someone in the eye who did this to my mother. Because you're not only dealing with a dad who cheated on your mom, you're also dealing with a dad who didn't really care about your mother, who died. That's horrible. And I'm sorry, you're totally valid for feeling the way you feel.
So messed up. Like, what are we supposed to do now?
Over the next 2 days, I got sent a wedding invitation to my mailbox. The only person in my family who knew my address was my aunt, and she gave my number to various members of the family. I'm being bombarded with calls and texts from dad, uncles, cousins, aunts saying I should give him a chance and come to the wedding. I feel like this is like a lot, you know? I feel like, hang on a second. There was no attempt to mend this relationship before the wedding. I don't think that, like, if the next time you're seeing him will be at his wedding, I mean, you could go and do a little wedding revenge. Maybe you should make a speech. Some were calling me names for what I said. I got a text from the affair partner saying my dad is thinking of postponing the wedding and I should just talk to him. For context, the affair partner was a friend of my mom and knew she had cancer. Oh my lord. Oh my good golly gosh. I said it's not my fault if he postpones the wedding. I don't want to have a relationship with dad or her. They are trying to force it. It got quiet after that, but being told by so many people from my dad's side I'm an a-hole did leave me conflicted, but I'm sticking to my guns. So am I the a-hole? I'm sorry, did he ever like apologize for like what he did? Like I like the way that you're writing this, it's like, okay, he cheated on your mom died, and then it's literally been years and there's been no attempt to like reconcile or talk to you about it. Like, it's a good thing that, you know, this wasn't just like a pointless affair, but it's still an affair, you know? Like, he is marrying her, but at the same time, it's like the circumstances are honestly quite unacceptable.
You know what? That's unacceptable, okay?
Yeah, I feel like he's trying to strong arm you into like celebrating him. No, it would be one thing if he like remarried like later on, but this whole relationship it really started on a bad note. They're both a-holes, and I just like, I think that before you could ever begin to accept this, there needs to be some serious accountability taken.
I've not come for what you hoped to do. I've come for what you did.
Relevant comments, your aunt violated your trust and the rest of your family needs to be cut off too. Yeah, I mean, like, what the fuck? How is it that they cannot see? Like, they just keep the peace. You keep the peace. You keep the peace then. He should have kept the peace by not cheating on your dying mom. OP responds, I blocked 39 numbers, but what my aunt did really made me sad. I genuinely thought she cared for me. I mean, listen, she probably does care for you. She probably wants the relationship to like mend, but you are under no obligation, especially when it doesn't really seem like there's been any accountability taken.
You've given me an obligation.
I feel like there's a catch here for them to want to reach out now and not years ago. And OP responds, I thought about this too, and I think you may be right because I got some text like, it's a son's duty to take care of his father, and your future kids would want their grandfather in their life.
This is my comeback. Start yours today at purdueglobal.edu/dreamjob.
Disney Plus, Hulu, and HBO Max. Together for $16.99 a month.
Okay, so everybody's just kind of saying, like, just cut them out. Like, cut them out. Like, there's no point in maintaining relationships with people who do not care to, like, consider how you feel. Okay, so we do have an update.
Give it to me.
So this update was less than a month later. After the many texts and calls from multiple family members, I sent a text to all the numbers detailing what Dad did and why I chose to be no contact with him. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, because like, do they like not know exactly the extent of like why you're choosing to not go to the wedding and not like support the marriage and go no contact? Like, let's like clarify that for a second. I then blocked all the numbers. I've changed my numbers, but kept the old number in a separate phone to collect evidence if they start to harass me from random numbers. But luckily nothing happened, and I thought that was that.
Okay.
A week or so after that, my aunt's fiance came to my apartment. He knows what time I get off work and was waiting for me in the parking lot. I was apprehensive, but reassured me he only wanted to talk. According to him, the text I sent caused a shitstorm in that family. Ooh, okay, so they didn't know. He told me that some of the cousins who did not know what happened in the past started to question Dad and affair partner. And they started to get defensive and deny it, but someone revealed it was true. This has caused a massive argument within the family, with some cousins pulling out of the wedding. Wow, okay, good. I'm actually very glad that you sent that message, because like, that's a lot of people. He blocked 39 numbers? That is a lot of people who like seem to be okay with your dad marrying your mom's friend after they cheated on her while she was dying.
That's crazy.
Like, my faith in humanity has somewhat been restored, because like, that's a lot. Like, it's one thing if one person who knows the situation feels that way. It's another thing for like the entire family. Dad wanted to postpone the wedding so he could talk to me, but the affair partner threatened to leave him if he did that. Which sounds like an awful person, I'm just saying.
I need to stop this one. Now.
The news of what Dad and affair partner did also reached some of their friends, who at one point were friends of my mom as well. Some of them also pulled out of the wedding, and this caused affair partner to have a breakdown and start banning anyone who brings it up. I mean, I could be wrong here, but these could be the consequences of your actions. According to Aunt's fiance, she's blaming all of this on me, saying I did this intentionally. I laughed at that. The wedding is still somewhat happening. Good for them. Like, I hope we're fucking really happy together. I asked him about my aunt and how this started, and he says all he knows is that there was a conversation of how bad the family would look if I wasn't at the wedding. There it is. This wasn't about mending fences. This was about optics. And my aunt offered to call me. He said he disagreed, but she did it anyway. He said he's only here because he felt I needed to know what happened. I thanked him, but I said I will be going no contact with her, and by extension, him as well. He agreed, wished me well, and left. I'm not gonna lie and say I'm completely okay. I miss my aunt, I miss my mom, but I know what I did was the right thing. I'm currently staying with my girlfriend, and she's been cheering me up by coming up with absurd ways to ruin the wedding. I like your girlfriend. As a lot of you said, I should try therapy, and I'm gonna take that advice. Some of the comments have made me realize I bottled up a lot of grief and anger. I'm super nervous about it, but I also feel it'll do me good. So once again, thank you for all your comments. Ciao. Ciao. OP did update a year later. He shared that he's been going to therapy, but, you know, having a really, really tough time processing everything that happened with his mom. Unfortunately, he and his girlfriend broke up. He was offered the chance to move to a head office of his company in another city, and, you know, things are going well. Not ready to date yet, but I'm glad that OP's in therapy and dealing with these unresolved feelings. And I'm glad that he stood his ground and didn't go to the wedding, because, no, you're not the a-hole at all. The best of luck to them. I wish you well. In hell. Future mother-in-law called me stupid, and now I'm considering calling off the wedding. How do I approach the situation? I, 23 female, am engaged to John, 24 male. We've been together for 5 years. We wanted to get married in July of 2025. I always thought that his family liked me because we got along so well. He has 2 older brothers, 26 male and 29 female, both married. Honestly, I was very excited to have them as my in-laws. They were always kind to me. Oh, some important information. About a year ago, when I was scrolling on Instagram, I saw a profile that was kind of cringy, but in a cute way. It was an older woman's profile who shared inspirational quotes. I remember one particular post, and it was something along the lines of, "Only stupid people pretend to know everything. Don't pretend, just ask." Honestly, this quote kind of changed me in a lot of ways. Before that, I was always worried I might embarrass myself if I don't know something. And after reading that quote, I realized that if I always pretend I know everything, then I miss out on actually getting to learn about things. Ooh, that's good advice. The more you know, the less you know, ain't it? So I decided to change my habits and start admitting that sometimes I genuinely don't know. Someone is talking about the war in Kosovo. Okay, sure, but let me first ask questions so I can really understand what we're talking about. And I ask a lot of questions sometimes. I sometimes even open the Notes app and write in some questions that I later want to find answers to. These are my latest. How does time work in a black hole? Why do some snails have shells and others don't? What food is okay for ducks? How does the light bulb work? The old ones with gas inside them. And lastly, does everyone see colors the same? And how can we know that? Oh, it sounds like you're very curious. I love that. I love a bit of curiosity, bestie.
What? What is it?
Sorry for the long introduction, but it was kind of necessary for understanding what kind of person I am. I know sometimes I might come across as annoying. Now on to the problem. His parents hosted a small barbecue last weekend only for the family. So it was the mom, 54 female, dad, 59 male, brothers, 26 male and 29 male, and their wives, 27 female, both. I was the last person who showed up because I had to work late. I entered the house, and when I was walking toward the back of the house into the backyard, I heard John's mom talking about me. To be honest, she wasn't talking about me, more like mocking me. I heard her say in a high-pitched voice, "How does the sun work? Where should I put the fork? Why does nobody like me? How do I wipe my butt?" I just stood there. I had the sinking feeling I couldn't move, so I stood there, and I heard them all laughing. All of them? Even your fiancé? One of the wives said, "I actually don't mind her always asking questions. I think it's cute." Oh my goodness. You know, I find that very frustrating because, like, I personally think that people don't know how to have conversations, you know? A genuine curiosity about other people and, like, you know, learning about things, it's really not that common in conversation. Like, I personally find it really difficult to have conversations with anyone because I don't connect with them on a level where we can talk about something interesting for an extended period of time. I think that people having genuine curiosity and actually caring, and eye contact is another big one, is actually a very good quality to have. I wish there were more people like that.
I'm interested in this.
And this is not me saying, like, no, I'm too smart for people. It just doesn't really seem like anybody listens or is curious about other people or curious about learning. Like, it's just, yeah, it reminds me of a time where, like, oh man, I still have this memory that's so vivid of, like, me when I was, like, 6 years old and I was at the lunch table and I was watching, like, Shark Week, okay? So I really like sharks. I am a shark aficionado, okay? Big fan of Shark Week. Okay, and I had just watched this documentary, I'm sorry, this is a bit of a tangent, about how, you know, like, sharks and how they have babies and stuff like that, and I thought it was so cool. And I came to school, and we were talking about it at the lunch table, and I was just like,
wow, like, isn't this interesting?
The conversation ended with everyone bullying me and laughing at me because I liked sharks and thought they were interesting. And I cried in the bathroom stall. Like, I will never forget it. Like, I found it so weird that, like, being curious and, like, being interested in things and wanting to talk to other people about stuff that I found interesting was, like, funny. And I deserved to be mocked over that. Anyways, that was, like, a group of, like, 6-year-olds. Like, the fact that this is still happening, like, to full-grown adults is crazy. So the comment from one of the wives made me feel hopeful that they will say something like, "Yeah, sure, we were just playing, we love that." But none of them did. Instead, the mom replied, "It's not cute, she's just stupid." After that, they all laughed again. I heard John laughing. My heart kind of broke in that moment because he didn't even say one positive thing. He didn't defend me, he just laughed. I quietly turned around and left the house. I texted John I got sick and have to stay home. Now I'm wondering how I should have approached the situation. I honestly would have walked right in. Like, I would have literally walked right in. Like, I know it's a little too late, but, like, just been like, sorry, what was everybody talking about? We live together and I sleep in the guest bedroom for now, and I use the excuse that I don't want him to get sick from being around me. I can't ignore him forever and I can't pretend to be sick anymore because it's been too long. I'm not sure how do I proceed. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. I'm considering talking to them about this, but I'm also worried they won't be honest with me. I mean, no, because it makes them kind of look like a jerk, honestly.
You're a poopy head.
I can't marry him if he really thinks I'm stupid, but I also can't marry into a family who thinks so little of me. But maybe it was a joke and I shouldn't take it so seriously. I'm torn apart, and every day I convince myself a little more that it's okay and sometimes we should all laugh about ourselves. Now I'm feeling like I'm going crazy. I would really appreciate some advice. Yeah, I mean, you definitely, because you're confused about the
Where is
situation, I
she?
definitely think that you do need to talk to your fiance about it. And I think that you need to say, listen, I heard what you guys were saying the other day, and I just want to know more about, like, why you were saying the things you were saying. And, like, if I was ever being annoying, like, I apologize, but, like, I'm just a curious person, and I like learning, and
Here's the thing about learning. It's for nerds.
I don't really think that you need to defend yourself, quite honestly.
I like
OP
it.
updated. There are comments saying they can't stand people like me. I agree that sometimes I can be a bit too much with the questions. But with that being said, I think I'm still within reason. I don't think that like, you asking questions relates to you being stupid at all. I think that the fact that you want to learn means that you're not stupid. So I don't do it around people I just met. I rarely do it at parties or other gatherings. I usually do it with people who are close to me, who I think wouldn't judge me, with people who specifically have knowledge about something and are willing to share it. If I'm a part of a conversation, I'm not rude, I'm not interrupting. I usually just ask 1 or 2 questions. Yeah, I mean, I think it's clear that she like makes a note in her, like, that she wants to learn more about it. What a weird thing. Like, this is so bizarre. I don't know. I feel like I can relate to OP, so maybe I'm like a little bit biased, but I genuinely think that the right person would really love that about you.
I don't know if I'm the right person for that.
It kind of reminds me of like this cousin that I have that, like, when he was a little kid, he used to ask like a ton of questions, like all the time. He was so curious, like, and it did get like a little bit annoying at times, but like, the fact that he was so curious and interested in learning, this dude ended up being like an engineer. Like, he was so unbelievably smart. I think it's a sign of intelligence as opposed to...
To get started in data analytics, you don't need previous experience or a degree. The Google Data Analytics Certificate.
Being stupid.
Wow, I'm so smart.
I think being stupid is being someone who isn't curious and isn't interested in learning and thinks they know everything. So we do have an update 3 days later. First of all, I want to thank all the people who reached out to answer my questions about black holes, snails, ducks, light bulbs, and other stuff. I would love to have you as my friends. For the other people who said I should just shut up, I don't really care if you find me annoying or hard to be around. I'm okay with that. I don't exist to please everyone. I'm here for a good time and have my own interests and learn. Oh my God. I think that more people need to be like this. Like, I think if more people were curious and tolerant of like learning and like, I just feel like we would have a lot less problems in the world.
Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet?
I didn't expect my post to gain so much attention, but I'm grateful for the advice. Most of you told me to break up with him and at the very least confront him, so that's what I
Pick those
decided
up when I
to
come
do.
back.
Before I did that, I texted the wife of John's brother, the one who said she liked me asking questions. I asked if we could meet up for coffee. She said, sure. We met and I didn't see the point in pretending to her that I didn't hear their conversation. So after some small talk, I just said, I heard you talking about me at the barbecue. She immediately got sad and said she felt embarrassed. She explained it wasn't a joke, wasn't out of context, and it was mean and hurtful. She said she's sorry for not defending me more, but I said that's okay and I understand. I mean, she's the one that defended you over everyone else, including your own fiance, so... I told her I didn't blame her for anything, and I just wanted to make sure I understood the situation and saw it for what it really was. And it really was laughing about me behind my back. Bullying. At this point, I had to confront John. In my last post, so many comments were saying that he will probably try gaslighting me, and you were right. Okay, let's get this over with. We were having dinner for the first time since the barbecue happened, because before I tried my best to avoid him. Yes, I know, not very mature of me, but other than you guys, I really don't have a strong support system. My family and best friends are hundreds of kilometers away. I only have 2 good friends here. I was so stressed, I thought I was going to pass out. My legs were shaking and I was terrified because I knew deep down that this is the moment when my 5-year relationship went down the drain. I looked at him in the eyes and asked, how does the sun work? He looks confused. Oh, that's good. Oh, right from the conversation. Oh, yes. So I followed up with, where should I put my fork? Why does nobody like me? At this point, realization hit him and he started nervously laughing.
That is so awkward. To what? I
said I was there and I heard them. After the initial shock passed, he got mad. He said it's rude to eavesdrop. Is it? Is it now? Well, I think it's rude to talk shit about people for no reason whatsoever. I said it's
Crab
rude
statue.
to bully people. He tried telling me it was just a joke, that I shouldn't be so uptight, that it really was funny. I said I didn't find it funny, and I went to the guest room to calm down. He started panicking. He was asking me to please talk to him. He was much more apologetic and said he will be 100% honest with me. I asked if his mother made similar comments before the barbecue. He said yes. I asked him if he ever defended me. He said he tries to. I don't know if I believe him. I don't think I believe him either, honestly. Like, he would say that. He told me he loves me and respects me. I don't know if I believe that either.
Girl, the shade of it all.
I mean, the fact that his mother and like his whole family felt comfortable enough to have like this like key session around him, and he was like totally fine with like laughing about it. Like, they've 100% done this before. The fact that they were that comfortable means they've 100% done it before, and they felt comfortable doing it in front of him because he never stood up for you, ever. If he had, that's literally all it takes. When someone is getting bullied, that's all it takes, is someone being like,
I don't know. I don't really feel comfortable with this conversation. Like, I feel like she means well, and I don't appreciate you talking about my future wife like that.
that's all it would take, literally. They're all keying and laughing about how supposedly stupid you are. No. I said I love him too, but I need a break. He's all I ever known. He was my first and only partner. I have no outside perspective of this. I have no experience. I need a moment to think. I will be going to my friends for a while to think everything through. The apartment has his name on the lease anyway. After I gathered some of my things and left, he kept texting me nonstop. He tried calling, but I didn't respond. I was very hurt because he tried to belittle my feelings, and only later, when he realized I might break up with him, he started apologizing. The next day, I decided to give him another chance to explain himself, and I came back to the apartment. He seemed sad and tired. He said that he told his mother that I overheard them. I said, I don't care. It's his time to step up and show me that he cares. I'm not interested in an apology from his mother. I'm already done with her. I can't put up with this behavior and mocking me like we're in primary school. I saw a comment that probably her ego is hurting. I mean, yeah, like I fail to understand how someone being curious and asking questions and being genuinely interested in what other people are saying and genuinely interested in knowledge, that is a sign of intelligence. That is not a sign of being stupid.
I'm not stupid.
She never got the chance nor ever had the desire to have an education. There it is. And listen, just because you don't have an education does not mean that like you're less smart than other people. Understand that the more you know, the less you know, okay? Maybe she wishes she was a little more like you. She's a very good homemaker, but outside of that, she doesn't have interests of her own. If I'm asking her about making tomato soup, she will be talking for 30 minutes, lecturing me about adding enough sugar, but not too much. She will lecture anyone who's willing to listen.
Listen to me very carefully.
But anytime someone's talking about something she's not familiar with, she gets defensive and tries to imply nobody cares, and if it's not relevant to her, it shouldn't be discussed. See, that's it. I think if anybody is lacking in intelligence or being intolerant of learning, it's her. Once again, he tried telling me that I should relax because it was only a joke, and at this point, I had enough. If someone keeps saying something is a joke when you have clearly stated that you do not find it funny, it's not a joke. It's funny to everyone except
Chevy Silverado HD. America's most dependable heavy-duty pickup. And the power to handle the hardest tasks. And Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Dunkin' Refreshers. Get a $3 medium for Dunkin' Rewards members.
Meh. Stop distracting me!
I took off my ring and told him that this behavior is a joke and I can't be the punchline. I told him I wish him and his family the best and to look in the mirror to check if they are really as superior as they think they are. I said I'm going to be back with my friend to pick up the rest of my stuff and not to contact me unless it's about moving my things out. And that's it. I'm done. Thank you for all the advice. Without you, I wouldn't have the confidence to leave this man. I know I deserve better. Yeah, and you deserve someone who, like, loves those little, if you could even call them quirks about you. I feel like having a genuine interest in things, like, it is not cool to not care and to think that you're, like, above people. It is not cool to, like, you know, sit on the internet and just, like, criticize others for trying and for learning and for, you know, trying to better themselves. Like, that is not, you're not cool. Like, you're not.
Not cool. Not cool!
It's not cool to criticize someone who's trying to better themselves and learn. Honestly, I wish that we could be friends, OP, because I feel like we could have a long conversation about what ducks eat. Sometimes I bring like this up and it's just like falls on deaf ears. I find it so interesting. Like if I could find someone to talk about Egyptian history with, oh my god, please. I'm over here watching my like 8th documentary of the day. So so we have one last update. So I
Ooh,
got my
I
own
love
apartment now.
Egyptology.
Good. I lived with my
Marine
friend,
biology,
and she was an
too.
amazing support for me after the breakup, but I have my own place closer to my university and work. Turns out my ex-fiance didn't tell his family, and we broke up. I blocked them all except for the ex, because we needed to keep in touch in order to get my stuff from the apartment. And my sister-in-law. And a week after the breakup, she texted me and asked when I will come to the parents' house because everyone wants to apologize. Oh, interesting. I called her and said we're no longer together and I don't want their apology. She seemed shocked because my ex was telling them that we were fine and she just needs some time. Nah, man, if this is a deal breaker for her, she don't need time.
Yes,
My sister-in-law told me the family's
4:30.
still fighting over this whole ordeal, and the brothers are giving my ex a hard time about the situation. I told her nicely, I don't want any updates. I like her, but I can't put my energy toward following their every move. She told me she understands. I don't know what happened after that. I'm happy. I went on a date with a cute guy I met in a cafe, but I'm taking everything slow, and I don't want to rush. I'm not ready because just 3 months ago, I was planning a wedding, and right now I'm single and focusing on studying and work. When I graduate, I want to adopt a kitten, and that's my only goal. I also enrolled in CS50 by Harvard X, and I recommend you all try to learn something new today. Wow. Okay, so you like smart. You like smart. What's Harvard X? Charlotte doesn't know things. She's stupid. No, I do my research. I'm willing to learn.
Goddamn right.
Okay, so it's online Harvard, basically. That's amazing. The story honestly really hit home. Be the nerd, okay? End up with a nerd that appreciates your nerdiness. Cisgay!
Don't just take classes, take charge.
shit.
Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
Okay. What else we got? Oh, BJ got a bunch of shit. Hold on, y'all. BJ.
And this is a mic drop letter, I will say. I mean, this letter is masterfully crafted, okay? So as you can see, August 4th, 2025, and in the Epstein case, see the subject line, Dear Honorable Judge Berman, as a suffering victim of Epstein and his co-conspirators, I would like to highlight some things that stand out to me, and for many reasons, on the latest memo written by an anonymous member of the Department of Justice. Okay, so the memo was that one I just told you all about. It was filed on the 29th. And it was like 10 pages long. It was basically the government, you know, the Department of Justice, whatever, given their arguments for why they think that the grand jury transcripts should be unsealed. One, just starting the paragraph out, one,
I need to get
I'm not
over
sure
there
the
because I
highest
needed to.
priority here is the victims. Justice for the victims of combating child exploitation. Or at least I do not feel this way. If there was justice for the victims, we would see some kind of accountability for the years they allowed this horrible human being, if you can call him that, to prey on underage and young girls while jet-setting around the world with high-profile individuals and or entrapping his victims in his various mansions and or his notorious private island. And to make matters more severe, he continued to traffic, R-word, and assault.
Boss.
While on prison work release. And even after
Guy writes so
being a
much stuff.
offender for about a decade. Rather, she goes on, I feel, ooh, this is a good one, y'all. I feel like the Department of Justice and the FBI's priority is actually protecting the third party, the wealthy men, by focusing on scrubbing their names off of the files, of which the victims know who they are. To learn that our own president has utilized thousands of agents to protect his identity and these high-profile individuals is monumentally mind-blowing. That's their focus? Wow. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. I mean, that's our tax money. And I can't blame her. She said, I don't feel like the highest priority is the victims. No, I don't. No. I actually feel like the Department of Justice and the FBI's priority is protecting the third party, the wealthy men, scrubbing their names off the files, of which the victims already know who they are. To learn that our own president has utilized thousands of agents to protect his identity and these high-profile individuals is monumentally mind-blowing. That's their focus? Wow. 2, and she keeps going, and she keeps going. The fact he, quote, unalived himself in prison leaves us all empty, without answers, without resolution, with the ongoing conspiracy that will never die. I ask myself every day, what happened? Did he really unalive himself? Is he actually still alive? Where is he buried? Why didn't we get to see his dead body? This all leaves me fearful, angry, and rightfully devastated and damaged. 3, she keeps going. The latest attention on the, quote, Epstein files and the, quote, client list is out of control. And she put out of control in all caps. And the ones that are left to suffer.
Ooh, 500 stone, 300 wood, 5 copper. Alright, I got that.
Victims. Why the lack of concern in handling such sensitive information for the victim's sake? I appreciate your time reading my short thoughts and feeling and my anxiety and frustration. I think she meant feelings. My short thoughts and feelings. And my anxiety and frustration is not aimed at you, obviously. Queen, obviously. Your Honor, obviously I'm not aiming this at you. But, it's aimed at the very government here. The ones asking to release these transcripts, these exhibits, of which the victims are not privy, while they have concluded that there's nothing more to see on the files they hold, yet no one has seen them but them. She said, I'm beside myself. I think that I would request from you, Your Honor. Okay, what is this self-proclaimed, quote, suffering victim of Epstein? What is she requesting? What I would request from you, Your Honor, is to consider having an approved third party review these documents to ensure that no victims' names or likenesses are revealed through this release. It is imperative to, with the scrutiny over this media frenzy, that the victims are completely and entirely protected. Thank you so much for your time. I have attached the portion of the Department of Justice memo and link to their statement. So this was the Department of Justice's previous prior memo, or an excerpt of it. Consistent with prior disclosures, this review confirmed that Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims. Over 1,000 victims, ladies and gentlemen, and dogs and cats and cousins in the chat. This is from the Department of Justice memo. The review confirmed that Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims. Each suffered a unique trauma. Sensitive information relating to these victims is intertwined throughout the materials. This includes specific details such as victim names and likenesses, physical descriptions, places of birth, associates, and employment history. One of our highest priorities is combating child exploitation. Okay, so this is why she says in her letter, I don't believe that for 1 second. She said, no, it isn't. The highest priority is not combating child exploitation and bringing justice to victims. No, it's not. False. She said, I'm not sure that's the highest priority. No. At least I don't feel this way. If there was justice, we would see some kind of accountability for the years they allowed this horrible human being, if you could call him that, to prey on underage and young girls while jet-setting around the world with high-profile individuals and or entrapping his victims in his various mansions and or his notorious private island. So she includes another paragraph in the excerpt from the Department of Justice letter they put out. And what this letter that they put out was, remember whenever the Department of Justice put out a letter and was like, there's no Epstein client list. We concluded our investigation, there's no client list. There's no co-conspirators Nope, that's over. Are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Oh my God. We've been talking about that creep forever. Why are we still talking? Remember all that? And then Pam Bondi put out the no clients. There's no clients. We didn't find anything. So that press release, statement, whatever, that the DOJ, that Pam Bondi put out, is this. This is what the excerpt is from. So this is just put out. The Department of Justice memo goes on to say, this is a quote, this is in the letter to the judge, a victim, one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims. She calls herself a, quote, suffering victim. She put in a letter to the judge this excerpt from the Department of Justice. To that end, while we have labored to provide the public with maximum information regarding Epstein and ensured examination of any evidence of the government, an ensured examination of any evidence in the government's possession, it is the determination of the Department of Justice and the FBI that no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. Okay, got it. So, just to recap exactly specifically, like, within all of the very important things that this, quote, suffering victim did say, one of the things was the answer to the question that the judge asked, okay? And that question was, you know, what are her feelings about putting the grand jury transcripts out, redacted. She said, I think it's okay, I think it's fine, but not with my name, and I think you should get a third party to make sure that they're not gonna just be like, oh, it's been redacted, and then put us at more risk. Okay. So that was docket number 68. So that was just
forgot that I
filed
had
the
magic.
day before yesterday, but then there were several more things been filed since. Okay, so that was 68. Let's go to 69. So this one is along the same style and tone as the first one. Okay, so if you thought that one was hitting, this one's going to be hitting too. Okay, so docket number 69. Also a letter to the judge, also from a purported Epstein survivor or victim. Dear Honorable Judge Berman, I come forward to you today in disdain, disgust, and fear of how the United States of America's Department of Justice has handled the promise to release the, quote, Epstein files. Out of respect for the court, I will keep this short, to the point and direct as possible. It has been a very difficult time for me personally, Your Honor, mentally and emotionally, dealing with the circus around the, quote, Epstein files. I use quotations because what are these files exactly? It's a good point. I regrettably feel the need to come forward and shed some light on the government's motion to unseal transcripts, documents, and exhibits from the case that was never tried. Remember, we are in Epstein's case. He didn't go to trial. He was unalive in prison, and we don't have a video of any of that either. The cameras broke. It was missing a minute, and then it was 3. Then it got the minutes back, but we didn't see it. Now there's a shadowy figure coming in and out. Sad to say, for the victims, we never got our day in court. Apparently, Epstein unalived himself. Under whose watch? She said, oh. She wrote that in the filing. Oh. Was it Trump's Department of Justice? Interesting. Woo! I'm gonna read that one more time. It deserves being read through. I regrettably feel the need to come forward and shed some light on the government's motion to unseal transcripts, documents, and exhibits from the case that was never tried. She put case in quote. Sad to say, for the victims, we never got our day in court. Apparently, Epstein unalived himself. Under whose watch? Oh. Was it Trump's Department of Justice? Interesting. although I am for complete and utter transparency in this case, we deserve transparency from our own government. The agencies that were supposed to be there to protect us victims, and guess what? They utterly and completely failed us. Unfortunately, with their disregard for the victims, I feel it is imperative to write this letter to the court. Because I personally desire to remain anonymous, I feel like I do not have a voice. Therefore, with it being my right to have an opinion as a victim in this matter, I have a voice to speak to the court and to the United States. So just so y'all are aware, in this context, the United States is the United States Department of Justice, aka, Pam Bondi. Because in the court filings, the party referred to as the United States will be like, does the United States have a position? It's the people that are asking for this. The people that are putting the circus on is the United States in this case, not us. But obviously, this person probably also wanted us to read it, but it's not directed at us. This Dear United States is like, I think, the Department of Justice and the FBI and the SDNY and everybody who's, doing this circus.
I don't like the Explorer bed. It's ugly.
She said, I want to be anonymous, so I really feel like I don't have a voice, but since I'm being asked this one thing, I guess, here you go. Dear United States, Department of Justice and Pam Bondi and all y'all, I wish you would have handled and would handle the whole Epstein files with more respect towards and for the victims. I am not some pawn in your political warfare. And that is how these victims have been used. Like it or love it or hate it, period. Period. They are being used as pawns to get wealthy and powerful people names scratched off. That is what's happening in my opinion. I am not, she says, some pawn in your political warfare. Warfare. What you have done and continue to do is eating at me day after day as you help perpetuate this story indefinitely. Why not be completely transparent? Okay, this is where she snapped. Went off. In a good way. Why not be completely transparent? Show us all the files with only the necessary redactions, Pam. Be done with it and allow me and us to heal. You protect yourself and your powerful and wealthy friends, not enemies, over the victims. Why? The victims know the truth. We know who are in the files. And now, so do you. Do you really think the public is that ignorant of the truth? This was filed yesterday. No, this was filed on the 4th, I think, also. Day before yesterday. Whew, it's like burn book. It's the Mean Girls generation for sure. Dear United States, I wish you would have handled and would handle the whole Epstein files with more respect towards and for the victims. I am not some pawn in your political warfare. What you have done and continue to do is eating at me day after day as you help to perpetuate this story indefinitely. Why not be completely transparent? Show us all the files with only the necessary redactions. She put exclamation point. Be done with it.
God
and allow
damn.
me and us to
I
heal.
did it.
You protect yourself and your powerful and wealthy friends, not enemies, over the victims. Why? The victims know the truth. We know who's in the files, and now so do you. Do you really think the public is that ignorant of the truth? Further redacting the names like yours will only cause the distraction you say you don't want, and the conspiracies that you are in fact stirring. So, I will continue to stay silent and continue to hide from all the pain and suffering out of fear of you and your wealthy, powerful friends. In the end, we are the biggest voices of truth. and the truth always comes out in time. Dear Judge Berman, in making your decision to allow the United States of America's current sitting attorneys for the Department of Justice to request to release these files, I ask you to have our attorneys for the review the suggested redactions, as they are the ones who also know the victims, their names, their truths, and their stories, unlike the United States government, who did not and does not even care to know our truth. They would rather ask a convicted, imprisoned trafficker / abuser for information. And after I read those two paragraphs in order, like this one and this one, I was like, I have to go live about this.
Okay. I want.
It's just, I feel like it's worth reading the two paragraphs together, truly, one more time. It's just so powerful. Dear United States, I wish you would have handled and would handle the whole Epstein files with more respect towards and for the victims. I am not some pawn in your political warfare. What you have done and continue to do is eating at me day after day as you help to perpetuate this story indefinitely. Why not be completely transparent? Show us all the files with only the necessary redactions. Be done with it. Allow me and us to heal. You protect yourself and your powerful and wealthy friends, not enemies, over the victims. Why? The victims know the truth. We know who's in those files, and now so do you. Do you really think the public is that ignorant of the truth? Further redacting the names, like yours, will only cause the distraction you claim you don't want, and the conspiracies that you are in fact stirring. So I will continue to stay silent and continue to hide from all the pain and suffering out of fear of you and your wealthy, powerful friends. In the end, we are the biggest voices of truth, and the truth always comes out in time. Dear Judge Berman, in making your decision to allow the United States of America's sitting attorneys, current sitting attorneys for the Department of Justice, request to release these files, I ask you to have our attorneys review the so-called suggested redactions, because they are the ones who also know the victims. They know their names, the truths, their stories. Unlike the United States government, who did not and does not even care to know our truth, aka they didn't ask us, the victims are saying, or this one person is saying. Ask our lawyers about redactions. The Department of Justice don't even know what the hell they're talking about and doesn't give a shit about our stories. Want to know how I know? The final sentence, she says, they would rather ask a convicted, imprisoned trafficker / abuser for information than us. In conclusion, I beg the court to make sure it is the utmost priority that in any sort of release, all and every detail that could possibly reveal our identities be redacted. I also request that you take your time in making the decision and consider allowing for the victims' attorneys to review these files before a release is permitted. Side note, she put in a smaller font. Side note, if other victims do not mind having their personal information redacted or in there, my voice is not for them. So basically, I'm not speaking for other victims. Sincerely and thank you for your time. XXX victim survivor. So she identifies as victim / survivor. Okay, that was docket number 69, and there's more. Yes, there are. Yes, there is. There are more. There is more and are more.
Everyone knows you can't believe everything you see on the internet.
And this is a mic drop letter, I will say. I mean, this letter is masterfully crafted.
Was that it?
Hi friends, how are you today? My name is Bailey Sarian, and today is Monday, which means it's
There's one that we didn't have
Mystery
yet.
and Makeup Monday. Okay, if you're new here, hi, my name is Bailey Sarian, and on Mondays, I like to sit down and I talk about a true crime story that's been heavy on my noggin, and I do my makeup at the same time. I do. And if you're interested in true crime and you like makeup, I would say you should subscribe. Why not? Live a little. And, I mean, you don't have to, but you could, because I'm here for you on Mondays. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So today's story, just a little trigger warning. Trigger warning for today's episode. We are going to be talking about, children kind of getting murdered. Yeah, so just letting you guys know. This whole story is actually just really awful. This man has been highly requested here on my channel. I know a lot of times I say that, like, oh my god, you guys ask me to do this story all the time. But it's true, it's true. Today I'm going to be talking about H.H. Holmes and his murder castle. The whole thing sounds fake. The whole thing, I'm just like, is this real? Is this a real story, or did someone just make this up? Allegedly, it's real. I mean, it must be real. Hi, friends. Today I'm excited to partner with Hello Fresh. Now, I love
Need a tuna.
a summer barbecue, a potluck, a kickback, yeah. And with Hello Fresh, I can entertain my friends with crowd-pleasing eats. From a backyard bratwurst bar to tangy key lime pie, Hello Fresh makes summer entertaining a cinch. I mean, a bratwurst bar? Sign me up. HelloFresh makes sure that you get the freshest produce all season long, going from the farm to your table in just 7 days. Pre-portioned ingredients help you cut down on waste, and step-by-step instructions make cooking a breeze. HelloFresh takes care of all the meal planning and ships ingredients directly to your door. So the time you save at the grocery store and getting dinner on that table can be spent outside, enjoying those delicious summer nights, right? And HelloFresh does more than just dinner. You can skip the grocery store entirely by adding snacks, sides, and more to your weekly box. Snaps for that. Simply shop HelloFresh Market and take your pick of over 100 curated items. HelloFresh offers 40 different recipes to choose from every week, so you can try something new with every box or order some of your old favorites. And if you're someone that doesn't have a lot of time to cook at the end of the day, they also include a quick and easy option to get dinner on the table fast. They have a meal plan for every diet: carb smart, vegan, pescatarian diets, and also you can swap proteins and sides to really make your perfect meal. If this sounds like your cup of tea, go to HelloFresh.com and use code BaileySarian50 at checkout for 50% off plus free shipping. What? What, Bailey? That's HelloFresh.com and use code BaileySarian50 at checkout for 50% off plus free shipping. HelloFresh, baby, America's #1 meal kit.
How's married life?
Oh, good, you're awake. I sense trouble.
Same.
On August 29th, stop and see the roses.
These people.
The Roses, rated R.
You think menopause, you think moo-moo.
Today's story is about a man who people consider to be America's first serial killer. And I feel like I've said that a lot on Murder, Mystery, and Makeup because, the 19th century, the 1800s, how was anyone keeping notes? They weren't. So, you could get away with a lot. And, yeah. Anyways, there are several weirdos who could be contenders for America's first serial killer. And, that kind of sounds like a weird reality show. America's first serial killers. We're on the search. Enough. Now today's story, the case, is kind of straddling two worlds. Some consider him, he's a serial killer. He loved killing. He got a thrill from it. And then there's the other side where, his profile doesn't quite fit the definition of serial killer. He seemed to be very money-focused and not so much trophy, quote-unquote, trophy-focused. Does that make sense? Okay, I know it does. I know you got it. Come on. Okay. Where do we even start, you know? I'll start with his name because we today all know him as H.H. Holmes, but when he was born, he was given the name Herman. Herman Webster Mudgett. Yeah, Herman Mudgett. Could you imagine that name? Woo! It's a rough one. Herman Mudgett. Herman Mudgett. So Herman, Mr. Mudgett, he was born on May 16th, 1861 in New Hampshire. He was, I mean, he had brothers and sisters. He was the third child out of 5 kids in total. So he was like a middle child. There. Pay attention to me. So Herman's family had quite the name over in New Hampshire. I mean, they had been living there for like over 100 years at this point. So they were well known and they were important people to the area. I mean, they were so important that like they even had a town named after Herman's ancestors. So it's like I'd say that's a pretty big deal, like, right? So this is the 1800s, therefore, very religious family, you know, very old school, Puritan-like, as they were back then. You know, it's like 150 years ago, and back then, pretty much everyone was very, very conservative, very Puritan. I mean, they didn't drink, they didn't gamble, they didn't dance. Don't you fucking move those feet to a rhythm. So this is only an assumption here, but I'm gonna say it. I probably assume that Herman's upbringing probably wasn't that great. You know, probably strict. I couldn't find any information about like what they did back then. Like, did they just stand around? Like, what did the family do? What are we doing? Couldn't find much. But I will say that the family were farmers, so most likely they were extremely hardworking and made sure that like the kids were involved, taking care, had responsibilities and all that stuff, you know? I mean, farming is hard work and it requires a lot of discipline. I read Grapes of Wrath, so I know what I'm talking about. So it's just strict home life, farmers, very 1800s, kind of what you assume. So Herman, growing up, he really loved his mom. As we would call it, he was a mama's boy. I mean, all the rumors out there said that Herman's, again, the household was just really strict, and his dad just is an old school guy who like didn't really like build a relationship with any of the kids. So Herman would say that he was a loner, which led him to have a lot of free time. And in his free time, he really liked to read. Now this part had me really confused because he was reading like Edgar Allan Poe, and there was somebody else that I'm forgetting, but they weren't very like Methodist. They weren't really books that a strict family would read. Do you know what I'm saying? So like, how did he get these books? I don't know, but that's what was said. Maybe his parents and stuff just couldn't read. So they didn't really know what he was reading. I don't know. The 1800s was a wild time. I'm not sure anyone knew what was going on. Herman once said that he had a couple of traumatic experiences when he was younger in his childhood, and that these experiences, they ended up shaping his whole life. So there was one story about where he was being bullied, like really bad, and he was only 5 years old.
I gotta go back and get all my fish later.
Office.
Not right now, though. Later.
We don't know why, but he's at the doctor's office. So he's out kind of playing, like in the hallway or something. And there were other kids there as well. Well, I guess these mean little kids, as 5-year-old kids tend to be.
My Ruby
They
Village.
end up on Herman. They end up like shoving him into a closet as a prank, but locking him in there. So this closet, it was inside of the doctor's office, and inside had those like real mounted skeletons, you know, that the doctors have. I don't know if they have them anymore. They usually have posters now, but back then you would see like the real skeletons just standing there. So Herman was like locked in the room with some skeletons, and I guess he was like locked in there for a while. Herman would later say that this itself, this bullying situation, was super traumatic for him. And I mean, yeah, he's only 5 years old and he's stuck in a closet with skeletons. Oh my God, skeletons in the closet. Oh yeah, but trauma. Is that why they say skeletons? Get your skeleton? I don't know. I'm having an epiphany. My brain hasn't fully turned on yet. processing. Okay, so this didn't really blend like I was hoping, but it's not terrible. There was this other time where Herman was out playing with his friend Tom. I think that was probably his only friend. So they're outside, they're playing at an abandoned house, as one does in the 1800s, you know? And somehow his friend Tom fell off the roof and he died. Yeah, he was like right in front of Herman, and again, absolutely traumatizing for Herman here. But low-key, I was kind of thinking maybe this was the point where he was introduced to death, and he was like, interesting. I guess watching his friend Tom die had a big effect on him. I'm laughing because it's like, yeah, I could see that. Checks out. So besides all of this little trauma, you know, little hiccups he had, he was a smart young man. You know, he could do big things with his life if he really tried. So once he's done with high school, he ends up getting a job as a teacher. Yeah, and he's only 16, which is like, wow, good for you. And it would also be around this time where Herman, he met a nice young woman named Clara. She was only 15 at the time, but, you know, 1800s, and they just they really liked each other. I mean, so much that they ended up dating, seeing each other, and then 1 year later, the two of them would get married in July of 1879. You're probably thinking at home, or maybe you're not, but I was like, aw, young love. You know, this is young 1800s love. But it's not. Like, it's not. They didn't I don't know if they really did like each other. I think, honestly, look, it's the 1800s, and what happens if you end up getting pregnant before marriage? You'll be burned at the stake. Yes, correct answer. So when they got married, or what I'm saying is, the couple went on to have a baby, like, real quick. The math was not mathing up, you know? So, yeah, we could say they were in love, or maybe they just didn't want to, you know, get caught, be burned at the stake. So I don't necessarily think this is a surprise. Well, maybe it is, because Herman doesn't seem that bad yet. But apparently, like, neither of Clara's parents were thrilled about Herman. Clara's family thought that Herman was, you know, he was a little different. They considered him to be a little peculiar, you know, a bit of a deadbeat. And they also really, like, criticized his job, because being a school teacher back then wasn't considered a respectable job for a man to have. Like, men during this time had important jobs. According to them, I'm not saying this. Important jobs, like, I don't know, I can't even think of one. But, you know, doing man shit. And they thought it was, like, a little questionable. I mean, Clara's mom was not stoked. She even, like, told her daughter, like, you could do so much better, but you're probably gonna be supporting this man for the rest of your life. Whoops. You know, that's a little harsh, but okay. You see, with Clara's family, they came from money. And people with money, they usually only want to marry into a family with money. So Clara's parents would even go as far as, like, trying to help out their new son-in-law. You know, whatever his name is. Bozo. Herman. So they offered him a job. They're like, look, you can't be a school teacher and be with our daughter. You gotta get a better job. So they offered him a job working in the family grocery store. And he, you know, he takes a job. At least he will be a little less embarrassing for Clara, I guess. So Herman and Clara's son is born in February of 1880. They named him Robert. And it was also around this time that Herman stopped working at the grocery store and goes on to become an apprentice to a doctor. I know. Wow. This doctor's name was Dr. White. It's just funny to me that you can just kind of choose a job. And back then they were like, yeah, come on in. We'll show you how to do it. So Herman works with this doctor for about a year. And then he gets a little antsy and wants to move. So he goes to Burlington, Vermont. I hear they have great coats there.
Burlington Coat Factory joke. Get it? Get it? Come on! Don't want to!
Thank you. I'm here all day. So this is when Herman starts studying medicine. And apparently he was not a great student at this point. He wasn't really like living up to his potential as being that highly intelligent Herman that he was growing up. And also when he moved to Vermont, he didn't like take his wife with him. So he's living like with a roommate so he can attend school, and then the roommate also goes to school. It was like a dorm, pretty much. So he left Clara and little Robert back at wherever they were, and he studied in Burlington. So his roommate is another young medical student. His name is Fred. So Herman tells his roommate that he's married, and he's like, look, if you can keep that on the like down low, that'd be great, you know? And his roommate's like, okay. I think he wanted to live as a single man. I'm not sure, but he didn't want to be married in this scenario, okay? And Fred was kind of like, okay, goes along with it, but then he starts to notice Herman is flirting with different girls in the classes at school. It didn't sit right with him. And then slowly that tension starts building between Herman and his roommate, because Fred is like, I'm not liking this guy. Shady. So tensions are really building between the two, and they end up getting into some kind of fight. Okay, but it's like the most 1800s fight I've ever heard in my life. So Fred one day had used Herman's mustache wax without asking. You know when your roommate uses your shit? It was like that. Herman was livid, and then they got into a full-on one of these kind of fights. You wanna get out of here?
Fisticuffs.
Like they really did. That's what it said. Anyways, Fred, he ended up with like a black eye and a pretty scratched up face. Herman went off. So things really aren't going that great in Vermont, you know, like for school and everything, because like Herman's kind of weird and awkward. But this is when Herman finds his passion in life. His passion. His calling. Something like that, you know? Dissecting bodies and money. Money was Herman's biggest motivator. It was his North Star. And the passion was only growing with time. I mean, there's a story about how around this time in his life, when he's in Vermont and whatnot, he had a cobbler come fix his shoes for him and told him that he would pay him 43 cents. Bargain, I know. He's like, I'll be right back. I got it. I left my wallet. I'll be right back. So he leaves and he comes back and, well, he doesn't come back actually. He leaves, he ghosts him, and he just never shows his face again. And then if he ran into the shoe guy, the cobbler, Herman's like, what are you talking about? I sent that money with my, I came looking for you, you weren't here. I asked my friend to get, it's your fault. He was really good at gaslighting. So he would do this to people and just kind of make them feel a little crazy. And nobody really knows like what happened to the money. I'm gonna assume he didn't even have any. He's like, yeah, I'll pay you back, man. Be right back. And just never showed up again. He was becoming a scammer. So he loved money, right? Great. But his passion for dissecting bodies is what would be his ultimate toxic trait, you know? So, in medical school, dissecting cadavers is one of like the main ways you learn how to treat bodies. You know, if you're gonna be a doctor, you're probably gonna have to dissect and look at like human parts, right? And Herman was so into it. He's like, oh my God, I love this. What's this? Liver? He was just like living, learning, loving. And Herman was just so into this that he would actually take his classwork home with him. For example, there was one morning at his dorm room where he's staying with the roommate, you know? So Fred is noticing something stinky going on. He's like, I don't know what's going on, but this shit stinks. So he goes downstairs and he tells like the landlady that he just did not sleep well that night. And the landlady said that, or she noticed that Fred, he just looked really pale, like he saw a ghost. So she goes upstairs later that morning to like tidy up their room, and she noticed a really strong smell coming from their room, stinky, you know? So she's starting to use her nose to investigate where the source is at. So she's looking around, and then she sees like under Herman's bed, there's a dark object. So she grabs her broom, she kind of like tries to pull it out, whatever was under the bed, which was not surprisingly crusty socks, but instead she pulls out what seemed to be a dead baby. Girl, I got questions. I feel like this is enough. We don't need to go on from here, right? So for one of like Herman's classes, they were doing, it was a cadaver for their class, the dead baby, for class. And he was having so much fun with it, he just decided to take it home. I don't know, you guys. I really just don't know. What was he gonna do? Keep dissecting it? What was he gonna do? What was the end goal there? I don't know. I don't know. So I think once Herman goes to this college, he's really like leaning into that weirdo side of him, you know? And it's not just the dead babies under his bed. It's also how he would treat his family.
It's not just the
no
dead
surprise
babies.
Here. Well, it's sad that I say that, but it's like, of course. Herman was like pretty abusive to Clara, and it's while he's in Vermont that she finally has enough. She's like, I'm not taking this anymore. I'm leaving. He must have been totally fine with it because she ends up leaving him, and she also ends up living with Herman's parents. That part I couldn't really figure out because I thought her parents were well off, so I was like, fine, she's going. I don't know. Maybe they felt some kind of like obligation to her. I don't know. She's part of the family. Yeah, so she lives with Herman's parents. So now that Herman is free from the old ball and chain, he decides, hey, I'm bored in Vermont. I should go somewhere new. So he decides it's time to go to medical school at the University of Michigan, which was like a great move for a young man. He's entering medicine, and this school is becoming like a serious scientific frontier. I mean, this is a time in history when like healthcare, medical attention stuff was a little funky, like, I don't know, questionable, but now it was like evolving, and it was becoming what we consider modern medicine today, you know? And Herman was right there at the forefront of it all. And it's like, go Herman, you could be a doctor and do things. And it's like, no, of course not. But Herman, he ends up using medical school and this kind of free-for-all frontier industry.
There we go.
To conduct
Calm the hell down, Cameron.
his first little like money-making crimes. It's like he loves bodies and medical stuff and money. Interesting combination there. Again, back then, like medical school was just the Wild West. It was the Wild West with so many like change and so much exploration and discovery happening. That is when medical schools they really needed cadavers to teach people with, right? And there was like this huge need for them. I mean, how else do you expect people to practice, you know, or learn on alive bodies? I don't think so. And this gets Herman to thinking, hey, there's a demand for bodies. If there's a demand, there's an opportunity. So once class ends, Herman goes up to his anatomy professor and says, hey, I heard you need bodies. I got a guy. Which I don't really know if he got a guy. I think the guy was himself. Yeah. So Herman is thinking like, you know what? There are bodies just like hanging around, right? They're in like a cemetery. Sorry for laughing. It's just, he's thinking about it. No one's using those bodies. They're just laying in the ground. So Herman pulled himself up by his bootstraps, grabbed a shovel, and started digging up these graves to get the bodies. Hashtag self-made. I don't know. But what he was doing is called grave robbing. So yeah, it was very much illegal back then. But Herman, he didn't care. Okay? He's like, I just need to make some money. People need bodies. I'm not gonna get caught. He's like so overconfident for someone who's never done it before. It's very bizarre.
If you were sexually abused in a juvenile detention center, this might be the most important message you hear all year. Because right now, victims are getting up to $580,000 or more in financial compensation without going public, needing police records, physical proof, or facing their abuser. In total, over $4 billion has been awarded to victims. Right now, legal teams are helping them heal safely and privately. Click below to see if you qualify. It's free, confidential, and anonymous in most states. So tap below now.
This idea that men have the power, it's only an idea.
When the monsters come, scream.
Hey, yo.
We're all going to hell.
So Herman, he would literally, dig up
Holy
these
shit.
graves, pull out these bodies, and then sell them to the medical school. And Herman found out that this was an easy and it was
Okay,
good
so
money.
this is the chicken
One
coop.
estimate said that he made what would be $1 million today by selling these bodies, and he made it quick. So yeah, he's like, why get a job? Why don't you sell
I'm
these
gonna put
bodies?
the fucking
I mean, during
cow
this
food
time,
in
he
here for
wasn't
now,
the
too.
only one doing it. It was like a black market type of deal. But Herman was definitely one of the biggest players out there. Now, I don't know if this is funny or if this is just a weird coincidence. I giggled a little because I'm not kidding you. Herman lived on a street. The street that he lived on
Funds.
was called Cemetery Way. And as a bonus, he lived directly across the street from an actual cemetery. Herman was like, it's meant to be. Okay? God is telling me. I have to do this.
I should probably
So
eat
it really
something.
worked in his favor, you could say. So life on Cemetery Way was not great for Herman. His classmates, because he was attending the University of Michigan, remember? And a lot of his classmates were not fond of this Herman guy. They said he was dumb, that he was weird, and he also gave people the creeps. And I was like, what does that mean? What's 1800 creep? People didn't know what was off about him, but there was something, you're just kind of like, I don't really like you. But you don't know what it is. You just get that weird vibe. So a lot of people were kind of like that. A big reason why I also thought he was weird, because he was cross-eyed. So it's not funny, because but they thought it added to him, giving off that shadiness. And they also said, I think the grossest part of all, they said that he smelled weird. Oh. The other students would say that he had a, quote, peculiar odor. And then they gave him the nickname, Schmegma. Schmegma. You know what a schmegma is? Well, if you don't know, according to WebMD, a schmegma is the thick...
Blah, 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 blah.
Schmegma. So maybe you could see why
I
he
just
wasn't
didn't
that
want that to
well-liked.
be in
He
my
had a
ears at the
funky
moment.
odor.
Blah.
Looked a little shady, was weird.
Thanks.
You get it. Just the smell alone, I think I would keep my distance. So Herman graduates medical school in 1884 at the age of 23, and he goes on to become a school principal. Now, once he gets a little bored, once again, he's very antsy. He then moves to Philadelphia, and he starts working at a local pharmacy. But I guess this doesn't last very long because something kind of strange happens. A little boy had mysteriously died after taking medicine supplied to the boy by Herman. And then once Herman got word of this, he just was like, oh, that's crazy. Well, time to clock out. And he just leaves. No one sees him again. Did he do it? I don't know. But by his actions, I would say maybe. Schmegma. That's a fun word. Schmegma. Hey, what's that? Schmegma. What are you doing? Schmegma. So now it's 1886, and 25-year-old Herman got the hell out of Philadelphia and decided to go to Chicago. And this is a big turning point for him because this is when he decides to rebrand himself, and he changes his name to Henry Howard Holmes. In other words, H.H. Holmes. So around this time, there was a very popular book series out. It was called Sherlock Holmes. And remember, growing up, Herman, he loved to read, and he would confirm later that he named himself after Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, he was like, Sherlock Holmes is a character of towering intellect, and he's also a genius. And Herman's like, oh my god, me. So, makes sense, right? I'm gonna keep calling him Herman, because I think it's kind of cute. So, okay? Great. Plus, I'm not gonna give him what he wanted. He wanted to be known as H.H. Holmes, and no, I'm not doing that. You're Herman. Know where you came from. So he's in Chicago, and he starts an entirely new life, just from scratch. And Chicago was a perfect place to do just this because the city itself was rebuilding after the Great Chicago Fire. I guess this fire had just ripped through the whole city in 1871, killing around 300 people. A third of the city's residents lost their homes, and the fire burned for about 4 miles long and a mile wide. I guess in the end, like, it destroyed nearly 18,000 buildings. Shit, you know? So with that being said, the city's kind of in ruins and they're looking to rebuild into the great city they were trying to be. So the city itself was offering very low prices to a lot of land to like kind of get people to come back and build for them. So Herman is seeing this as an opportunity. He's like, oh, I could get land for really cheap, buy whatever I want. I mean, not buy whatever I want, but like build whatever I want. And probably make money or something, you know? He's like, you know, I don't know. We'll see. This is when Herman really leans into his con man era. So he starts out with something
I'll pick them back up on my way up.
He gets a job at a drugstore, and this drugstore is called E.S. Holton Drugstore. The owner of this drugstore, his name was Everett Holton. He had recently died. We don't know what of, most likely cancer, but all we do know is it was natural causes. So Herman goes to the now widow, and he's like, look, I got money, can you please sell me the drugstore? And she's like, okay, you know. Some sources say that Miss Holton, after that, she mysteriously disappeared. Now, many say that she took the money and she just ran, which I think kind of makes sense. Why not? And then others think that Herman may have, you know, removed her from the situation so he didn't have to actually pay her. Nobody knows for sure. So he gets this place. It's 1888. Herman is 27 years old and he's ready to like build his empire. So while working at the drugstore, directly across from him was this like empty plot of land. I mean, the land was super cheap and Herman's just thinking of all the possibilities. He could build some kind of like
watching
giant
YouTube,
complex,
playing video games,
like almost for free, and then it's all profit, you know? So he does just that. He buys the land, he hires contractors, day workers, craftsmen, just people to like help him build a freaking building and all that. But of course, because Herman is Herman, he decides, I'm not gonna pay these contractors and stuff. Instead of paying them, he would complain that they did a really bad job, or he would lie and say like, I sent you guys the money, you didn't get it? Well, I know I sent it. It even had a stamp. You didn't get it? Well, that's not my fault. You must have been drunk and misplaced it. So he pulled that kind of shit. So he literally got this whole like complex built literally for free because like he didn't pay anybody. He was such a scammer, which is wild. So Herman, he starts off by building, well, his team that he didn't pay, they built a really cool place. He wanted something that'd be cool and have lots of different things in it, kind of like almost a mall. So the first floor, it had a pharmacy, a jewelry store, a barber shop, a restaurant, and also a blacksmith. Yeah, all of that on the first floor. Talk about a one-stop shop, huh? So, great, he builds all that. And then in 1889, Herman is kind of realizing that he's lonely. He's a lonely man. He doesn't have any companionship in his life, you know? Yeah. By the way he smells, I'm sure there wasn't a lot of people interested in him. It's safe to say at this point in his life, he really didn't have a lot of friends either. So he decides that he should get a business partner. It's kind of like a partner.
Introducing the second generation Blink Video Doorbell, designed to give you complete peace of mind no matter.
Right? So he can't leave. He's your partner, he's your friend, and he's your companion, but also he's helping you with the business. So Herman brought this guy on, and his name is Benjamin Petizel. Now this Benjamin guy, he's also, everyone's a hot mess at this time. When Benjamin first meets Herman, he's like 33 years old, and he was working as a carpenter. Most likely Herman met him during the construction job on his building, and I guess like there was something about this guy that Herman was like, that's my man. That's my man right there. I'm sure like there was something about Benjamin's personality that Herman was able to pick up on. Also his weaknesses, you know? Like Herman sensed a bit of vulnerability in Benjamin. Or maybe he had also like some shaky morals. It was kind of true. I mean, Benjamin, he loved to drink alcohol. He loved alcohol. It was his life. And he really struggled with it. And because of this, it might have put him in a very desperate situation where Herman could really take advantage of him. In 1889, the word alcoholic was literally just starting to be used to mean like somebody who drinks too much. So Herman told Benjamin that if he came to like work for him, he would make his life great. You know, Benjamin would have money, he would have security, and Herman told Benjamin that he could also cure his alcoholism because he went to medical school, of course. Hello. Now Benjamin's believing him. He's like, what? Oh my God, yeah, you did go to medical school. You can probably cure me. You see, when Herman was working in the pharmacy, he was a bit of a pusher, you know? A pusher. Because Herman really dabbled in the snake oil side of medicine. So, you know, like natural ways of healing that are a little questionable at times. Herman was into that. Anything that would make him money, really. Herman would make a lot of promises to his customers that he could cure their cancer with like bubble gum. Yeah, just chew it twice a day. It'll change your life. He did well. People didn't know any better. 1889. Okay, I don't know what they're doing. So yeah, what I'm getting at is Benjamin becomes Herman's sidekick. They're like Bert and Ernie. They're working together, they're forming a good bond and friendship, and eventually Herman meets Benjamin, his family, and he has a quite large family. Benjamin was like married to a woman named Carrie, and the two of them had 5 kids. So Herman, being the stinky man that he was, somehow became very friendly with the kids, almost like an uncle. Yeah, he was Uncle Herm. I'm trying to take my time because we're only halfway through the story, okay? So look, now we enter the next phase of building for Herman. So the first floor of this building is totally legit, you know, has all those stores and stuff. But now that he has Benjamin, you know, he had this partner who could help him with his little ideas. But also Herman wanted a lady. He wanted a lover. So in 1890, Herman begins having an affair with a married woman. Her name was Julia. So Miss Julia, she had actually worked at one of the businesses on the first floor. And once her husband had found out about the affair, he leaves her and their daughter. So it's now Julia and her little girl named Pearl, the two of them. Now, both of them are living with Herman, and they've become just really dependent on him. And then, around the same time, Julia, she finds out that she's pregnant with Herman's baby. I know. He's like, fuck, this kind of like slows down my plan. And then, you know, it's so weird because Christmas Eve of that year, they just disappeared.
Puddle spiders.
It's weird. He's like, I don't know. They just left. It's crazy, huh? Literally, just vanished. Where'd they go? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. So sadly, Julia and Pearl, they were like never found. They just moved on, I guess. Or did they? I don't know. But they were literally never found. People have their theories. But Herman said that Julia had actually died trying to perform an abortion on herself. But even then, it's like, okay, but where's her body at? And where's Pearl? I don't know. Nobody knows. Okay, so Herman is ready to continue his building, which he tells Benjamin is now going to be like a castle. So in order to keep building this castle, they need money. So Herman goes to different like investors, and he's going to them and he's telling them that he's planning on turning the 3rd floor of his building into a hotel. And they were like, oh my God, we love that idea. And they loved that idea because the World's Fair was coming to town. So the World's Fair was like this massive event that was held in Chicago in 1892. And it was like to celebrate the 400th anniversary of Christopher Columbus in Chicago. But with that being said, tons of people come to the town because they all want to go to the World's Fair. Like, I think there's around 25 million people that visit. Isn't that nuts? Anyways, so investors know that like Chicago was going to be a major destination, and they would need hotels, and there really weren't any around during this time. So Herman just tells the investors that it's going to be a hotel, but he really didn't have any intention of actually making it into a hotel. Maybe some people could stay, but he's like, I'm not doing that shit. But he got a good amount of money.
There are
from
so many
investors,
questions.
And he was like, cool, thanks. It was just so easy for him, it seemed like. So he gets some money and he continues building upwards for his castle. 3 stories, baby. So now it's 1892. And Herman begins another affair with a young woman named Emmeline. So Herman was like introduced to her by Benjamin. And I guess Herman was captivated or whatever, you know? He just wanted to like bang, let's be honest. But Herman offers her a job working for him for double the pay because she was currently working at some rehab center. And he's like, how much you make? And she tells him, and he's like, okay, I'll pay you double that if you come work for me as my personal secretary. So naturally, she's gonna be like, fuck yeah. Okay, I'm in. So Herman and Emmeline, they, of course, begin a romance. And I guess he ends up proposing to her, which would be exciting for her. Except pretty soon after, she tells the neighbors that she's moving home to Indiana and doesn't say why. They're like, aren't you getting married though, girl? What do you want? So people are just kind of minding their own business, but it was noted. And then, just like previously, she was never seen again.
Okay, hang
What the
on.
hell's going on? I know. And
Watch
like the
Bailey
neighbors
for a
would
minute.
ask, they'd go up to Herman and be like, hey, what happened to so-and-so? I thought you guys got engaged. And he's like, no, she ran away to marry some other man named Robert. Like, okay. So that happens. And then a year goes by, and Herman is a little lonely again. So he wants a companion. So he ends up going on a trip to Minneapolis, and he meets a woman named Myrta. He meets Myrta, and he like falls in love, whatever, same shit, different day. And he's like, will you move back to Chicago with me? And she agrees. She's like, sure, you seem cool. I like your mustache. Herman also tells her, you can, I'll give you a job. You can help me at my drugstore. I have my own drugstore. You can work there, make money. And I mean, sounds great. She moves with him. Myrna was a little different than his past lovers, though, because she seemed to really, really like him, and she was like also a little bit jealous. Yeah, she was like a jealous girlfriend. Anytime people would come in and like Herman would talk to a woman or like look at a woman, she'd be like, what are you doing? Who's that? Are you fucking her? Do you want it? You know. So she's starting to get on his nerves. And then shortly after,
Friggin' Alice, this friggin' cat. Damn sausage wouldn't shut the hell up. All right.
Murda, she becomes pregnant. So maybe Herman really liked her too because he actually gets married to her. Yeah.
I don't know.
How.
Ew.
He's got like how many
Candy
wives at this
cane
point?
eggnog ice cream.
So, yeah, but he marries her.
Like candy cane,
Great.
okay, but
So then Murda goes
I
on
don't
to,
like
give
eggnog.
birth to their daughter, a girl named Lucy, and then we really don't hear much about them after this because for some reason he sends Murda and Lucy up to live with some family north of Chicago, and he would only visit them like twice a year. And sadly, that's a wrap on Murda. Never hear about her again. It's like, okay, what's going on? So as time is going on, Herman is running out of money. So he's like, dude, we gotta get some money, we gotta get some work, we gotta do something, right? So he and Benjamin, they go down to Texas, and Herman like meets this woman who was an heiress to a little mini fortune, some kind of like estate out in Fort Worth. So he meets this woman and he's like, okay, this is my prize right here, I gotta seduce her. So her name was Minnie. And even though she fell victim to Herman, she was actually, she wasn't a dumbass, okay? So this woman is like, you know what, I need a fresh start. And so she knows that Chicago is considered like a booming town. So she moves there, okay, and heads to an employment agency to look for a job. So Herman meets her there and hires her as a secretary. Now, she was smart, remember? She was a very smart young woman, and most likely the theory is that she was helping him with his dirty business. Her name had appeared on like a bunch of different documents, and she definitely knew what he was up to, you know what I'm saying? She knew. I mean, she was very wealthy, and she just trusted that her and Herman were like partners. So she had no problem signing over her estate in Fort Worth to him. Yeah.
All
And then she
How much
somehow
glass did
convinces
this
her
guy need?
sister to do the same thing. Now, once this is locked and loaded, guess what? Once again,
all good.
Never
Safe.
Seen again. So exhausting. I know. I'm like, dude, you are busy. Just chill out for a minute. Well, after Minnie disappears, like I'm tired right now of this, but I have to tell you, he gets married again. I know, we're tired. He's 33, she's 24, her name is Georgiana. So technically she's his third wife because he's still married to Clara and allegedly Mirta, and now Georgiana. Okay, yeah. What he liked about Georgiana was that she came from a wealthy family and she had a bit of an inheritance coming from her grandmother. So Herman's like, you're a 10 in my book, let me snatch you up. We all know that Herman likes to collect wives and girlfriends and all that, right? Okay, great. Well, I'm sure you're thinking, well, where are they all going? You know? Well, let me tell you about the second floor of Herman's castle. Okay? I think the best way to show you is with the picture right here. And insert photo. Okay, great. So what he built was actually pretty genius, right? Herman knew that in order to actually pull off the kind of fraud he really was fond of, which were like medical cures, insurance fraud, screwing over contractors, and manipulating people. He just deep down needed to kill. If he was going to feed this passion of his, he knew he needed to be able to get away with it. So he built this insane group of chambers on the second floor that were literally chambers of death. So if you look at this, you can see things like laboratory or asphyxiation chamber, which was a room he built with gas lines going to it. So like he could put people in there and then gas them to death. What the fuck? Yeah. Second floor, baby. He built that shit. I wonder if the contractors were like, I wonder what's gonna happen in here.
We need chickens.
Kind of odd. So there were rooms that were completely surrounded by like the other rooms. And so, therefore, like, there were no windows around. So, like, no one even knew it existed. On top of that, he soundproofed a lot of the rooms. And he used asbestos to soundproof it. So, like, no one could hear any of his victims screaming or asking for help, you know?
He
There was
wants the
even a
glass.
garbage chute where he could easily
And he wants the
dispose of a
grapes.
body from, like, a room upstairs to the lower area where he had built an actual crematorium. So inside of there, it had acid baths and also an oven that could heat up to 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah. I'm worried. Like, what the fuck is going on? No words. I mean, it was, again, like, really smart for that time. And, like, no one would see what was going on. No one would smell anything going on. It's like these people and their bodies would just be gone. It was pretty genius, but, like, terrifying at the same time, you know? But in total, like, the second floor alone had 35 rooms. No comment. So Herman said that he was going to, like, rent out the rooms like a hotel, which he didn't really end up doing. He ended up renting out, like, to people as long-term rentals, and it worked out for him. Like, nobody questioned what was on the second floor. They either assumed, like, it was more offices, or it was gonna be, like, a hotel, or no one had questions. Okay. So Herman, he ends up going to Texas, and he starts, like, building another
he was in
giant,
the hotel.
castle-like thing, you know? This time, though, what he does is he buys the land, buys the property. He takes out a bunch of mortgages on it. He gets the cash, and then he leaves town. Kind of smart. I'm not saying you should do that. It's just like, okay, yeah, you get it. Kind of smart. Anyways, on his way out, Herman sees some horses, and he thinks to himself, like, oh, I should take those horses because I could probably make some money on those horses. He's just always thinking about making money. Anyway, so he takes, like, all these horses on his way out, he sells them, takes the cash, and just gets the fuck out of Texas. But this would really all become the beginning of the end for him, because what happened was he would get caught, arrested for more fraud. And when he went to jail, he met a notorious train robber. I know, this sounds so cartoony. A train robber, his name was Marion Hedgepeth. So this Hedgepeth guy, he was involved in a gang, and they called themselves the Hedgepeth Four. And this Marion guy, he was all over, like, wanted posters. And on the wanted posters, it said, like, it would describe him as having impeccably polished shoes. I mean, that's really gonna narrow it down, huh? Now this Marion guy, he would be caught, Hedgepeth, he would be caught by the Pinkerton Detective Agency. They were kind of like private detectives. I mean, they would catch everybody. And then they finally caught that Hedgepeth guy and his whole gang in the year 1891. So when Herman came and, like, started sharing a cell with him, he told him all about, like, a new plan that he was hatching up with his friend Benjamin, and they were going to fake his death and get money for it. I guess Herman had convinced Benjamin to take out a life insurance policy on himself, and then what they were going to do was fake his own death, and then they could split the money. Yeah. So Herman's telling this to the Hedgepeth guy, and Hedgepeth is like, what? That's genius, you know? He's like, I want in, and he gives Herman the name of a shady lawyer who could probably help them find a body that they could say was Benjamin's body. And in exchange, Hedgepeth just wanted, you know, a little bit of a cut. So Herman said, like, oh yeah, for sure. Give me that number. You're in. So on September 4th, 1849, Benjamin's working at a drugstore, and he has, like, regular clients. One of his regulars comes in and finds Benjamin dead. But it was, like, the real Benjamin. I guess what really happened was that Herman, he got Benjamin really drunk. So drunk that he either passes out, or probably passes out, or just was completely out of it. And then Herman, he went up to him and was able to overpower Benjamin with chloroform. Forgot about that one, I know. And once Benjamin is out, Herman just keeps pouring more and more chloroform directly into his throat. Yeah, while, like, pressing on his chest to make sure it got into his stomach. Herman then arranges the body to make it look like a chemistry
murder mystery,
as if he, like, accidentally broke a bottle of benzene and a beaker. So then Herman lights a match really close to Benjamin's body, just trying to cause an explosion. And then he gets the fuck out of there. He figured that the body would be found, ruled as an accident, and just go on, right? So he's just waiting for that news. But it didn't happen that way. When the police came out to investigate the scene, they thought the whole thing was, like, not an accident, did not look like an accident. They're like, some foul play has been involved in this. The explosion theory had been completely dismissed because the death was so sudden from the chloroform poisoning. This was determined by the investigators and autopsy reports. And they believed, I mean, it was obvious to them that the body had been staged. For some odd reason, though, the coroner's office, they ruled it as an accident. Because Herman is just one lucky bitch, right? And then they didn't even dig further into, like, what really happened. So, this is a story about a girl named Lucky. Her name's Herman. Because he just has the best luck, doesn't he? But this does kind of, like, make Herman panic a little bit because, like, that was close. He's like, that was real close. Well, lucky for Herman, the plan was still working out. The check, the insurance check, had been mailed. And Benjamin's wife, she got the most money, like $7,200. Herman got $5,000. And what happened was that he forgot to pay someone else, and that was Marion Hedgepeth. Now, I'm no expert, but maybe you want to pay that guy who's like a train robber that you met in jail. I just feel like you probably want to make sure to pay that guy. But, you know, Herman was always looking for a bargain. No, he wasn't. He was looking to just rip people off. Okay, but Herman was having a bit of a problem because Benjamin's wife, she didn't know that it was actually Benjamin that was dead. She thought it was like the whole body double situation. She had no idea that her husband was not coming back. But the daughter of Carrie and Benjamin, her name's Alice, she knew the truth. And Herman was questioning whether or not she would be able to keep it from the family. And she's young.
Fall is fast approaching. Sharp end-of-season outdoor deals at Ashley during the Labor Day sale.
I doubt it. So Herman was like, okay, I need to deal with the family. So remember earlier I had said that to these kids, Benjamin's kids, he was considered Uncle Herman, right? So he invites the kids all back to his house. He's like, I'll help you guys heal. Come with Uncle Herman. And he takes the children in. Children are like writing letters back to their mom. The letters are, they're sad, but like they keep saying that Uncle Herman is kind of weird. Something's weird about him. Well, it wouldn't take long for Uncle Herman to poison. He poisoned one of the little boys by putting cyanide in his like eggs with his breakfast. So this little boy, he ends up dying because he's poisoned by eggs. So after this, Herman ends up dismembering the boy's body. He shoves it into the stove, along with like some corn cobs and wood, and then lights it on fire with corn cobs and wood. Yeah, weird. And apparently he did it really quickly because he had killed the boy at 6 p.m. and still made it to his train at 9 p.m. So remember, there were like, I think there were 5 kids. So he's killed one, now he's got to like continue with the others. And he does so. He ends up killing 2 more by poisoning their food. And then he buries them in the cellar. And I don't know if he's just getting sloppy or just he's exhausted at this point. But he puts very little effort into like hiding their bodies. He didn't dismember them, and he just buried them in a shallow grave.
Dig.
Okay, well, one thing for sure is you can't rip off a con man. You can't. So remember that Hedgepeth guy? He's like, I'm gonna find this little shit, but he doesn't have luck. So he's like, okay, I'm gonna rat him out to law enforcement. I'm gonna go tell the insurance investigators that this guy is a fraud. That's when Fidelity Mutual got wind that Benjamin didn't die in like, an accident, and they sent investigators to go like snoop around. And eventually, they end up bringing in Hedgepeth to question him, and he rats them all out. He tells them their whole story. Herman, he's like, yeah, in jail he told me he was gonna be insurance fraud. Uh-oh, it's not gonna be very good. So at this time, Herman's really starting to panic. He knows like shit's going down. And he does the weirdest thing. Remember his very first wife, Clara? Well, in 1888, he goes to Clara's house and he tells her that he was in a terrible train accident and he got amnesia. And he forgot all
Amnesia.
about that. And I was like, it's crazy. And then I
Oh
woke up
my
today.
God,
and he was
me
like,
too,
I
girl.
used to be married. So he's telling her all this, hoping that she's gonna believe it. He's like, isn't that nuts? I came out of my coma and you were my first thought. But little did Herman know that the police, or I should say like that Pinkerton PI people, they were just right on his ass, waiting for the perfect moment to arrest him. They couldn't just go arrest him just yet because they didn't have any actual like proof, but they ended up getting like a telegram
Getting
from
late?
people in
I don't
Texas.
care.
Remember when he was there and he stole a horse? He was like, yeah, come here, horses. Authorities in Texas had sent a telegram to the authorities wherever he was staying, and it said like larceny of one horse, and like that was all the information they needed to go out, close in, and arrest Herman Mudgett. Yeah, it was over. November 17th, Herman Mudgett, aka H.H. Holmes, was arrested for the murder of Benjamin. They don't know about everything else just yet, you know? So in July of 1895, the investigators go out to the castle and they start digging around. And then what they find, you know what they find, absolutely mind-blowing. They were not ready. 1895, they don't know what the hell is going on. The first thing they noticed was that the smell in the cellar was apparently like beyond just the smell of death. It was like nothing investigators had ever smelled before. They called it unnatural. And then they went they went over to the drugstore and they found a hidden door that was lined with asbestos for soundproofing, yes. And they figured it was a place he could lock someone in and no one would hear them scream. What the hell, dude? He was so bored. Like, I don't know what he was doing. Like, okay, he would lock him in, but then he wouldn't torture or anything. Like,
Balls!
Great. Like, at least he wasn't torturing. I think locking in a room is kind of torturous, but, you know, normally
One floor
he would
away.
have so much shit going down. He just locked them in a room and, like, left them there for a while until he was ready to kill them. Like, what was that? Anyways, investigators, they found a stove on the 3rd floor. It had ashes inside the stove. And inside they also discovered like a watch and chain. And this watch and chain had belonged to the missing Texas woman, or Texan woman. Her name was Minnie. Remember Minnie? Yeah, it belonged to her. They also found a dummy elevator that was being used in the restaurant on the 1st floor, but it could also be used for bodies instead. Yeah, and once they went to the 2nd floor, that's when they discovered so much more. They found the fake passages and stairs. They found doorways that led to nowhere and secret panels that led to secret rooms. I mean, it was a lot, right? Now, press gets a word of this and they go pretty insane. Of course, in newspapers, they're all talking about the story, the tabloids, and it was insanity. The headlines were wild. It would be like, ribs in the ashes. It's an insane story. Do you blame them? There's a murder castle. You don't hear that every day. But they were also kind of like making the story worse, and there was like a bunch of tabloids coming out and just making wild claims. So that part like really kind of messed up the story because it was taken as truth. So it gets really messy. So Herman's trial comes up, and he did not get along with one of his lawyers. So he's like, you know what, fuck that guy. I'm gonna represent myself. Of course he did. Of course he did. And as you're aware, I'm sure, these never go well. But you know what? He ended up pleading guilty, which I thought was like interesting. I thought he would have said not guilty. So at first he was, you know, trying to defend himself, saying he had nothing to do with Benjamin's death, and he was trying to convince the court that Benjamin had killed himself.
Chickens.
He had nothing to do with it. But he would actually, Herman, he would end up taking money in exchange for giving like his side of the story to the press. So he confessed to 27 murders in total. And he also went on to say that he was possessed by Satan. Yeah. He told the papers that he was born with the devil in him, and like he knew he had to like kill people. I was like, oh, okay, yeah. Okay. So the good news is that he got some money for this. The bad news, he got a death penalty. So Herman, he was hung in prison on May 7th, 1896. I guess it kind of was a shitty death sentence because like his neck didn't snap like it's supposed to, so he kind of like dangled for a while. It's a slow death is what I'm saying. And you can't really be that mad, can you? slow and painful is probably the best for him. Yeah, I guess he ended up like slowly suffocating for like 20 minutes, and then he shit his pants, and then he died. So.
Oh, wait. If you were detained at any San Bernardino juvenile detention facility, such as High Desert or Gilbert Street.
This is the money glitch that's getting former.
Yeah, I'm not too mad about it. Now, Herman only had one request. He wanted, after he died, he wanted his body to be buried in concrete so that nobody could dissect him. I know, I thought that was a little weird, because I'm like, okay, so he did it to everyone else, but why? Maybe he was an alien. I don't know. But he did not want anyone to dissect him, okay? And the court actually granted this. Kind of odd, but okay. And then I was mind blown because in 2017, they ended up exhuming Herman's body, and his grave was just like his murder castle. Very creative. There was a fake coffin. Okay, there was a fake coffin buried in the ground, but then once they moved that coffin, they found the concrete and then a second coffin. I know. I don't know what the fuck is going on in this story. I just don't know. It was said that his body was so well preserved that it still had Herman's signature look. The handlebar mustache. Now, I haven't finished my look, which is surprising because this was a long one. It was difficult for me, though. But let me tell you this.
Chickens!
Let me tell you this, because this is very interesting. Let me get out my lash. So here's what I'm going to end it on, because it's quite interesting. There's actually some evidence out there to suggest that Herman, aka H.H. Holmes, was actually
a white,
Jack
a brown,
the
or a spotty chicken.
Notorious London serial killer who mutilated and murdered 6 sex workers and whose identity was never discovered. That guy. You see, Herman's descendant, Jeff Mudgett, thinks that Herman was in fact Jack the Ripper. And even though that's an insane theory, there's some evidence that actually backs it up. First of all, Herman left a pretty significant paper trail, right? He was always taking notes, writing letters, making deals, signing documents, whatever. But there was a strange gap in Herman's paperwork or deals happening between mid-1888 and early 1889, the exact period when Jack the Ripper was on his murder spree in London. Also, there's ship records of an H. Holmes on a passenger ship returning to the U.S. from London after the final Ripper murder. You want to talk about suspicious? I was like, what? Tell me more. And turns out, man, it's a whole nother story. But I mean, literally, because our next murder mystery makeup has been also requested many times. So I'm working on a 2-part deep dive into Jack the Ripper. 2-part. There's a lot. I don't know how to do it. It'd be like a 5-hour freaking video. So I'm gonna do a 2-parter because I want to know. I think it was H.H. Holmes. Anyway, so that's the story about H.H. Holmes. There's so much I had to leave out because, this is easily also would be a 3-parter, and I thought about it, but it's just all insurance fraud mainly. And that's fine, that's what he did. He loved money. I really think that was his motivator, but it's just bizarre how far he took it, huh? For the weird and unique style of killing he did, you would think he was all about murdering people, but it just seemed like they were disposable, and he was really just trying to get their money. I don't know, this dude's weird. Okay, it's funny, this is so long and I didn't finish until the very end, so I was like, I don't want to finish early, but didn't look at me. I think I like this makeup look. Anyways, H.H. Holmes, was he a serial killer or just a bored, dedicated businessman? My personal opinion, I think he was Jack the Ripper, but we'll find out more next time. I also just really don't like this guy. He was exhausting. I don't know how he found the time to do as much as he did. Because what? Anyways, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Please make good choices out there. Play with some makeup today if you want. Do something pink. But other than that,
another patriotic package is going out. This one's for Danielle in Oklahoma, who's feeling her 4th of July with a...
Hi friends, how are you today? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Can I vent really quick? Okay, thank you. I just need to get this off my chest. This week has been so backwards for me. The last 2 days, I'm whispering because I'm embarrassed. The last 2 days, I've slept through my alarm. I missed an important dentist appointment that I've waited over a month for. And I don't know, like, why am I doing this, you know? I'm like getting up, turning off my alarm, and then going back to bed. But I have no memory of it. Am I okay? I don't know. We'll find out. Thank you for letting me vent. Okay. Anyways, hi. If you're new here, my name is Bailey Sarian, and on Mondays, I sit down and I talk about a true crime story that's been heavy on my noggin, and I do my makeup at the same time. I know. What am I doing? I don't know. If you're interested in true crime and you like makeup, I would say, hey, subscribe. You know, maybe even like, maybe comment. I don't know. But other than that, if you're curious to know what products I'm using, I'll list them down in the description box down below. And now I will shut up and get into today's story, which viewer discretion, okay? It's pretty brutal. We're covering everything bad. Great. Remember I used to do my viewer discretions, but then people were getting mad that I was doing viewer discretion, so I was like, stop. Should I bring them back? Let me know. Today's story takes place in 1970, well, the 70s. And look, I've watched enough true crime documentaries and just all things true crime related to know that in the United States during the 70s, it was very different. People were carefree, maybe a little too much in some cases, which might have something to do with why so many serial killers we cover always seem to come from this decade, right? People were just living and not making smart choices. Huh. That's okay, we can't blame them. They were living in the moment.
Magic.
Anyway, so today's story, one more complaint, please, so somebody can get it off my chest. I hate allergies. My eyes are watering, my nose is running, and it's like, I'm trying to look gorgeous and flawless. You can't run. Nose and eye, you can't. You're gonna ruin everything for me. So if I look like garbage today, it's because, I don't know, I'm feeling so insecure. I'm sweaty. Okay, thank you. Nowadays, we have DNA testing. Security cameras are literally everywhere, right? And then, of course, we have the internet. But back then, none of that was there. Now, some see this as a pro. Others, not so much. Even something as simple as a background check was much more difficult to perform back then. And if you were convicted of a serious or violent crime, there wasn't a whole lot stopping you from just moving on with your life afterwards and giving yourself a new name. They'll never know, because they wouldn't. It's wild. You could get away with so much back then. And I think that's why serial killers really thrived, in my opinion. I don't know. With all of that being said, brings me to today's topic. We are going to be covering a killer who, because of everything I just mentioned, was able to operate across the entire United States for over a decade. A man suspected of kidnapping and assaulting little girls and boys in California, murdering women in New York, and some shit going down in between, okay? And yet, this killer, this ugly, vicious killer, still made an appearance on one of America's most popular television programs at the time. Today's story has been asked for since I started Murder, Mystery, and Makeup. Today we are talking about Rodney Alcala, the dating game killer. Which, can I just throw something out there really quick? He's known by the dating game killer, but really he should be called the photographer killer because that's mainly what he did. Can I rename him? I'm going to. Okay, let's get into it, baby. Now, of course, we know him today as Rodney Alcala, but when he was born, he was given the name Rodrigo Jaquez Alcala Bucor, and he was born in San Antonio, Texas. I think I nailed that. Growing up, the family would not stay long in Texas. They actually moved to Mexico with his mother and father, but when he was a teenager, his father ended up abandoning the family. After that, his mom and two siblings, they all moved to Los Angeles, California. A big move. To the sunny city. And this is where most of our story takes place. Rodney, he grew up going to public schools where he impressed everyone because he had a very likable personality. Plus, he was super smart, like really smart. Aren't they always? Not really, no. Sometimes. Anyway, so he's super smart.
Damn it, give me a tuna!
Personality, and by the time
gotta
that
make
he
a
was
better
in his
rod.
late teenage years, many would say that he was very handsome. He had some groovy hair and a bitchin'
Wait,
personality.
I do have a good...
Rodney seemed like
What?
the type
The donk.
that you would bring home to like meet your parents, you know? He had everything going for him.
I don't understand.
But still, some
Anyway, let's
people
go
were
check
like,
on the chickens. Whoops,
something's
we're
a
gonna
little
die before we get
off
there. I
with
forgot.
him. Don't know what it is, but
Squirrel.
something. In 1960, Rodney, he joined the army. And at this time he was 17 years old, and he was stationed on or at Fort Campbell, which is like on the border between Kentucky and Tennessee. So he spent a few
Hang on,
years
Bailey.
there, and then
Not the one. Oh, this one's not. Here we go.
Let's clear something up. 24-hour smiles aren't shortcuts when done correct. At Nuvia, we don't gamble with your health. We use proven protocols, advanced planning, and science-backed systems that make same-day results safe and predictable. Healing, we account for that. Bone support, it's built into the design. We stand behind our results with real studies, real reviews, and a real guarantee.
Come on, I don't
So if someone's
care.
trying to scare you out of smiling sooner, ask them.
Hi guys, how are you today? My name is Bailey Sarian, and today is Monday, which means it's Murder, Mystery, and Makeup Monday. If you are new here, hi, how are you? How's it going? Every Monday I sit down and I talk about a true crime story that's been heavy on my noggin, and I do my makeup at the same time. If you're interested in true crime and you like makeup, I would highly suggest you hit that subscribe button, because I'm here for you every Monday. Today I have in my dirty girl hair. Dirty girl, she's a dirty girl. Before we jump into today's story, today we have a sponsor, Casetify. Casetify, Casetify, you are so on. Maybe one day, Bailey Sarian. I think in some parts I got a little graphic, just a little bit. Warning, the following presentation is intended for mature audiences. It contains graphic descriptions of crime scenes, strong language, and adult dialogue. Viewer discretion is advised. P.S. If you're ever curious to know what I'm using, I do list it down in the description box down below. Okay, listen, look. Listen, are you listening? Okay, look. So sometimes the YouTube algorithm, you know, it's like, meh, whatever. But sometimes it's good and it'll recommend something that, I don't know, I just like, what is this? You know? So YouTube was recommending this court trial to me, the Amato case. And I was like, why are you recommending this to me nonstop? Fine, I'll watch it. So I clicked it, and boy, was it a wild ride. You can watch on YouTube the whole court trial. They uploaded all the footage from the court trial. Of course, they leave out like the graphic pictures and whatnot, which is good. I don't think any of us should be seeing that. But it's gotta be like 2 weeks worth of footage. There's just a lot of footage, so I'm gonna tell you the story so you don't have to watch all that, but you can watch it, and I'll link some down below. Wow, this story's it's just... Let's just get right into it. Today's story takes place in Tuliota, Florida. Let's start off with just the family in general. There are kind of a lot of names that can get a bit confusing, but bear with me, I'm gonna try my best. So Margaret and Chad Amato, they had 3 sons and they lived in Tuliota, Florida, like I had said. The oldest son, Jason, wasn't Chad's biological son, but Chad adopted him at the age of 3 and cared for him as his own. So Jason considered Chad to be his father. And soon after, Margaret and Chad got married and then had 2 more sons. So they went on to have Cody, who was the middle son, and then Grant, who was the youngest. All 3 boys were said to grow up really close, and they did everything together. They were big into sports, played outside, went to football games, and seemed to just have like a really great relationship. I mean, so it seems, you know? You never know what's going on behind closed doors, but it just sounded like it was good. I put tape over here, if you're wondering what that is. So Margaret and Chad, they provided a pretty good life, or yeah, a very good life, I would say, because they lived in this big, beautiful ass house. They seemed to be doing financially well. They had this big home, they had nice cars, they had gaming systems, computers. I mean, all the materialistic stuff, it seemed, you know, that they had it all. Must I say more? No. Margaret, the mom, she loved horses. She adopted a retired racehorse. She had like a stable where she kept the horses, and she would go down to this stables and work with her horse. She was very passionate about horses, and if she wasn't inside the home, then you could find her down at the stable. Margaret worked for a healthcare company as a client operations manager, and her husband Chad was a clinical pharmacist at a local CVS, but he also had a second job / hobby working on computers and building computers as well. Growing up, it was said that the home was pretty loving, but Chad, their dad, could be very strict, very old school type of guy, you know, where there's like never any physical abuse going on in the home, but also it was just like you didn't want to piss Chad off, you didn't want to piss your dad off. He was just stricter, and he had rules that you had to follow, and if you didn't want to follow his rules, then you could get out, you know? So the oldest son, Jason, he ended up moving out when he was like 19 years old, around that age. He would go on to start his own family as well. He said that he was still really close to his family. He would visit the home on holidays. He was always welcome, and he tried to be around when he could, but again, he had his own life and his own family, so it was just every so often. During their high school years, Cody and Grant were said to do everything together. Cody was only 1 year older than Grant, so they were pretty close in age. They both were like on the weightlifting team together at their high school. They played video games together. They built their own computers together. Yeah, learning from like how to do so from their father, because their father did the same thing. Also, the family, everyone seemed to own their own guns, and they were a big gun family, it seemed like. I don't know, but they all had their own guns, and they often went to like the shooting range together. And both Cody and Grant also started their own airsoft league. Just as a side note, you're probably wondering what the hell I'm doing on my eyes. Your guess is as good as mine. I really don't know. Now, it was said that Grant, the youngest, he was a bit of a loner. He was kind of like the oddball. Well, Cody seemed to be like his only friend. Any friends that were Cody's friends, though, were Grant's friends. But it seemed like those friends wouldn't necessarily just invite Grant out. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was that type of deal where Grant seemed to rely on Cody to provide friends. So Grant, the youngest, he went on to attend UCF, and then in 2011 he got his nursing degree, and he wanted to get into the medical field like pretty much the rest of his family, because all of his family at this point was working in the medical field. So then in 2018, Grant was then 29. He was either 28, 29 at the time, but he was fired from the hospital that he was working at because Grant. He was accused of stealing 8 vials of propofol, a heavy-duty sedative that's typically used during surgery. Grant was caught with 8 vials of it, like in his
Sedative.
pocket. He was going to
Sedative.
take home party or something.
Sedative.
We don't know. Grant was caught,
Sedative.
and he was arrested. And in the arrest report, it said that Grant admitted to stealing the drug to give to patients that he felt were not being adequately sedated by doctor-ordered medication. He was arrested and charged with grand theft, but in November, the charges were dropped. It's believed that the charges were dropped because Grant was claiming that he was giving this medication to other patients at the hospital, which potentially could open up lawsuits against the hospital if it were true. It's believed that Grant wasn't actually giving this to his patients, that he was actually just going to take it home and use it himself, but there isn't any proof of that, so it was just completely dropped because potentially it could open up lawsuits and all that jazz. And all that jazz. That's what it always comes down to. Money, lawsuits. Not about the right thing, huh? So at this time when Grant gets fired, he's still living with his mom and dad. And again, he's about 28, 29. And then also Cody is still living with his parents as well. So it's Cody, Grant, Margaret, and Chad, all living together under one roof, okay? Now, his family is just very upset with him, disappointed with him, obviously, and it became a very heated topic when the family would push him, ask him questions like, when are you gonna get a job? You know, parents asking questions like, when am I gonna get a job? But they would get into arguments because Grant just kind of fell into what seemed to be depression. He didn't seem to be motivated at all to get a new job. Yeah, anytime his parents brought it up, it would just start a fight. The parents seemed to just kind of be a little getting frustrated with Grant because he's living rent-free, you know, has no job, and everyone was paying for whatever Grant needed at that time, and when he asked, they would just give him money, which When Grant's parents would refuse to give him money, he would ask his brother Cody, who again was the older brother, and oftentimes Cody would give him money for anything that he needed. So pretty much everybody was quote unquote taking care of Grant while he was trying to find a job. Now Grant spent a lot of his time on his computer or gaming, and he was home all the time with like nothing to do because he didn't have a job. So what's a lonely person looking for some sweet lovin' gonna do, you know?
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I
Jacket.
start my brain dumping everything I need to get done.
Or a sweater.
Well, he found his way to a website called myfreecam.com. Not sponsored. It was an X-rated website where you could chat with or even just view different cam girls and pay for like one-on-one video, sex chat, boom kind of website. Now, if you don't know what a cam girl website is, that's a great question. A cam girl website is where women, even men too, don't get me wrong, can go on there and like you can just be like all sexy and then people can pay you to chat with you, and it's really up to the cam girl or guy how far they want to go, like whether it be like some sexual stuff or if it's just more PG-13. It's all up to them, but it can get, you know, way more X-rated, as they say. So Grant is on there, right? When he's looking around, he finds this woman. She's a cam model, and her name is Sylvie, and she's from Bulgaria. Sylvie. Now, Grant fell in love with Sylvie, okay? She was beautiful. She was smart. Plus, she would make him feel special. Now, Grant would keep coming back to see Sylvie on the website. They would talk for hours, and Grant just felt like he was truly in an intimate relationship with this woman, Sylvie. He told Sylvie that he was a very successful professional gamer and that he drove a fancy BMW, and he was living in his own apartment, creating a new persona for himself online. I mean, why not, you know? The internet doesn't know if you're lying or not. It was said that Grant would spend hours upon hours online watching Sylvie model and dance online. He would also get one-on-one time with Sylvie where she would model for him and or do sexual things online while Grant was watching. Now, Grant would pay in order to watch or have one-on-one time with her, but he felt the more money he spent with this new persona he was, you know, putting out there, the more attention he was receiving from Sylvie. I'm sure this attention was just nice. It probably felt nice. Somebody likes me, you know? Grant said that in order to watch Sylvie, it costed 90 tokens per minute, and Grant had purchased 5,000 tokens for $600. Yeah. Which means he would get about an hour or 56 minutes of Sylvie's time for $600. I'm in the wrong business. As their relationship continued, Grant would mail Sylvie sex toys or lingerie that she would model for him. And at first, Grant was spending about 4 hours a night watching Sylvie, which was costing him about $2,500 a day. In November of 2019, bank statements showed that Grant was
we made it!
to $20,000 a night, sending this money to Sylvie in tips while he watched. $20,000 a night. Grant was just growing more and more out of control. Like, this is just sounds like a full-blown addiction. Now you're probably wondering, well, how the hell was he getting his money? Because he didn't have a job, right? He wasn't working, and he was dedicating a lot of his time to just watching Sylvie. So it was said that he was getting the money from his parents' credit cards and also by hacking their bank accounts, or his brother Cody would give him money from time to time. Nobody really knew what it was going towards, but yeah. Now, it's unclear at what point Grant's parents had caught on, but it was said that Chad and Margaret had confronted Grant about these like $600 charges that they were seeing in their bank accounts. And Grant had told his parents that he was spending the money on Twitch, promoting his account so he would grow in followers and subscribers, and in the long run that it would pay off. Because if you are a video game streamer, I mean, I think they make a lot of money, right? So Grant's mother, father, and his brother, they knew that he was like stealing and spending a large amount of money. They were unsure if they knew what exactly it was for, like what the truth was, but anytime it was brought up, it was just, again, like a heated topic. Cody tried to be the calm one in the family. He tried to tell Grant, hey, I'll be here and I'll help you in any way, and I can help you like pay everybody back. And he was just the one who seemed to be trying to keep the peace in the family and keep everybody calm. Cody just seemed like he was always trying to protect Grant. So earlier I said that the parents had looked at their bank statements from 2019. It was from 2018, sorry. In December of 2018, Grant and his brother Cody, plus a friend named Jericho, they went on a trip to Japan. The group was really into anime and was looking forward to going and seeing the art, the culture, and just anime. I believe there was like a studio out there an animation studio that they were really excited about, but they all went. Now, because Grant had no money, Cody, his brother, ended up covering all costs for him to go. I know. It was said that the last day that they were in Japan, Grant told Cody and his friend that he wasn't feeling very well and that he wanted to stay behind, while the two other went out to kind of adventure around a little bit before they left. So later on, it was discovered that Grant actually had taken or stolen,
Oh no, I forgot to put my chickens away.
Credit card, and he went to a place with Wi-Fi and used the card to pay and watch Sylvie while the other two were away. The friend, allegedly I should say, he didn't notice that the card was gone until he got a notification or a phone call from his parent asking, like, why are you charging this large amount? Because it was like $600. Why are you like, what is this charge? And that's when they realized that Grant had taken his card. I mean, he sounds like a drug addict, right? He's just got to get his Sylvie fix. Now, when the brothers had returned home, things got heated. Grant's father was disappointed that Grant still didn't have a job and that he wasn't really doing anything with his life except for spending everybody else's money and putting everyone into debt. At the end of December of 2018,
I left my chickens outside.
Was looking at his bank records again and discovered that a lot more money was missing, which he then asked Grant about it, and it led to an argument. Now, Grant ended up leaving the home that day, and he just kind of drove off into the night, right? And this was on December 19th of 2018. His mother called 911, and she expressed that, she was worried about him because he seemed really depressed, and she believed that he may have been possibly suicidal. Margaret then told the police that she had received a text from Grant saying, quote, "I'm really tired of everything, just going to handle it my own way," end quote. Grant ended up driving out to his aunt's home, which wasn't too far. It was in Florida. I think it was in Orange County. Can't remember, sorry. But he ended up driving out to his aunt's home. He asked if he could stay there with her, and she agreed. She let him in. His aunt said that he seemed very depressed. She had noticed that he just seemed like he was lost. He just wasn't there. She also noticed that Grant would be asleep all day and then stay up all night. His aunt and uncle, they also had guns in the home, and they thought it would be best if they took the guns, they locked them up, at least for while Grant was staying there, because he just seemed very down. So a few days go by, and his aunt looks at her bank account, and what does she see? Yes, Grant again. What the hell are you doing? She sees all these weird charges, and they're for hundreds of dollars. She doesn't recognize them, and then that's when she finds out that Grant had stolen her credit card information and was using it to pay and watch Sylvie at night while the family was asleep. Like, what the heck are you doing, Also, it was said that Grant's uncle, grandma, and one of his cousins all had charges on their cards, again, from Grant to watch Sylvie. So he was just hacking everybody's bank account, at least in his family, it seems. So Grant's aunt calls up Grant's father, his name's Chad, remember? And she's like, hey, listen, he stole my credit card information and I have these weird charges, and she's telling him everything, right? And then that's when Grant's father just had a full-blown breakdown and cried on the phone, telling her that this has been going on, and the family was in $150,000 worth of debt that was caused by Grant's spending on this website or whatever. $150,000 in debt. Chad told her over the phone that he didn't think he would be able to retire for years, but that it was okay because he wanted to do it for Grant and he didn't want him to go to jail. Asked her to please not press charges, and Chad promised that he would pay her back any of the money that was made from Grant. Grant had stolen between $200,000 to $250,000 from the family just so he could interact with Sylvie online. So it was like $150,000 just from his family alone, and then from his immediate family, and then his aunt, uncle, grandma, like everybody else was getting hit around him too. And Grant, he had a problem, and the family didn't want him to go to prison. They knew he needed help and not prison. So the family, mom, dad, Cody, and their older brother Jason, they all came up with a plan to confront Grant at their aunt's house and have like a little intervention. The family showed up and then they waited outside of the aunt's house. And then once Grant leaves the home, he was walking out like he's walking back to his car. That's when they all confront him, and they were either taking him to a treatment facility or he was going to be cut off from the family. That's what they're telling him. Hey man, we think that you have a problem. You're literally stealing everybody's money and we just want to help you and we don't want you to go to prison. So please just go to this treatment facility, get some help, and you know, will definitely help you. The family just seemed very supportive and gave him so many chances. They just wanted to help him. Now, it was said that Grant was the quiet, submissive type and that he didn't really say anything when this happened. He was just kind of like, okay, yeah, you know, and that he voluntarily went to the rehab clinic in South Florida. Now this clinic is mainly for people with addiction, drug addiction and whatnot, but I mean there really aren't many clinics that focus strictly on like internet addiction. So okay, he agrees, cool. So they drive him out there. They're like, yes, this is gonna be great, you know, Grant's gonna change, yippee-ki-yay, let's go. So they drive him out there to the facility and the family pays $15,000 for him to receive 60 days of treatment, and then they all just kind of went back home. Cody and Chad's the father, Cody is the middle child, remember? But they were able to hack into Grant's computer back at the house, and then that's when they saw like this fake life that Grant was living online. This is when they find out the whole truth, you know? So they saw that Grant was claiming to be a successful gamer who lived alone, had nice cars, and just where all this money was going. This is why I can't be a parent, because I would lose my shit. Well, they decide just to take matters into their own hands, you know? Let's just reach out to all of Grant's friends and reach out to this Sylvie lady and tell her the truth. So they did just that. They go on there, they message everybody. When Grant went to go talk to Sylvie, there's almost like a community. There's like a handful of people who were very loyal to Sylvie and were always there when she went live, and they all kind of became friends. They shared this interest in Sylvie and kind of had a connection about that, I guess. I'm not really sure, but he became friends with the people who also viewed Sylvie. So Cody and Chad, they message everybody and pretty much tell them the truth, saying that Grant had been lying, that he actually lived at home, he had no job, he had a basic vehicle. They told Sylvie that Grant had been giving her stolen money from the family and that they were no longer allowed to contact each other. Grant's in treatment and he's there for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, Grant leaves the treatment center saying that he's cured, he's fixed, I'm healed. Wow, I'm all good now. Grant apparently, allegedly, he went to the treatment center and was just telling them everything that they wanted to hear. Pretty much the treatment center said that they really couldn't do anything for him. So they just they let him go after 2 weeks. Grant goes back to the family home, and I don't really know why the family allowed him to come back home, but they did, and you know, we can't judge, we're not them. So on January 5th, Grant comes back home, and he's allowed to stay there, but he's gonna have some
Wonder if I
new
can hatch
rules
this
that
duck.
Chad, his dad, put in place. So Chad and Grant sat down and he gave Grant some ultimatums. Like, you can either live in my house and follow my rules, or you could leave, move out, or join the military. You know, if you stay in my home, then you are no longer allowed to have a cell phone. And if you do have a cell phone, you're not allowed to have one that has internet access. So it's just like a little flip phone or something, you know? Grant would not be be allowed to use the internet at night, and they were going to take away his computer out of his room.
Yay,
also,
I
that
wear
he needed to get a
glasses!
job and start paying off some of the debts that he owed. So this is what Chad is telling Grant, which sounds like what most parents would do. So a lot of people do this, usually to like a teenager, you know, but Grant is almost 30 years old. So it's like, come on, Grant, get it together, man. You're an adult. Get it together. Now, the biggest and the most upsetting rule, Grant was going to have to cut all ties with Sylvie. Like, it was done. He was not allowed to contact her. So when Chad tells Grant, like, you can't talk to Sylvie anymore, I think that's at the moment when he informs Grant, like, hey, we actually contacted her. And we told her the truth. And in my mind, that's probably the moment that, like, really just set Grant off and probably just, I mean, that would be just embarrassing, and he's probably angry because he thinks he's in love with this woman. So Chad is trying to explain to Grant that you're literally putting a stranger that you've never met over your own family, and that now the family is financially struggling because of this. And just trying to get through to Grant to like open his eyes, like, it's not worth it. What are you doing? We're trying to help you. Now Grant agreed to these rules in order to stay in the house. It was said that Margaret, Grant's mother, she was more sad because her son, like her baby, she seemed to have like a soft spot for Grant. But time went on and Grant was seeming to follow the rules, just trying to get his life together, but it didn't really last long. I guess Grant would go to Margaret, his mother, ask if he could use her phone because her phone could access internet, and Margaret would allow him to use her phone and talk to Sylvie on Twitter. On January 24th, Chad found out that Grant was using his mother's phone to still talk to Sylvie and told him that he needed to get out, that he had ruined his retirement, and to just leave. Chad then left for work. Grant is said that he was, packing like a small bag because he was going to leave. And then Cody was at work as well, receiving text messages about what was going on back at home because there was like an argument. Around 9:15 p.m., Cody was done with his shift at work. He told his girlfriend that he had to go home and, quote, deal with stupid shit, end quote, aka the family drama thing that was happening, and he went home. On Friday, January 25th, 2019, the sheriff's office got a call from one of Cody's friends and co-workers. He told the dispatcher that he was concerned because Cody hadn't showed up for work, plus Cody wasn't responding to any text messages, and according to this friend who had worked with and known Cody for years, said that Cody always had his phone on him, and that in the years that he knew him, never came late to work. So it was just strange that Cody wouldn't show up. Police went out to the home to perform a welfare check at 9:17 a.m.
Chicken.
They knock on the door and they get no answer.
Chicken.
The cars were in the driveway, and they also noticed that all the
Egg.
windows downstairs were covered with paper, so you couldn't even see in the windows. They were able to use
Hatch
a
the
knife and
egg.
open the lock on the door to the master
No.
bedroom, and then the police,
Hatch the
walk into
egg.
the home,
Hatch the
and
egg.
then they see the body of
Egg
Chad
hatch.
lying on his back on the kitchen
Hatch.
floor with
Hatch.
blood just
Hatch.
all
Hatch.
around
Hatch.
him.
Hatch.
There was a pool of dried blood in two different areas of the kitchen, and also what seemed to be like claw marks through the smeared blood, as if he was trying to crawl his way across the floor to get somewhere, maybe get to the phone. We're not sure, but there's photos. I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, it's better if you didn't. There was chicken on the counter defrosting, and Chad's lunchbox was on the floor. It seemed like maybe Chad had just gotten home from work. He went to the kitchen to unpack his lunch bag, take out the chicken maybe, and start dinner when he was shot from behind. He also had a gun and holster on his right hip. They continue searching around the house, and they find Margaret in her office. She's sitting in her chair, and she's slumped over on top of her computer. She had a glass of wine on the desk, and her computer was open, and she was shot from behind. Oh, I'm sorry, and she was dead. Same with Chad as well. They also find Cody, who was dressed in his work scrubs, laying on the floor by the door to the garage, and he also had been shot and was dead. There was also a backpack near him, and there were two different handguns laying about 5 feet away from Cody, and 4 bullet casings were found on the ground as well. At first, it appeared to be a murder-suicide, that Cody may have shot his mother, father, and then himself, but once the crime scene was looked at more closely, they had reason to believe that this was indeed not a murder-suicide. Police had come out to the home previously, and they knew that there was another son, Grant, who lived there, but he was nowhere to be found that day. The next day, Saturday, they were able to track down Grant's car at a DoubleTree hotel in Orange County, Florida, and police were able to find like which room Grant was in, and they knock on the door to get Grant. And on police body cam footage, you can see Grant like crawling on the ground when police come in, and he turns around, he's on his knees, he turns around to be handcuffed. At this time, they had no evidence on Grant. There was no fingerprints found. There was no DNA linking to like a killer at all. There was no murder weapon. It's believed that whoever had done this made sure to clean up afterwards and then stage the scene. So Grant wasn't under arrest. He was just being taken in for questioning. And so Grant goes in for questioning, and he would be there for over 7 hours just talking to investigators about what's been going on within the last few months, the problems they were having, and the money problems. Pretty much just everything we talked about right now. He was really honest. Well, but he was like honest about the money and the girl and stuff. He didn't try and like make anything up. But he told investigators that Chad had confronted him about Sylvie on the night of the 24th, and that Chad told him he needed to leave the house. Grant said that he packed a bag and then he left the house, but before he left, Cody had stopped him and said he would promise to take care of their parents and try to calm down the situation. Grant told investigators that when he left, everyone was alive and fine. Grant was trying to set it up to investigators in a way that made it sound like Cody was going to talk to the parents, and then he left the house and he had no idea what happened after that. So he's suggesting, like, I don't know, and Cody said he was gonna deal with it. And you can actually watch the full questioning video on YouTube, but here's the kicker. Here's the kicker, Grant. Some of us are very observant. Okay, and we noticed something, Grant. He's claiming that he left the house and had nothing to do with anything, right? It's like, I left, I don't know, everyone was alive, I don't know. Well then, Grant, how come in those hours of questioning, not once did Grant ask, hey, why am I here? What happened to my family? Why are you asking me questions in the first place? Hello? So he's trying to give off this impression that he's completely innocent. He hasn't even been told what happened to his family yet, okay? So... And Grant, if you're so innocent, why was it when police came into the hotel, you automatically got on your knees and turned around to be arrested? If he knew what happened to his family, I would assume that you would not ask questions as far as like, why am I here and stuff. But if you didn't know, your first question would be like, what the hell, why am I here? Why are you knocking at my hotel door? He's a stupid ass. Yeah, Grant didn't even ask. About halfway into the interrogation is when finally one of the detectives pulls out like photos of the crime scene and shows it to Grant, asking him if that's, you know, how he left the house. Is that how your mother looked? And like shows him a picture of his mother's body. And he does it again, like, or what about Chad and Cody, and shows Grant pictures of their bodies and like the whole gory scene. And Grant appears to be very upset, claims that he had nothing to do with this. Grant said that the family had been blaming him for months for ruining their lives, stealing from them, and not following any of their rules set in place, so he might as well be blamed for this too. Like, he was just being such a diva. Grant originally said that he had packed his bag and then left the home around 9:30 p.m. and that his family was fine. And then his story changed, and he said he left around 12:30 in the morning and spent the night in a grocery store parking lot, then drove to a job interview in the morning. Investigators were pushing, trying to get some kind of confession from Grant, but he stood by his innocence. Grant's older brother Jason, the one who lives on his own and the only member that's still alive, well, besides Grant, but Grant is a piece of shit. Jason comes down. He's called down and informed about what happened. Obviously, Jason's extremely upset, but they did allow a one-on-one meeting with Jason and Grant. You see Jason walk in and give Grant a hug and then just sit down and press Grant for some answers, asking him if he had anything to do with it, please just tell me. I need closure. I need to know. And I would be very upset if I heard from an attorney or the media that you did it instead of yourself. This is what Jason's saying to Grant. Jason just seems like kindest person ever, completely devastated that he just lost his whole family, and the only one who lived at that house and was still alive had no answers for him. Jason didn't seem like angry or aggressive at all, just asking for the truth. It's just, it's so sad to watch. Based off what I watched and heard and read in the court documents, it's like it just seemed like this family really cared about one another, and it's just so heartbreaking. By the end of the meeting, Jason tells Grant that he thought he had something to do with it and that he just didn't know what to do.
To get started in data analytics, you don't need previous experience or a degree. The Google Data Analytics Certificate will teach you to code in R.
Now, Grant, though, stood by his innocence, but also just didn't even say much. I guess he just wasn't much of a talker in general, so it wasn't unusual. Grant was released on the 26th because, again, they had no evidence showing that he did it. They had no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing linking him to the crime. So detectives knew that they were going to have to build like a really strong case against him in order to get a conviction. I mean, he's the only one who had a motive. Yeah, all signs are pointing to him, but there's actually no physical evidence, and that's where they were struggling. So they let him out, and investigators question anyone close to the family, and they get more information about Grant's relationship with his online girlfriend, the money. Cody's girlfriend told investigators that Cody had told her that he was afraid that Grant would kill everyone, and at the same time, crime scene investigators are building their case. It was determined that it was not a murder-suicide due to many things. Cody, his body was on the floor next to the door, which led to the garage. But there was no blood on the door behind him or the door frame, which meant that the door had been opened when Cody was shot. So someone had to shut the door after Cody was shot. Like, if you die, you can't shut a door. Also, it was determined that Cody's body had been moved. There was a pool of blood at his feet and no blood near his head. So it was determined that his body was like moved around. Also, it was determined that Cody was shot from 3 feet away, which again proves that it wasn't a murder, like suicide. So it was determined that Chad was shot from behind and that the first shot didn't kill him. So he was trying to like move across the floor, and that's why there were like streaks in the blood showing that he was trying to move, but then he was shot again while on the kitchen floor. He was again kind of moved around in a way that made it look like Cody had shot him. And then Margaret was not moved, but she was shot from behind at her desk, and that just killed her. Grant was arrested and charged with 3 counts of premeditated murder. On him, they found a pair of leather gloves, a credit and debit card, which belonged to his father and brother Cody. He also had his passport with him, which led investigators to believe that maybe he was going to try and flee, go see his girlfriend, Sylvie, you know? There was also a handwritten note found in Grant's possession, signed from Cody. In the note, it pretty much said, "I'm sorry for what's going on, and I'll take care of it, don't worry." I'm not going to go too much into detail about what it said, because it was later determined that it was written by Grant to kind of feed into the murder-suicide storyline that he was trying to create, which is pathetic because it's like his own brother. I'm like, so his trial was in July of 2019, and he still claimed that he was innocent. Grant's team suggested that maybe someone broke into the house. Maybe it was a drug deal gone bad, because they had found a small amount of marijuana in the home. So they were like, oh yeah, they were dealing drugs. How many drugs? There was lots of drugs. Marijuana? Oh my God, they're drug deal? Like, they just found that marijuana and were like, that's it, drug deal gone bad, you know? Based off forensic evidence, it was determined that Margaret was shot in the head from behind as she sat at her desk. The last activity on Margaret's computer was at 4:44 p.m., so it's believed that this, you know, kind of started at that time. Cody and Chad were not home yet when Grant shot his mother. Then Chad came home, his father, around 5:30 p.m. He went to the kitchen to put his stuff away, get dinner started. That's when Grant quietly approached him from behind and shot his father. And investigators knew this because on Chad's iPhone it was tracking all of his steps through one of those fitness apps, you know, the step counters. So they could see how many steps Chad took and then when it stopped. Then Cody arrived home from work around 10 p.m. and he walked through the garage that connects to the house. He walked in the door and then that's when Grant just shot him. Then it said that Grant spent several hours at the home moving bodies around and staging it to look like, again, a murder-suicide. Remember how I mentioned that there were 4 bullet shell casings on the ground? And it was determined that the 4 bullets that were found did not, or the shells, I should say, did not come from any of the handguns that were found in the home. They came from an unknown weapon, and the gun that it came from was never found. Also, Chad, the father, had a gun holster on his right hip, and it was later proved that this was placed on him after his death. There was a spot of blood on Chad's pants under the holster, which wouldn't have been able to get there if he was indeed wearing the holster when he was shot. Around midnight, it was determined that Chad had logged into his banking app on his iPhone using the fingerprint reader on the night that he had died. Also, it was shown that money was transferred from Chad, his bank, to Grant's bank account through the app. Jesus, I know. When investigators looked at Chad's finger, they saw that it had been wiped clean, and it's believed that Grant cleaned his dead dad's finger, cleaned the finger, and then used it to log into his phone. What kind of special fucked up is that? When I read that, I was like, what the? That same night after murdering his whole family, Grant also used Cody, his brother's credit card to pay and watch Sylvie, sending her over $600 while sitting in his car in the grocery store parking lot at 3 in the morning. So after he murdered his family, he drives to a grocery store parking lot, sits there and watches Sylvie. What the fuck? Yeah. I don't even know what to say. It's just unbelievable. So they had found gloves in Grant's possession at the time of his arrest, and they were taken in to be tested for gunpowder residue, which it came back positive. Grant said that's because he wore these gloves all the time when he shot, but numerous witnesses said that he rarely wore these gloves, like ever. On Grant's computer, a typed out letter was found by Grant to send to Sylvie and to some of his friends he made online. And this letter was typed 2 days before the murder. It's long, so I'll give you like a little summary. Pretty much Grant apologizes for lying about himself and confesses that he isn't successful and that he lives at home, that he lied because he wanted to stand out to Sylvie and like get her attention. Grant said that his family found out about the money spent and
Mr. J.
ambushed him. Then forcefully made him go to a clinic for his unhealthy addiction to Sylvie and cam girls. He then goes on to say that everything his family mentioned to Sylvie was a lie to poison his image. He then says that he will never be able to forgive himself for making Sylvie sad and for betraying her trust in him. He begs for her forgiveness and asks for, quote, an actual second chance, end quote. Then going on to say that he will do whatever it takes to be able to show the real him. This letter is 8 pages long, just begging for forgiveness and how he will never get over Sylvie and how he never plans to replace her. And towards the end of the 8-page letter, he says, I can't give up on her and I never will. I will give her
Kreegasm 100. Inked _ MRJ cheered 100 bits.
Hi, Mr.
The
J.
jury spent, I believe, like 8 hours, and they come back and give Grant his verdict. Mind you, he showed no emotion during the trial. Even when his older brother
8
took
p.m.
the
on
stand and
Summit.
just
Okay,
cried
let's go
over
find
his
Hayden.
lost
Where's Hayden?
family. Grant just looked like
He's
a
the only one in the
vampire.
game with a beard.
He kind of looks like this creepy-ass vampire, and he was just cold, balding, emotionless, fragile-looking vampire. I don't know. It was just like so uncomfortable to watch. In the very beginning, in like the opening statements, I believe Grant started crying when they showed pictures of, you know, the parents and his brother's bodies to the jury. And throughout the whole thing, though, just nothing. It was weird. But then I guess at one point they show the jury like a picture of Sylvie on this screen, and Grant, like his eyes are just kind of like fixated on Sylvie on the big screen, and it's just like, oh my god, dude, really? Like your whole family's dead and you're still obsessed with her? I don't. Yep. Anyways, the jury decided not to give him the death penalty. Instead, they sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Grant Amato will be spending the rest of his life in prison. To this day, he still claims that he is innocent, and when approached by media asking for an interview, he said he would be open to doing so only if the company would maybe help cover costs to get him out of prison, or if they could put him in touch with a millionaire who would help him get out of prison.
There's Hayden.
Yeah, he thinks that's gonna happen. He still denied, even though all signs point to you, Grant. Grant says he has quite a few pen pals in prison, and people, you know, support and stand by him and are rooting for him to get out. And you're probably wondering, well, what the heck happened to Sylvie? Because yeah, I had questions too. Some people were thinking, you know, maybe Sylvie was involved somehow, or maybe she was pressuring Grant to do it, or maybe...
Oh, come on, Hayden.
I'm Sage Robbins. I should look there. Hi. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
How about now?
I'm Sage Robbins.
I'm Tony Robbins.
Hi, Tom.
Come on, I got 2 hearts with you. Bitch. I don't know.
Steal the money, you know? Maybe something more was going on. Well, I don't really know what happened to her, to be honest. I tried to find out. Okay, I went through the court documents. Mind you, there's like thousands of court documents. So, I mean, maybe I missed it, but I couldn't find anything. There were 2 names on the witness list that were blacked out. I'm thinking that maybe that was one of it, was like maybe Sylvie. I don't know. We don't know. I'm assuming that Sylvie was questioned, because why wouldn't she be? I feel like that would make sense. But in the opening statements, it was suggested like Sylvie may not be her real name. So I was thinking that maybe Sylvie was like her cam girl name, and she didn't want her real name out there in the public, like when it was, you know, in court and in the media and whatnot. That's what I'm thinking. But I'm sure they questioned her, right? They had to. I personally have a feeling that Sylvie, I don't think she had any idea of what Grant was really doing. I'm sure that she was just, you know, accepting the money from him. I mean, who wouldn't? You don't question every customer that comes into your store. You just take the money and they get the fuck out. So I feel like she probably didn't know, but who knows? I don't know. So that is the horrible story about Grant Amato and what he did to his poor family. Rest in peace to Chad, Margaret, and Cody Amato, whose lives were taken because of this selfish, entitled brat, who sadly was their own son. Sheesh. Stories like this are just heartbreaking, because it seems like this family truly was trying to do everything they could for their son, for their family in general. But Grant, who knows what the fuck is going on with him, because he was acting like an entitled teenager, a 30-year-old teenager. It's just unbelievable. And like, for what? For some titties? Like, come on. What was his plan? Jeez. So many questions. What a gross human being. I'll link down in the description box, you know, the videos if you want to check them out. You can see him talking to his brother and stuff. Oh, it's just sad. But Grant is just so creepy. Hi, how are you today? Is that so? You crazy goose, you. Sorry I was not here the last 2 weeks. I've had this killer sinus infection that is going to take me down and take me out. But I'm here now. And I'm excited because I got some new makeup that I'm ready to play with. And also, I didn't even do my intro. Hi, how are you today? I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. My name is Bailey Sarian, and today is Monday, which means it's murder, mystery, and makeup Monday. The rest of my intro, whatever, you get it. Okay, listen, there's a couple of things I have to say really quickly. One, what's the first thing? Oh. So on YouTube and Facebook and even Instagram, there are tons of scammers out there who use my picture as their icon, and then like their name will be Bailey Sarian giveaway or Bailey Sarian free money or Bailey Sarian, but it's like spelled differently. Do not respond. Do not engage. If it's not Bailey Sarian, just Bailey Sarian, S-A-R-I-E-N, with a blue check, don't believe those other people. They're scamming people. And it's been going on for years, and there's like nothing you can do. Oh my God. You can block all you want, but they'll make a new one and they pop right back up. And they're always in my comment section, and they scam people. So I just want to give you guys a heads up. Please don't engage with these losers. They're going to scam you. They're going to try and get your money, and there's nothing I've tried everything. I've literally tried everything. So just a little mention there. It's happening on Facebook as well. So if you win some kind of giveaway regarding me, it's probably a scam. I'm so sorry, I know. I just had to mention that because like, it still keeps happening and I don't know what's, you know? Okay, great. Okay, with that out of the way, I'm already nervously laughing in my head because today's story, you know how you guys are like, hey Bailey, what's like the one story that keeps you up at night? This one right here. This one's sick. It's always the ones that are crafty, right? They're so sick. Hi friends, just popping in here really quick for a word from our sponsor, HelloFresh. So let me tell you. So today's story is real messed up. We're gonna cover everything except for like animal abuse. Silver lining. I'm sorry for laughing. And if I'm already laughing right now, you know. If you're ever curious to know, well spot. Oh dear. If you're ever curious to know what products I'm using, I'll list them down below. I'm gonna use like a lot of new products I got. So if today's makeup looks like shit, oh well. We live and we learn, huh? It's just makeup. Washes off. All right, so I will stop rambling and let's get into today's real messed up story. Oh fuck, here I go. Okay, so today's story, it takes place in the year 1976. Yeah, prime serial killer time, right? So we first start off our story with a young woman named Marie Elizabeth Spanish.
Love you, bitch.
Now, Miss Marie Elizabeth, she mainly went by the name Marliz, which is like a combination of her first name and her middle name, Marliz. Marie Elizabeth. I thought it was cute. So Marliz is from Cleveland, Ohio. It seems like she had just a really nice situation, a good home life. In her family, she's the second born out of 5 kids. So Marliz and her older sister, I mean, they were like super close.
I had 4 biscuits and I ate 1.
I don't know.
Then I only had 3.
Marliz was
Inked_MRJ gifted 1 subscriptions.
young lady.
Must you make me wee every time you're in here, Mr. J?
She's pretty.
Goodness,
she's smart. And again, everyone just really seemed to
Thank
have
you, baby.
nothing but good things to say about her. They would describe her as just being someone that you
ran out of sours.
around, you know? Oh my god. I just thought that's literally every true crime story, huh? Marliz. According to her older sister, Marliz had like a secret passion or a secret desire, you know? She wanted to get out of Cleveland and go on to become a movie star. Yeah, so she wants to become a movie star, okay? I mean, she's cute, she's bubbly, everyone likes her, and just go for it, they're telling her. Go for it, why not? You can do it. If anyone could do it, Marliz could do it. In 1976, Marliz is fresh out of high school. She's 18, and then she quickly finds a job at like a local camera store. And while she's working there, she meets a guy named John B. I forget his last name, sorry. So he's a few years older than her, and I mean, truthfully, he's her supervisor, okay? But the two, they end up hitting off, you know, and eventually they actually decide to become official and start dating. Yeah. Good for her. So the guy she's dating, John, he lives in Ohio, kinda sorta, and the company they both work for had him go out to Ohio for a while, right? So he was gone all the time. But his next plan was to move back to California, where he was originally from. Well, time passes a little bit, not long, but you know, the two end up falling in love, and they decide to get married. You know, when John proposes to Marliz, he's like, hey, look, let's move back to my home state, California. And Marliz, I mean, she said she loved him, but also in the back of her mind, I mean, I don't know for sure, but many speculate that she's like, California, you know, like that's where the movie stars are at, okay? It's like one step closer to achieving her dreams. So of course, I mean, she wants to go to California, hell yeah. I'm in. And the two of them end up moving to John's hometown of Chico, California. Have I been in Chico? I think on accident. Never intentional. So Chico, if you don't know, is in Northern California, and it's like a little, it's not little, yeah, it's kind of, it's quaint. There you go. But there's like plenty of restaurants and things to do over there. Their downtown area is so cute. And, well, this time, I haven't seen it recently. It could have changed. But like, you know, it's, like a college town, there's lots of stuff to do, whatever. Marliz and John, they end up renting an apartment in the downtown area, and they start to settle into their new lives in Chico, California. Now, according to Marliz's sister, she said that Marliz would often call, and she was having like a difficult time transitioning into this new life, right? I guess when they had first moved to Chico, Marliz and John, they started arguing a bit. It was nothing major, but, you know, it wasn't all rainbows and lollipops. It was a relationship. And sometimes they suck. Exactly. And the reason I bring this up is because Marliz and her fiance, they ended up going to a local flea market on January 31st, 1976. The two of them, they end up going together.
I've had enough.
They're
I'm
just,
going to
looking
bed.
at all the bric-a-brac, you know? And while they're there, they end
Oh,
up getting
yeah.
into some kind of an argument. And Marliz is like, you know what? Screw you. Screw this.
First
I'm
day of
leaving.
fall.
And she decides to go home. She's leaving, and like, you
first
know,
day of
in a
fall.
huff, right? When you're frustrated, you just gotta be I don't need you. I'll walk. It's one of those moments. You know when you do that, but low-key you want him to like fight for you, whatever? Anyways, but John's like, fine, and he ends up driving off. Okay, so he's like, fine, walk home, whatever. He heads back to the apartment, and he just waits. He's like, you know, she'll come walking in that door, but maybe she just needs some time to think a little bit. But really, she's probably way more pissed. Like, he really drove off. I told him to leave.
Did I
and
forget
he
to put the chickens
actually
back in again?
left. I don't know who this man thinks he is. Anyways, so John is waiting at the apartment, right? He's just kind of sitting there waiting for her to come home. And more time is passing. And Marliz, she wasn't walking in the door. He's like, okay. So in the beginning, you know, when Marliz wasn't really showing up, John's like, you know, no big deal. She probably just needs her space. I'll let her cool off. You know, and this part made me roll my eyes, but who am I? I'm not judging, but I'm low-key judging John because he lets a full day go by, and by the end of day 2, John is starting to think, huh, it's not funny. It's just like, really? Okay, like, yeah, day 2, end of day 2, he's like, you know, maybe she left. He started thinking maybe she went back to Ohio, like back to her family's home. It wasn't possible, right? She was telling her family how unhappy she was. So he's like, yeah, maybe she went back to Ohio. But here's the thing. None of Marliz's stuff was packed or even gone. Nothing was gone. Everything was the same, right? So nothing is really making sense. And John is thinking at the end of day 2, maybe something is actually wrong. Right? Like, where is she? So 2 full days go by, and then John goes and files a missing persons report. He's really upfront with the police. He tells them, like, right away. The last time he saw Marliz was when they had a fight. And even though he was being honest, police, of course, what are they gonna do? They have to, he's suspect number 1. They're like, bro, you were probably involved. So police were thinking to themselves, like, okay, so you took this girl away from her family, moved her out here, you guys get into a fight, and then she disappears. And you have nothing to do with it? Sure, buddy. Sure. Alice looks bad. Well, some eyeshadows just don't like to blend. Okay, I'm starting over on my eyes because it was looking real bad. But the story continues. So again, John, he had nothing to hide, right? Like, he's an assistant with the police and he had 0 involvement, right? And I mean, of course it takes some time, but the police, they end up clearing him. Now, after that whole mess, police officially declare Marliz as a missing person. Now, this is when they realize that they have 0 leads as to where she went or like what might have even happened to her. Plus, she never showed up back at home in Ohio or anywhere else for that matter, right? Like Marliz just poof, vanished, gone. No trace, nothing. I mean, after this, the case ends up going cold. We'll circle back later, but now we go on to Colleen. Okay, let's try this again with a different eyeshadow palette. How about that? Okay, sometimes you just gotta wipe it off and start over, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. Unless you're on a time crunch, then that shit sucks. Dear makeup gods, please let this go smoothly. Amen. So a year goes by. It's now May 20th of 1977.
Poop hopper.
And we are in the Eugene, Oregon area. Now this is where
Eugene,
20-year-old
Oregon.
Colleen Stam is on the side of the road trying to catch a ride to a small town called Westwood, California. And yes, this is definitely
West
a backstory
Virginia?
that starts
Wait, no,
with
that's
a
not the
young
right song.
woman hitchhiking. But it's the 70s, and it was like it was normal then. You know, it was normal. It was like the 70s way of getting an Uber. Okay, so I don't want to hear in the comment section that she shouldn't have been hitchhiking. Ask your mom. She probably did it. So Miss Colleen, she was your average 20-year-old. She grew up in Riverside, California, in a pretty loving household. Well, actually, like 2 loving households, really. Her parents had divorced when she was pretty young, but her parents, they did a really great, they took high priority of like really doing co-parenting correctly, or like making it work the best that they could. So much so that like the parents had lived down the street from one another. So Colleen and her siblings had both parents super close. Her dad ended up remarrying, and she ended up being the oldest of a like new big blended family. And I guess it really like worked out for them. And honestly, I was like, wow, you just don't always hear that, and it was nice to hear. Or read, I should say. Good for them. So with this new blended family, Colleen, she inherits like a bunch of step-siblings, and since she's the oldest, they all really looked up to her, you know? And her sisters seemed to like really adore her, and they all seemed very close from the outside, right? When Colleen turned 19, she was looking to spread her wings and fly, as we do when we're that age. And that's when she ends up moving to Eugene, Oregon with like some friends of hers. So May 20th was one of Colleen's like best friend's birthdays, okay? And Colleen, she really wanted to surprise her by showing up to her house, which was in Westwood, California. This wasn't super easy to get to, but Colleen, she wanted to make it happen, right? So on the morning that she was supposed to head out, she goes out to her car, you know, she's planning ahead, all that jazz. She goes out to her car, dead, right? So I guess at this point she's like, I guess I could just hitchhike to Westwood. I mean, it's not impossible, not ideal, but it's not impossible, you know? But Colleen, she was really set on this idea and ends up hitchhiking her way there. So Colleen, she ends up getting some rides with like a bunch of long distance truckers who were able to get her all the way to Northern California, where she finally makes it to a town called Red Bluff. Yeah, Red Bluff. Red Bluff, it wasn't a big city at all. I mean, at the time it had a population of around 9,000, but it was conveniently located like right off the freeway, so it was like just an easy stop. So now the challenge for Colleen was to hitch a ride east up into the hills. So this mission would be a little bit harder for her because the few ride offers that she did get, she said like left her with a really uneasy feeling, you know, which led her to just end up passing on these rides instead. But then this car pulls over, and inside is a couple, and they're like, hey, do you want to ride? Colleen would take a peek inside, and it's like this younger guy, maybe around her age, looked to be his wife, who looked maybe a few years younger than him. And then with them was a little infant baby, you know? You know, when Colleen takes a peek inside, she's like, oh, they're just like this cute little family, right? The one thing Colleen did notice was that the guy that was driving, he looked kind of dirty, like he had worked with his hands a lot, and it seemed like maybe he had just like gotten off of work. But overall, Colleen had a safe feeling about this family, you know? So she ends up telling them where she's headed, to Westwood. And wouldn't you know it, this couple tells her they were going there too. What are the odds? I mean, really, what are the odds? She was like, wow, that's crazy. Honestly though, like if I saw a family, like this cute little family driving, I too would get in because it's like, you know, they got the whole family there. It just feels safe. Ooh, bad. Damn it. Doesn't end well. Anyway, so she gets into the car and they end up taking off. The guy, he seems super friendly, and he's just asking Colleen a bunch of questions, like, where are you from? Where are you going, you know? And Colleen said that she felt comfortable enough to share her plans with him. And then Colleen tells the couple that she wanted to surprise her friend for her birthday, and that nobody knew she was coming. She was like, yeah, it's gonna be a surprise. I think she said too much, you know? But the ride continues. Colleen, no. Maybe I just suck at makeup. Everything's like looking like garbage and it's making me not very happy. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? So time passes as they're all heading to Westwood. And at one point they end up stopping to get some gas, you know? So while the guy who was driving is pumping the gas, the mom and baby go into the gas station to pay. And that's when Colleen takes some time to freshen up in the bathroom. And Colleen would say that when she was in the bathroom, that's where she gets like this overwhelming feeling, just a really strong feeling that she needs to get the hell out of there. You know, there's that voice in her head, in her gut, somewhere saying, bitch, run. But you know, so often we just don't listen to ourselves. Point blank, period, facts, hunty, yeah. You know, it's so true though. So she ignores that voice and pushes it aside and continues forward. You know, when you're in your early 20s, I don't think you know the difference between like that inner voice. I'm not trying to like put this on her or anything. No, I'm saying in general. It's like we just don't know how to listen to that voice yet. Or maybe you do. I don't know your life, but I sure didn't. Still to this day, I'm like, is that my inner voice saying that? Or is that the bad milk I drink? Could be either. Or sometimes you feel like you're just being ridiculous for feeling like you're not supposed to be somewhere. And you're like, shut up, voice. You're fine. It's just anxiety. Like, it could be so many other things. I get it. I get it. So when Colleen gets back to the vehicle, she gets into the back seat, you know? And that's when she notices, like, there's this weird box in the back seat with her that wasn't there before. This box, it looked like it was handmade out of wood. It had a hole on, like, one side and 2 lashes on the other, so it like opened up like a suitcase. It is a big box. Colleen, she's like, okay, box, and then just doesn't really think much about it, you know? So they're driving again, right? The couple tells her that they're just gonna make like a quick little pit stop because off the road were some like ice caves that they wanted to see. And I guess there really are like ice caves over there. It checked out. Just thought that was random. But okay. Colleen's like, great. I was kind of hoping we could just like go, but okay, ice caves, cool, So they end up turning off onto a dirt road and they pull over right next to a little creek. So the woman and the little baby, they get out of the car and they walk down to the creek. Meanwhile, Colleen is like, I'll just stay here, hello, So Colleen's in the car, she's looking out the window, you know, she's watching the mom and the baby play in the water. And that's when she realizes she has no idea where that guy went. The guy who was driving the car, you know? She's like, where the hell is he? She's looking around, trying to figure that out. And then right in that moment, she finds out. Because literally seconds later, he jumps into the back passenger side of the car, okay? But now, this guy, this driver, is holding a knife. Like to her face. So this guy tells her, look, if you do what I say, I won't hurt you. You know? And she's like, okay, I mean, what other choice does she have? So he ends up tying her up, and then he grabs that DIY box, right? That weird little fucking box, and he puts that weird box right over her head. Now, it turns out, this box was made just for that, to place over the head. A head box, I guess. Oh, it's so gross. With this box over Colleen's head, you know, she tries screaming, crying, whatever, but nobody can hear her. Because this box, for as weird as it is, it had some serious thought put into it. Whoever made it had lined the inside heavily, like a couple layers, with soundproof material. Yeah, so you could scream all you want. nobody was going to hear you. Boy, just sucks that there's people out there like this, you know? Like, what the hell? Oh, it only gets worse, don't worry. So, Colleen, she still has hope. I mean, that lady, that woman, that mom, and the baby, they were still not back to the car yet. And Colleen's thinking, there's no way, you know, that woman and that baby are gonna be okay with, like, this box over my head and stuff, right? Like, there's no way. There's no way. So she's kind of just, like, waiting, right? Hoping that something's gonna happen. But to her surprise, they come back to the car and they do nothing. Nothing happened. They start the car, the family continues on their journey as if no box was on anyone's head. I'm sure by now you can imagine that they weren't taking Colleen to her friend's house in Westwood. Oh, nay. Instead, they were heading right back to the couple's home. I mean, I guess their home was, like, placed on a decent-sized piece of land in Red Bluff, California. And once they arrive, the woman and the baby get out of the car, whatever, but, like, the guy grabs Colleen, takes her out of the car, walks her into the home, and then heads straight downstairs into the basement where nothing good happens. I've never heard a good basement story. So once they get into the basement, that's when this loser removes the head box. He blindfolds her in hopes that she would have zero clue as to where she was, right? Okay? Once in the basement, he ends up locking her arms into two straps that were hanging from the rafters from the ceiling. Then he did the same thing, but tying her ankles to another set of straps. Now this whole setup, it would end up leaving her body fully pulled out into an X shape. Like this, with no support underneath her. I hate this story. Colleen would later say that being left in this X shape was extremely painful because her body weight was like tugging on her arms, right? There's nowhere to put her feet, right? Yeah, that's which was just leading
called
her
the
to
St.
panic
Andrew's Cross.
more and more, which I'm sure we can all understand. And
Now you know.
in turn, she just was like flailing around. Colleen also said that she actually could see through her blindfold, and she could actually see a photo from what appeared to be a newspaper or a magazine. But whatever it was taped to the wall. The photo she saw was like of a woman in the same type of bondage situation she was in. So she's thinking, you know, was it a bondage instruction manual? Yeah. Was it a previous victim? I mean, the mind is going all sorts of
Where are the little
ways,
kids?
right? Well, this guy, obviously, he was triggered by this, and he attempts to get Colleen's panicking and crying to stop. And the only way he knows how to do this is by whipping her. Yeah. So this idiot over here, he grabs a whip that he like had ready to go, okay? And it seems, again, DIY. And he whips her back for about 10 minutes straight, all while she's hanging in that X position, you know? Well, I guess once he felt like he was done, he brings a box over so she can finally rest her feet on something. Wow, so kind. Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna give you a break. So Colleen, she said when she was given this little break, she was able to once again peek from underneath her blindfold, and that's when she sees, that's when she sees the couple that gave her the ride engaging in sexual relations right at her feet. I don't know, you guys. I don't have anything for you right now. You know, I don't have any ideas. I don't know. I don't know what this is. I don't know. What is this? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what this is. I'm laughing because it's so like, what? What the fuck is wrong with these people? What are you doing? Obviously you're not okay. But why do you gotta bring other people into it, you know? Poor Colleen. So once the couple is finished, I guess, the guy gets up and he ends up taking that box from underneath her feet and again leaves her like that for about 10 minutes. After those 10 minutes, he takes her down. He puts her head back into that freaking head box. And what she didn't know was that there was now another box ready for her to use. Yeah. Now, this other box is also awful, but this one was made specifically for the body. So it's a body box. He's like, yeah. I mean, this guy had a passion for woodworking, and he was making all kinds of crazy shit. So he ends up getting Colleen down from, you know, hanging from the fucking whatever, and he places her into the larger body box. He ends up chaining her wrists and ankles to this box, because I guess inside the box there were like chains set up, so he chains her to it. This is like literally my nightmare. The weird thing about this was that the chains inside this body box would leave her limbs slightly suspended. So it's like hurting, excruciating, torture, and you're in a fucking box? Dude, bro, what the fuck? Okay, so she's now in this box, but also he has her head, Colleen's head, is still covered by that head box. Just an absolute fucking nightmare. Like, what is this? Not to jump ahead, but I forgot to mention in the intro that this guy I'm talking about right now, he might get out of prison this year. We'll talk about it at the end, but I just had to say that because maybe I can't sleep, I'm not sure. Well, Colleen, she would end up spending the rest of her night in that freaking box. Yeah. So the next day, that man comes down, he takes her out of the body box, and puts her on yet another handmade contraption. This guy had like a full-on workshop of torture devices in his basement. It was giving me Toy Box Killer vibes, you know? Remember that one? Me no likey. The next device he was bringing to the table was called the rack. Now, I didn't even know what this was. Like, when I think of the rack, I think of like a medieval torture device where they like turn a wheel and it kind of stretches you out. But I couldn't find what his definition of the rack was. All the information I could get was that he handcuffed her hands and her feet to this rack while her head was still in the head box. And then he ends up like leaving her there for another full day. For what purpose? You know, like, I guess at one point, he's like, hey, I should probably feed her. So he brings her some food. But at the same time, Colleen, she's not really that hungry, you know? Most likely because she's a little, freaked out. I'm not sure. And maybe food was the last thing on her mind. But what do I know? Well, this made that man very upset. He made her that plate, and she was refusing to eat. He was like, I am deeply upset. And because of this, he ends up deciding to punish her. As punishment, he chains her back to the ceiling and whips her for not eating. Afterwards, he puts her back onto the rack, and he ends up leaving her there for 10 days. God. I know. This freaks me out. Torture? Especially when we got little DIY daddy being all creepy and shit. Just, ugh. Anyway, at this point, though, Colleen, she was completely naked with her head in a box tied to this thing for 10 whole days. That should just be the end. I wish. After these 10 days, it's back to the body box. And this is where he starts to, like, establish Colleen's new routine. Like, she was only allowed out of the box once a day for about 20 minutes, and that was only to eat or use the bathroom. Only under his supervision, of course. And as a special treat, every once in a while, he would keep her out of the box for a little bit longer. You know? Maybe like 30 minutes. Only because he wanted to practice different bondage techniques on her, like whipping her with a handmade device, constricting her breathing. He tried shocking her with electric cords, submerging her completely underwater until she almost drowned, and also burning her in her pubic area with a heat lamp. That was a special treat for him.
There it is.
I know. I don't want to talk about it. I'm already talking about it. What is there to say? So, as you can tell, things really suck over there. Like, it's so fucked. Glad we agree. So guess what? You thought 10 days was bad? Well, let me tell you something. He would stick to this routine for a full 5 to 6 months. Remember just a few minutes ago we were like, oh my god, 10 days? Yeah, wow, ew. Now we're at 6 months. Okay, Colleen, she estimated that he had whipped her and tortured her at least 90 to 100 times within those 6 months. So after those 6 months had passed, this absolute demon built Colleen, trying triangular shaped box, okay? But this box was made specifically to fit underneath the stairs, and this was gonna be the box that Colleen lived in. Yeah. So she's gonna live in this box under the stairs. Okay, so it would be around the same time that Colleen gets her first clue as to who in the hell this demon monster was. So I guess during one of their torture sessions, Colleen spotted his belt, and it looked like his belt had a name on it. And the belt said Cameron. Honestly, I was picturing like a Paul or something. Sounds like a thing a Paul would do, right? Whatever, his name's Cameron, okay? Fuck that guy. Why does he have a belt with his name on it? Is that normal? Should I get one? No, you're not a killer. I mean, what a dummy. Why is he gonna wear a belt with his... Whatever. He's already done. We know this. So, also, it's around this 6-month period that this Cameron guy was looking to, like, shake things up a bit. You know, to keep things fresh and exciting. I guess for himself. So he goes to Colleen, and he gives her a piece of paper, and he's like, I need you to sign this. So Colleen, she looks over this paper, and she realizes that it's a quote-unquote slave contract. The fuck? Yeah. According to Cameron, this contract was backed by a legit underground society called the Company. I mean, that's at least what he told Colleen. So Cameron explains to Colleen that the Company was like an underground organization, kind of like a cult or something. I don't know. But this organization specifically bought and sold slaves, and if any of them escaped, they would be caught and tortured to death. So he tells Colleen that he's a member of this company, and he has been granted his own slave. And well, she's it. Right? I don't know how she's taking this all in. This is so much, right? Like, how? He also ends up telling her that the company members were everywhere, just constantly watching slaves for any sign of escape, and that they were always watching and just waiting. I mean, say what you will, but Colleen, again, she was only 20 years old. She's malnourished. She's physically diminished and just in survival mode. So she believes him. I would probably believe him too. He's torturing you and building fucking boxes. I guess Cameron would spend some time talking about the company. She was like, well, I don't know. It could be real. I want to find out. Cameron even told her that his wife, remember the lady? She had once been a slave who tried to escape from her master. And that's why things were so bad. Because when she got caught, they, whoever they is, damaged her leg so bad she couldn't leave. So that's why she had bad knees. I just think of that. That's why she's got bad knees. I hate this man. He might get out this year. So before she signs, she continues reading through the contract and notices that there are names on the contract that, I don't know, she's like, I've never seen these names before. Colleen saw that her name was on there, but the guy with the Cameron belt, he was listed as Michael Powers, and his wife was listed as Janice Powers. So Colleen asked, like, I thought your name was Cameron. And he ends up telling her that his name was indeed Cameron, and his wife's name was really Janice, but they both went by the last name Powers within the company. Now, Colleen is just kind of like reading through the contract, and Cameron's getting a little antsy, like, hey, you should really sign that contract because the company's watching you right now, and if you don't, you're gonna cause yourself some bigger problems. You know, just really scaring her. So she signs it. Not like that contract means anything, okay? So, who are these people, right? This super fucked up family. What I've learned about Cameron is that his name is Cameron Hooker, and oh, get this, at the time of the kidnapping, guess how old he was? Guess how old he was? 23 years old. Now, some of you might be like, why does that matter? I was shooketh by this because that's young for him to be doing this type of shit. Am I validating? It's just like, huh? Like, most people at 23 are just partying, being shitheads in other ways, like ways that, you know, you're just dumb. You're not. if you're 23, don't worry, I'm not coming for you. It's just, you know. So what I'm getting at, though, is that he was only 3 years older than Colleen. Yeah, he was born in November. I think like November, early November, so he's a Scorpio, which kind of makes sense, you know, not like the psycho part, but he was born November of 1953. He had his mother and father in his life. He had a younger brother. The only thing that really stood out was that, like, his family had moved around a lot in his early years, so there wasn't like a lot of stability or chances for him to like grow friendships or any type of relationships. And the family, they didn't end up settling anywhere until they moved to Red Bluff in 1969. So when they moved to Red Bluff, Cameron was only 16 years old. And then I tried to find out what his childhood was like, but like there's nothing really out there, you know? So I think it's probably safe to say that it was off. He probably had an off upbringing, a wild guess. In 1972, when Cameron was 18, he graduated high school. And right after graduating high school, he got a job at the local lumber mill. So he ends up working there for a while. And that's when he meets 15-year-old Janice, wifey. Now, I guess according to Cameron, Janice was like everything he was looking for. Miss Janice was very shy. She was very codependent. Hell, she was 15, you know? So at 15, what are you? Everything. Insecure, unsure, just looking for something, someone, anything, really, you know? So seeing Janice's insecurities, uncertainty, codependency, Cameron saw this as the perfect opportunity to take advantage of her, Janice. And also, it made it a little bit easier for Cameron to try out all kinds of bondage stuff on her because she was willing to do anything to make him happy. Not much to say about Janice, you guys. We'll get back to that in the end. Back to Colleen. It's 1978. And now that she's like signed the contract, things seem to actually improve for her? Question mark? You know, First off, she's given a new name by Cameron. Her new name is Kay. Kay. I know. I was like, wow, creative. Her name's Kay. Kay. Okay. I'm sorry. It's not funny. Okay, I'm just like, I've got to find some humor here because this story sucks. Well, now that she's Kay, she's allowed more time out of the box, and when she is out of the box, she gets to stay out of there for longer periods of time. She was allowed to be upstairs and like do housework for them. Now she was only allowed to call Cameron master or sir, and she had to call Janice ma'am. She also had to kneel, bow her head, and ask permission before doing anything. Up until this time, Cameron, he hadn't raped Colleen because one of Janice's rules was that he was not allowed to have penetrative sex with Colleen. But then that, of course, changes because it's Cameron and he's an absolute psychopath. So after signing the slave contract and becoming part of the household, Cameron was like able to talk Janice into allowing him to have sex with Colleen. He would even go on to tell Janice, like, the previous engagement is not working for me any longer. Yeah, it's just not working for me. So he decides that he's gonna rape Colleen in front of Janice, and she's gonna watch. I guess Janice just couldn't handle it. Like, it literally made her physically sick. So after this, I guess Cameron like puts a pin in it and was like, yeah, I guess we'll circle back later, huh? Can't have you getting sick. So in April of 1978, at this point it had been 11 months since Colleen had been kidnapped. She's 21 years old. She's still being tortured and kept in a box. Meanwhile, Cameron and Janice, they decided this time it's a good idea to downsize and like move into a smaller mobile home. Why would they downsize, you ask? That's a good question. I guess at their old location, they didn't really have as much land as they really wanted to hide a sex slave. Cameron was more worried about prying eyes. Honestly, I'm not sure if there was like any truth behind this. It just seemed like Cameron was getting really paranoid. Well, they end up moving, but in this new place, they didn't have a basement. And as we know, Cameron, he loves his basement, little handyman. So instead of having a box in the basement for Colleen, he decides that he needs to build a new box, which he does. This time the box is like it's pretty much coffin-sized box, right? It's a little bit bigger. And instead of it being in the basement or like under the stairs, he decides to put this one under the bed where he and Janice sleep. What I'm getting at is that he managed to build a box like into their waterbed frame. Yes, they had a waterbed. Well, Cameron had promised to her that this new box would be much more comfortable. I mean, he's like, look, it even has enough room for a radio and a bedpan. Luxury. Now in this new box, Colleen would spend 23 hours a day under the bed inside this box. First of all, my thought was, how in the hell was she staying sane, right? Colleen said that, you know, the only way she could keep her sanity while in the box was by focusing on her happy memories, anything happy, memories from her family, her friends, and she would just fantasize that she was with them the whole time and essentially just leave her body, you know? She also said that her faith in God kept her from giving up hope. Well, at this very same time, Janice finds out she's pregnant with another baby. Yeah, so there's a lot going on, great. And in September of 1978, Janice actually gives birth in the bed with Colleen still underneath it. Dude, what the fuck? I just don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say. This is a different kind of fucked. Could you imagine being stuck in a box underneath someone's freaking waterbed for 23 hours a day? I wouldn't make it. There's no way. How do you not lose your fucking mind, you know? In June of 1980, Miss Janice, she ends up getting a job, you know, because they need some extra income because of their growing family. While Janice was away, Cameron would let Colleen out of the box to like make him dinner and wash the dishes. Could you imagine being relieved to do the chores and all that? Well, the Hooker family was just feeling more and more comfortable letting Colleen out and like just gave her a lot more responsibilities around the house, like babysitting the kids while Janice and Cameron were away at work, house chores and all that stuff. And I know you have something, you're like, why didn't she just leave? We'll get to that, shut up. I hate those stupid people. Why didn't they just leave? Oh, fuck you. We're gonna flash forward a bit, and baby, we are into year 3 of Colleen's confinement. So not only has she been literally chained in their house most of the time, but also she still heavily believes in the company. Remember the company, that thing that like allegedly they were watching her every move? So Colleen would spend most of her time watching the kids, you know, house cleaning, all that stuff. And Colleen would say that this was actually like some of the best times that she had with the Hooker family, and that those little kids, she loved babysitting them. And also they let her know that like there was still good in the world through these kids. I'm just so sorry. During this year, Colleen was now allowed to sleep chained to a toilet in the bathroom of the mobile home they were staying at, which was an upgrade of some sorts. But also, there were very few restrictions placed on her. So Colleen would play with the kids and stuff and have her meals with the family. She would even get to go for a jog. It was like a little breath of fresh air, you know? The downside, this is also the time when Cameron started raping her a lot. Colleen estimated that around March of 1980, Cameron was like raping her at least once or twice a week. And he also kept this a secret from his wife Janice because, you know, she knew she would be mad. And women, so he had to keep it a little secret because Janice would be mad. So I think here is where we should talk a little bit about Stockholm Syndrome. I'll just give you a quick little breakdown for you, a Google breakdown. Stockholm Syndrome is when a victim starts to form a deep psychological bond with their captor. It was named after an incident that took place in Stockholm in like 1973, where a bunch of hostages of a bank robbery started sympathizing with the robbers and even went so far as to refuse to testify against them later in court. It feels very weird to think about it at face value, but it makes sense as a survival tactic. When you have zero leverage in a scary situation, your brain will warp your reality for you to try and find a way to keep you alive. So much so that your brain will start to make you believe that you are in love with your captor in order to shield you from the trauma of it. There's obviously a lot more to it, but that's just kind of like a quick little breakdown. I know a lot of us, we hear it all the time, people just don't get it. Why didn't you just leave? But it's one big mind fuck. And unless you experience it, you just can't understand it. Yeah, because with Colleen, she stays for quite some time, poor thing. So Colleen would later say that she told Cameron she loved him, not only to keep him from abusing her more, but also because she was genuinely grateful for the little freedoms that he gave her that year. I know, you're at home right now thinking, what about her family? What the hell is going on? We'll get to that. Calm down. It's a long story. And the most important freedom that Cameron gave her this very year was her family. You're never gonna believe this. Oh my God, I was like, what? Yes, Cameron allows Colleen to contact her family. Her family had, as you can imagine, been through complete hell. Colleen had disappeared without a trace, and after a few days, her roommates in Oregon began to worry about her, right? So they contacted her friend in Westwood, the one she was gonna go see. This friend told the other friends that she never showed up. So her roommates, they call her father to tell him that they haven't seen Colleen in days, and no one has been able to get a hold of her. So immediately, her dad and her mom get into the car and they drive up to Eugene. I mean, that's the natural place to start, right? So they head up there and open an investigation with law enforcement, declaring Colleen a missing person. Her family was completely devastated. I mean, no body, no leads. They would say to them it felt like it was truly impossible to lose all hope because they hadn't found any of these things. Well, Cameron allowed Colleen to make a few telephone calls to her family in 1980. Yeah, 1980. He's like, fine. But of course, it was only under his supervision. I'm sure her family was like, what the fuck? At least they're hearing from their daughter. Once they did hear from her after 2.5 years of silence, she's alive, but they could tell that she was very guarded. And the only conclusion that they could come to was she's in a cult. Wow, she just up and joined a cult. Makes sense, checks out, right? I would probably think the same thing. Would I? I don't know. Maybe, But I don't, I can see their thought process is really what I'm getting at. I'd be like, is it Scientology, honey? I heard about that one. But regardless, even to hear from their daughter was wow. They were so relieved and decided it would be best if they just played it cool, right? They didn't want to spook her. People in cults, they tend to get spooked easily. Everyone just remain calm and just everything's okay, They just wanted to make sure that their lines of communication was as open as possible. They did not want to push her away in any way, shape, or form.
Didn't I say I was done streaming?
Smart. Well, in 1981,
Whoops.
Cameron tells Colleen, not Colleen, that he got special permission from the company, to take her and visit her family. So Cameron tells her that he had to put up a $30,000 security deposit to cover the company's cost of watching Colleen and her family, but she earned it. So he's like, hey, if you want to see your family, first you have to prove your loyalty. She's like, okay, how do I do that? How do I do that? How does she do that? Let me tell you, because this part's even more fucked up. So Cameron, okay, so he's like, you're gonna prove your loyalty to me. So he hands her a gun. He tells her to put it in her mouth, waits a little bit, and then tells her to pull the trigger. Could you imagine? This is how fucked this guy is. I know what he's doing. I know what you're doing. Anyways, Colleen, proving her loyalty, she pulls the trigger. Click. It was empty. You want to talk about the mindfuckery right now? You want to talk about the mindfuckery? Could you imagine? This part, I was just sat there for a solid 30 minutes. Like, holy fuck, he really did that. He is that fucked up. I mean, all of this, right? Would you pull the trigger? I don't know. I mean, she's been with him for a couple of years at this point, so he was really just working on her, just fucking up that mind. Wow. Sorry, I'm still thinking about it. In mid-March of 1981, Colleen and Cameron, they head out, just the two of them, they head out to Riverside, California. So he tells Colleen, like, the first thing we have to do is make a pit stop. We have to stop at the company headquarters. And their headquarters was in Sacramento. So she's like, okay, whatever. And then he goes on to tell her that she has to take a little lie detector test. Yeah, I'm not sure what for, just to make sure that she was still loyal or whatever. So they make a little pit stop, and Colleen is a little nervous because, again, she absolutely 100% believes that the company might kill her, right? And he's obviously crazy. So Cameron gets out of the car first, and he goes into this little building. She's just waiting in the car. He goes in, and he's in there for a little bit of time, quite some time. And he ends up returning, and he's like, hey, I have great news. Great news. You've been such a great sex slave that they waived the test requirement. The mindfuckery here is unreal. Never have I ever. I don't think I've done a murder mystery makeup like this, where the guy is this, not only fucked up, but like also the mind control, the games. Like, he really knows what he's doing, and that's really scary. I don't like this. And again, she still believes this. She's like, wow, so glad. You know, she was so nervous over it. So the two, they end up making it to Colleen's family, well, to their home, and she's finally reunited with her family. Oh my God, could you imagine? I just wonder if she was herself. I don't know. Could you imagine? I don't know. Her family obviously thrilled, but they were also being kind of cautious because they, again, did not want to scare her off. People in cults get spooked easily. Cameron actually leaves her alone with her family for the full day. He just is like, okay, you spend your quality time and I'm gonna go now. He trusts that her devotion to him and her fear of the company that much. I mean, she really proved it with that gun situation, right? Like, damn. So he really trusts her, and he leaves. So while he's away, Colleen tells her family that Cameron is actually her boyfriend. Now, she would later say, of course, she wanted to tell her family the truth, but she was genuinely afraid that the company would not only kill her, but also kill her entire family. So, she's, there's a lot of pressure on her, poor thing. Cameron eventually comes back to take Colleen back home, and they say their goodbyes, and the two leave. Must have been so hard, just for everybody, right? Well, after this visit with her family, Cameron ends up kicking it into high gear. He felt like Colleen was getting a little too comfortable with her family during the visit, and he ends up punishing her for this. So he puts Colleen back into the box full time. Wait for it. From March 1981 to May 1984, Colleen would spend most of her time under that bed in the box. Honestly, I was just like, wow, Colleen is just very strong, very brave. I think on day 2, I would try and off myself. There's no way I would make it. There's no way. Like, I'm laughing because it's uncomfortable and probably true for me. I mean, she's just fucking strong. Well, sometimes Colleen would get out of the box to use her restroom or whatever, but at some point while Colleen was away, like, I guess Cameron had added a little bit of decor inside of her box. Wow. Inside of her box, there was a photo, and it was like a photo of a really attractive young woman, which was like, okay, thanks, like, okay. Colleen did not recognize this person. She had no idea who they were, and it was like, it wasn't anyone that she knew, and it wasn't someone that the Hooker family in general had mentioned. Yeah, they had never mentioned anything, right? It was random, but put a pin in this because it will come back up. So in 1982, a few developments happened. First, it comes to Janice's attention that Cameron was having sex or raping Colleen numerous times, and she was not happy about it. That was her one rule. Well, two. Number 2 out of 1. I mean, whatever. But of course she's mad for all of the wrong reasons. And second, Cameron had a new trick up his sleeve to control Janice and keep her in her place. The Bible. He's starting to bring God into the game. Cameron would start quoting and using the Bible, specifically the Old Testament, as like justification for enslaving and raping Colleen. He told Janice that it was her wifely duty to follow her husband's lead and honestly just mind your own damn business, woman. It says in the Bible. I surprised myself. I actually liked this. I didn't know this was going to go poorly. In January of 1984, Cameron started to let Colleen have more freedom again. So he starts
the Bible also
letting her
says
out
that
of
you
the
should
box
bang
at
goats.
night so she can have the luxury of sleeping
does.
in the bathroom on the floor. According to him, that was a luxury. And once again, the family, they really needed more income. So in May, they actually allowed Colleen to get a job as a housekeeper in the Red Bluff area at a place called King's Lodge, which was only a few miles from their home. Sometimes Janice drove her to work, and sometimes Colleen just would ride her bike there. Colleen, as soon as she got a paycheck, she would have to hand it over to Cameron. And sometimes, if she was doing real good, he would let her keep her a whole $20. You know, as a little treat. Wow. I was gonna say I want to kill this guy, but I think legally I probably can't say that. Can I? I don't mind. I think I could do it. I hate me. So shortly after she gets a job, you know, they're getting more income, and Cameron has this great new idea. What's that? What now, Cameron? What now? Well, he wants to have a threesome with his 2 women. I'm smiling because by threesome and sex, I mean he wants to rape his 2 women. And plus, it was the closest Janice was going to allow him to have sex with Colleen. You know, if she was there. Cameron was trying for years to make this happen, but Janice
Trying
was
to get.
not
Oh,
much, okay?
finally!
So this is when he starts bringing the Bible into the game. You know, because the Bible, he's like hoping that's going to convince her. And I guess Colleen at night would read them scriptures, and, you know, they were just like they were bonding over the Bible. There was one scripture they were reading, and like Cameron is trying to tell Janice, like, see, it's just like the story of Abraham, us. So if you don't know, the story goes, Abraham and his wife Sarah, they were old, and they didn't think they could get pregnant. So Sarah tells Abraham that he could have sex with their handmaid, and if a baby is made, it would be handed over to his wife, Sarah, and they would raise it as their own. It's the literal passage used by the characters in Handmaid's Tale, to justify sexual slavery. Cool. Awesome. Great. Janice is not stoked about this. I mean, but she too is afraid of Cameron, and she doesn't want to find out what he would do or what would happen if she said no. So at this point, something just shifted in Janice's mind. Not sure. Nobody really knows why the switch happened. Maybe it's because she's becoming more mature, and she's actually realizing that her reality isn't okay. I mean, Cameron had been grooming her from the age of 15. And so she's never really had normal, right? Yeah, and we can tell by now that this Cameron guy is super fucked, so she too is just a victim of Cameron, right? So at this point of the story, Janice is now 26, a mother of 2, and Cameron starts telling her that he is like really wanting to marry Colleen. As in, like, he wants to have 2 wives. And Janice is realizing, like, no matter how many things she agrees to, he is always going to want more. Ain't that the truth, girl? The truth will hit ya, and it was hitting Janet. So in July of 1984, Colleen and Janice, they start attending church together. One day, Janice went right up to the church pastor and shared with them how they had been living for the past 7 years. So she literally goes up to this pastor and lays it all on the table. And I thought, like, at this point, I was like, oh my God, thank you, finally, right? Wow, girl, wow. You know, just, whoa, finally, it's gonna be over. Of course not. Of course not. That'd be too easy. So the pastor, he ends up giving Janice some sage advice.
All right,
saying,
well, I'm
quote,
gonna be done now.
"Leave him. Get out of there. And let
Got
Colleen
deeper.
go." And then goes on to tell
Oh, my
her,
camera's starting to fuck
quote,
up anyway.
I don't know, maybe report it to the police instead of me, end quote. That was that. The pastor did nothing to report this to police or anything, just go on his merry way. I believe there's some kind of law in place where, like, pastors can't. I forget. But I think they should. See something, say something, pastor. I guess that would be too much because they would have to out themselves as well, huh? Well, on August 9th, Janice took Colleen to her job at the hotel, and once again, she goes back to the church to visit the pastor. He again urged Janice to leave, and this time she actually listened. She went back to the hotel, found Colleen, and told her for the very first time, there is no company. Now, it was said that Colleen was, like, completely devastated. I mean, once again, like, talk about mind fuck, like, everything. What? So much mind fuckery. Oh my God. I mean, Cameron had told her on numerous occasions about the company and the power that they had, which all seemed very real to her. And now it was all a lie? What? You know? So the two went back to the home and decided to not tell Cameron anything, especially about him lying about the company. I mean, they were both afraid, like, if he knows that we know, he's probably gonna kill us. So that was probably smart. Plus, I just don't even know how you would sleep that night. Like, I would kill him. Enough about me. But I know you would too. Okay? You'd probably snap and just go fucking in. The next day, Janice and Colleen, they waited until Cameron had headed off to work, and once he was gone, Janice and Colleen took the children and headed straight to Janice's parents' home. I guess, like, she wasn't that far away, which is kind of odd, right? That's a whole other story. From there, Colleen was able to actually call her own parents and told them that she just needed help getting out. So she wasn't able to, like, tell everything, but she's like, I just need money to catch a bus home, okay? So they ended up wiring her some money,
Oop,
and she was
put the
able to
chickens
catch
away
a bus
again.
the next day. Oh, I know. Praise God. So one last thing Colleen did before leaving was that she called Cameron. She rings him up. Thank God, though, right? She didn't, like, see him in person. Because, during that call, she told him that she was leaving and, like, there's nothing he could do to stop her. And according to Colleen, Cameron just cried a lot. She even said that he was just straight bawling. I mean, it could have been a mixture of just everything, right? Maybe he knew it was all over for him. Maybe he was genuinely going to miss her. I don't know. We don't know. But I guess that's all he did was cry. The next morning, Colleen had arrived at her family's home in Riverside, California, where she was finally able to, like, share her entire story. Which, God, that must have been hard. Just for everyone. After 7.5 years in captivity, at the age of 27, Colleen was finally free. 7 years. Damn. That's gotta fuck you up real good, poor thing. So I wish I could say that Janice, she was free and she, you know, was now on to healing, left Cameron forever, bleep blop bloop. Remember, she had been with this dude since she was 15 years old, and at this point in her life, she had, like, little to no self-esteem. She had 2 young children. Where does she even start? You know? She's just unsure, overwhelmed, and scared. And only after 1 week of freedom, Janice, she moves back home. But Cameron, I understand, but at the same time, you know, we were rooting for Janice. But this time when Janice came back, he was, like, really trying so hard to make it work with her, I guess, because she was able to convince him to destroy his torture devices and essentially, like, get rid of all of it and destroy the evidence at the end of the day. So
I keep forgetting to actually stop fucking playing and go to bed.
Panic attacks. She was really worried that Cameron was gonna go back to, like, torturing her now that Colleen was gone. So after a month and a half, off, Janice would end up moving again, and she moves back in with her parents. So, we talked a little bit about Stockholm Syndrome. And that being said, Colleen had spent like all of her 20s with these people and developed almost like a family bond with them. So with that in mind, no judgment here, Colleen, she still kept in touch with Janice and Cameron. Like, they would have phone calls and whatnot. I know, many of us, I would say, probably cannot understand this, but at the same time, I understand. I get it. It's sad, but, well, over those check-ins, Janice had begged Colleen to please not turn in Cameron, because, yeah, he's a monster, but he's still the father of my kids. Please don't do it. And that was really her reasoning. I don't know. I think also she may have just been afraid for her own future. She is an accessory, right? Or a witness. She's something. Colleen, she ends up agreeing to not turn him in. Her own family initially encourages her to turn him in, but Colleen is just so happy to be free and just wants to put the whole thing behind her, which is a pretty common trauma response based on what I read. Not a doctor, remember that. Well, this would end up changing because on November 1st, 1984, Janice goes to the mobile home to see if Cameron had destroyed the rest of his torture-related items, like she had asked of him. But as the days and the weeks passed, she goes and checks, and he never did. She's like, you know what? That's it. Cameron was 31 at this point, and he could easily start all over again, right? And he probably would. There's no way this guy would just stop. Anyways, so Janice is really thinking this through, okay? And the following week, she ends up telling a friend about what's really been going on at the home. And this friend somehow is able to get through to Janice and really talk to her and get through to her, right? And something again switches in her head, and Janice was ready. Well, she was feeling ready to go to police. I was like, oh shit, now it's happening. Now it's happening, people. It's happening. It's happening. But at first, and this huge, and honestly really surprisingly smart, I was like, okay, Janice. Janice tells police in order to get the full details, she would need immunity. She's like, I need that first. And police, they end up granting it. So now that she has immunity, Janice Hooker cannot and will not be tried for any of her own involvement in the horrific 7 years of Colleen's abuse, which a lot of people out there have very mixed feelings here, okay? But there was something else Janice was ready to let go of. Not only does she tell the authorities about what Cameron did to Colleen, but she also mentions another time when the two of them maybe had kidnapped, tortured, and accidentally killed a woman. LOL? I guess this took place just 1 year before they kidnapped Colleen. And that woman's name? Marliz Spanicky. Remember Marliz? Yeah, I know. This literally made me gasparella. I was like, Marliz! Yeah, from the beginning of the story. Please tell me you remember. It's been a long journey, but I know. I have faith in you. We're adults here. We remember. Yeah, guess what? Cameron. Janice went to tell the police that the couple was driving one day when they spotted Marliz walking down the road. I guess Cameron had pulled over and offered her a ride, and they both noticed that she seemed very upset and tells them that she just had a fight with her fiance. So they offer her a ride, and Marliz gets into the car, and quickly Cameron also pops into the back seat, where he then put that awful DIY soundproof head box over her head. Janice said that the two drove Marliz to their house, where Cameron suspended the woman from the basement rafters, and just like Colleen, he had tortured her. Janice told police that Marliz was his quote unquote toy. Okay. Alright. The major difference between Marliz and Colleen is what actually saved Colleen's life. I guess Marliz just would not stop screaming. She was screaming her head off in the car, in that head box, And then she was screaming in the house. You know, she was fighting with everything that she had. But the screaming was something that Cameron just could not handle. He did not like it. I guess it was just too loud for him. It was too much, okay? So Cameron, in an attempt to keep her quiet, tried to sever her vocal cords with a knife. Yeah, now he's a doctor or whatever. And when he did this, sadly, he would kill her instead. Janice told police that they buried Marliz's body in a shallow grave in a nearby state park. So she ends up taking the police out there to where she remembered Marliz being buried, but there was no body found. It was either the wrong spot, or she was thinking that maybe Cameron had moved it. In hopes that the police don't think she's lying, Janice ends up telling them that Cameron for sure has photos of her that he kept as a trophy. This photo had been propped up in Colleen's under the bed box. Remember the photo? Remember that photo? Colleen was like, what? Room decor? Yeah, I guess they taped it to the wall inside of her box. It was Marliz. What is this? You know? Oh, fuck. Maybe it was a warning. Maybe he's just fucked in the head. Okay, I think we can agree on that. So, this was instantly a massive high-profile case. Not only because it was so freaking horrifying, but also because people could just not wrap their heads around any of it. Many of them were asking, well, how could Colleen have stayed with these nut jobs? She had many opportunities to escape, you know? And honestly, this would be one of the biggest hurdles that the prosecution found themselves having to deal with. How do you prove? I don't know. During the trial, Janice and Colleen were the star witnesses.
Now I'm really gonna go to bed.
Everything was depending on them. Yes, there was
That's
a
it for
ton
me.
of hard
Thanks
evidence
for stopping by. I
presented to the
appreciate
court,
being
but
here.
since both had simply walked away,
I'll be back.